track up. I'll never go back down. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
On a sweltering day in Asbury Park, so hot the rest of my beard went away. I'm Matt Ryan. That's Corey Hammond. We are coming to you live from Asbury Park Stadium in Asbury Park, New Jersey, as we count down the throw-off across A7FL.TV. And Corey, it is getting into the high 90s today on the field. It feels like over 100 degrees. Tampa, used to this weather. The Paterson U wearing their black jerseys today, tempting fate a little bit, as that is the first of 3 games for us today on A7FL.TV. At 1 o'clock in just a few minutes' time, it will be the Nightcrawlers in the U. Immediately following that at 4 o'clock, we Jeremy Baramy the timeline. We grab a time ring. The Silk City Animals get a second chance against the Trenton BIC. And then for the Sickos, at 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Pacific time, it's OTT and Sick with it. The winner of that game will move on to 2 weeks from now, Corey, play the Insomniacs in the Western Conference Final, and the winner of the games today move on to July 7th, and they play in the Eastern Conference Final right here in a sweltering Asbury Park. Yeah,
and Season 10 has been great so far. We've had new undefeated teams in Sick with it overcoming Insomniacs, the defending national champions. We've had BIC kind of re-cement themselves at the top, but all that's kind of in the behind us now, because as we continue to move forward in Season 10's playoffs, the picture is crystallizing. And what we're going to get today is probably the biggest, linchpin left before we get that rematch, hypothetically, with Sick with it and Insomniacs next week. And, Nightcrawlers, the U, I can't think of a better matchup to decide who will face likely BIC, maybe the Animals, likely BIC in next week's Eastern Conference Championship.
To be certain, July 7th is when we'll be back with you
on not next week.
TV, where every other week for the next couple of weeks until we get to the championship. But next game week, I understood what you were saying.
Yeah, because I only live for this, so if it doesn't happen,
that's
enjoy your 4th of July weekend.
Corey's a character, it's a robot. We actually got him from the Showbiz rock band that got shut down. We actually reconfigured one into a quarterback, which is why you're so durable.
Well, it's also why I haven't won a game in a while. But we have 2 teams on the field today, nice segue, that have been winning a lot. The Nightcrawlers really have only lost in their existence with, the guys that make the difference
in the playoffs
to the Rare Breed, which was a game that likely they could have won. Mm-hmm. To the Insomniacs in the championship, where they likely could have won. And kind of their main guys getting here in previous seasons in the Florida division. So this team is no stranger to winning.
Would you say this is the Nightcrawlers game? Were they the favorite in those 3 prior matchups? It felt like they were last year in the championship. It felt like that heading into the game against the Watchmen last year. Against the Rare Breed, that game was a toss-up. Right here, right now, we talked about it on the 3-on-1 podcast on audio only this week about this championship. As you look at Asbury Park, it is a sweltering day out here. You can't see it, but the wind is picking up, but it's not doing enough to keep it cool here on the boardwalk in the Jersey Shore, But are they the favorites here today? They're on the road again. They're playing against the reigning MVP. And we've seen the use depth time after time in places where the Nightcrawlers may lag a bit.
Well, and I think a lot of people would look at just kind of the on paper and the film and do that comparison to what's hypothetical and say, well, the Nightcrawlers, because they're able to do this, this, and this, are likely the favorites. To me, I picked the U in the 3-on-1 podcast, wherever you can find podcasts, as my winner today. But I also think that if I was, not making a pick, I would say that I would likely say the U are the favorites. And this is one of the big reasons why you see Quattrell Huffman, Dakari Mims, Snag Sosa. Offensively, this team is one of the only teams in the A7FL that can keep up with a prime, moving at full speed, Nightcrawlers offense. And with playmakers all over the field for the Paterson U, there's Jason Cizon. He's going to come right to the camera on this one. I think that that's going to be something that they can match the Nightcrawlers for drive. My question in the 3-on-1, and is today in this heat with the situations that are kind of behind the scenes, defensively, are the Nightcrawlers going to be able to make the stops that they need to give their offense the chance to go ahead?
And Big Rob Fabien on his way.
Of course he is.
Big Rob Fabien on his way. The traffic today a little unforgiving, much like the weather here. We have thunderstorms last night here, making it a lot more humid, making it a lot more thick in the air here. Like this Thick Boy Season t-shirt. You can get a t-shirt like this one at our merch site. You can go to A7FL.com/gear to get the official Thick Boy Season t-shirt. You can get that right now through our partners at Berserk. And Corey, you have a jersey your jersey from this year, and we want to give it to one of the fans here in the A7FL to celebrate a wonderful season on and off the field. This is the jersey.
Yeah, you might recognize this jersey from constantly being ripped off of my body by defenders all season. And what better way to reward the fans for the LaCorey experiment that was this year than a Corey Hammond jersey that's game worn and also tied together so that it wouldn't rip even more. But you guys know that that's not the real thing. Let's take a look at some of these names here. Can you see the Sterry?
Yes, Sterry Codrington.
Can you see the Markai, Trey Cohen? We got, I don't know, who's that? I don't know. We'll go on there. But then Huff from the Paterson U. Anyway, we got guys from these playoff games, guys that have ripped this jersey themselves, guys that have made me want to rip my jersey because I've been on the sideline watching the play offense. And this can be yours, fans. Now, Matt, you better have that number memorized because I'm setting you up for it. We do the 3-on-1 podcast.
We'll talk about how we're going to give that away on social media.
Let's go find that.
But we'll talk. I just wanted to show that off and show people what that was. We're going to give that jersey away. Keep track to the A7FL social media for that, Howard. I will get your message after this. But when we look at this game, depth is going to be an issue. You are at home. The Nightcrawlers have to travel. When you take a look at 60 minutes of football against the Paterson U, and you have to play multiple positions, both sides of the ball, how are you conditioning yourself for that? We know these guys can play 60 minutes. Well, we know that they can do that. We saw it in the championship. We've seen them do it during the regular season. What is it now with the playoffs, with what's at stake, a matchup potentially with the BIC or the Animals on July 7th? How do you account for that level of pressure?
Well, it's too late if you need to find out something now, right? You condition before you need to be in condition. I'll be honest about the Florida guys. This 93 and humid is kind of their entire summer existence. So I'm not sure if it's going to be specifically the weather. I think what it's going to be is the personnel and the scheme of the U, because when they go on offense, if they want to shorten or finish the game and completely grind down the defense, they have the offensive linemen on their roster. But more importantly, here on the field, on the sideline, ready to go in to do so. They have the running backs, obviously, as well, and their depth at defensive line is going to eventually wear down whoever's responsibility is to block them, Matt. So when you look at what the U are bringing to today's game, not only is it the championship experience from one of the storied franchises in the league's existence, it's the depth of talent on the entire roster so they can continue to throw new guys at these Nightcrawlers, and as time goes on, hopefully grind them down into this Asbury Park powder so that they can take advantage of that part of the game and scheme and walk out of here with a victory today.
Nightcrawlers and the U, coin toss. Little bit of conversation, a little bit of consternation, but on the other side of this, we set the table for the most exciting play in football. It's the A7FL playoffs. It's the Nightcrawlers. The U, stay right where you are.
This gonna taste all right.
See the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
We're back live on A7FL.TV. You are looking live at the two teams getting things done as we get things set up here at Asbury Park. But up here in the booth, it's Matt and Corey. Big Rob Fabien will be joining us shortly as we walk through this game. And Corey, when you talk about the weather last night, there's no way you can look past the weather delays in Florida and New Jersey that created a little bit of a travel kerfuffle today, which is why we are starting a little bit later than usual, because weather, good plans and bad weather are usually a terrible combination.
Well, it seems like the Nightcrawlers, with all the talk and how they can, perform in today's game, they said they were bringing the storm. We didn't know that they literally were going to be bringing the storm. So, we're talking about flights. We're talking about driving. We're talking about a whole mess of things.
A canoe.
Yeah, well, I mean, it only went a certain way, I heard, so I didn't want to give too much credit to the canoe. Shout-outs to the canoe. It's healing up. But the fact is that, wind, rain, high water, whatever these guys are going through, they're trying to get here for this, basically what amounts to another Elite Eight matchup. And when we talk about the teams in this league, we talk about, some of the personalities. This is the type of matchup that the fans clamor for, but most importantly, the players themselves are really hungry to kind of go through. A lot of these guys on the Paterson U have played so many games against Northeast competition. They know what it's like. Now they're getting their first test at Tampa, and I think we're all excited to see how that's going to go.
And we're going to get you ready with that in all the games as we go back to this morning to where somebody built a studio in my bedroom. Turn the camera and look. Who the hell built a studio in my bedroom? Welcome to football this morning. I'm an obviously disheveled Matt Ryan. This week on the program, we'll hear from Dub Alvarez ahead of Sick With It and OTT facing off with a lot of historical implications with a shot in the Western Conference Final up for grabs as the winner of that game will take on the Insomniacs the week after next on A7FL.TV. But here in the East Coast, it's war on the East Coast. It's war out west, and I don't care. I'm excited. It's Nightcrawlers versus you and the BIC and the Animals. We'll have more about the Slaughterhouse 5 multiverse timeline a little bit later on in the program when Ron Clerk will be breaking down that game on Clerk Video. Let's run through the schedule. We start things off in Asbury Park at 1 o'clock Eastern as the Tampa Nightcrawlers, Dominique Rogers, Cromartie, and Deontay Henderson, Mark Bagway, Logo Davis, and more will be making the sojourn from Tampa to Asbury Park as they will take on the Paterson U in what might be one of the most anticipated matchups in A7FL history, a generational matchup as you have the backstack of Davis and Bagway, and now a new unconventional one with Huff and Jason Sisson as they will battle at 1 o'clock, and then at 4 o'clock, the Trenton BIC battle the Silk City Animals because of the Slaughterhouse 5 timeline, and they will face off at 4 o'clock. The winner of that game will play the winner of our 1 o'clock game in 2 weeks' time in Asbury Park for the right to defend the Eastern Conference July 21st in the A7FL Championship game. They'll play the winner of the Insomniacs and the team that comes out of Sick With It and OTT. That game will take place at 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. So if you are a fan of the old Pac-12 Sicko days, if you are a member of the Sickos committee like your boy Matt Ryan is, you're going to want to join us at 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific, when Sick With It looks to move on and OTT look to shock the world. Can Fabien, Cunningham, and company do what no one has so far this season and defeat Sick With It? We find out in our late game. And speaking of our 8 o'clock matchup, let's go to Dub Alvarez as he'll break things down as OTT and Sick With It will face off in the Western Conference semifinal.
All right, Matt Ryan, the road to the national championship in Asbury Park, New Jersey continues with the semifinals out here in the West. It's OTT over the top, taking on Sick With It. After finally ending the losing streak 2 weeks ago, Over the Top is looking to pull off a colossal upset. Can Fabien, Cunningham, the Ramsey brothers, and the rest of OTT come together and pull off this massive upset? Or will the strength, and more importantly, the rest of Sick With It, will it prove to be too much? Winner of this game gets the defending national champions, the Insomniacs, in the Western Conference Final, with a trip to the Natty on the line. If you can't join us at Matter Academy at a special throw-off time of 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, do the next best thing. Go to A7FL.tv and join myself, the Asgardian that is Scott the Viking McCorkle, and Schoolhouse Rock Chris Vera. Matt, that's all from Vegas. Back to you, buddy.
Thanks, Dub, and you can hear Dub Alvarez alongside Scott the Viking McCorkle and Chris Vera when Sick With It and OTT face off tonight at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern on A7FL.tv and caffeine.tv/A7FL. And when you take a look at that game, Sick With It is truly one of the more impressive teams, not only in Nevada, but in my opinion, the league. When you look at the 3-on-1 podcast this season, Sick With It has always been in the conversation of being one of the upper-tier teams in the league. And tonight, against OTT, a lot of people may not think that win will prove it, but heading back to this Western Conference semifinals and moving on to their first Western Conference finals will be a huge stepping stone for Sick With It as they await the Insomniacs, who moved on after a win last week. It's going to be very interesting to see if Sick With It comes out tonight with the win. Who's going to have that momentum heading into the Western Conference final? Because for the Insomniacs, they've been in this game before. They've played in fall championships, obviously, against Sick With It, where they've gotten the win. But in the big matchups, the Insomniacs have always found a way to get that extra gear. They did not find a way to do it against Sick With It earlier this season, but a lot of people are thinking that that game was a gimme game. That they felt like if any game they lost that season, they could look at that game and say, okay, we can lose that one. We can live with that loss. I feel like that was the mood heading into the locker room after that game. That's okay. We'll be back. We know where we are. And now, for Sick With It, they have to prove all the promise that we heard 2 seasons ago. The promise of them walking in, and in the first half against the Insomniacs, first game, these two teams are facing off. We're thinking which one of these teams is going to be number 2 to the Force, because the Force were supposedly getting better, even though they lost RTC to the Insomniacs. They were unable to fulfill that promise last season, in the regular season, or in the playoffs. Fall season comes back around, same as the first verse. Regular season, we know what happened. If the OTT upset the apple cart, in my opinion, James Burgoyne is 60 minutes away from being back in the championship. If it's Sick With It, if it's Jeremy Geary, and they're healthy, Because you got to think of Curtis Pac-Man Jones, a guy who's been on a team in this division, in this league since Nevada started. But after this Sunday, it's nut cutting time. It's time for every single person in a black and red jersey to prove that they're the defending national champions. That every single thing that they have said from July 23rd of last year until today has been the gospel truth. We'll take a brief time out, and on the other side of this, we'll hear from Ron Clark about the animals and the BIC. Hey, it's Matt Ryan from the 3-on-1 podcast. If you're not tired of hearing me, Corey, and Rob talk every single week on the games of the week, then you should listen to the 3-on-1 podcast every Friday on your favorite podcast feed, A7FL.TV, and the A7FL YouTube channel. The 3-on-1 podcast. You probably have better things to do, but let's be serious.
Thanks, Matt. BIC versus Animals, must-watch TV. With DT behind center, Animals have a chance to really put up a lot of points. As I've been saying throughout the whole season, DT can buy a lot of time, DT can run the whole field, and he also can throw the whole field. The Animals have a lot of unknowns on that offensive side of the ball that can put up points and surprise you too. I'm praising the Animals offense, but that defense, I'm sorry, you guys need to step up to stop one of the best offenses in the game. BIC has both the best offense and defense in the game. That D-line is crazy. That O-line is insane. Asbury has a lot of time to throw the ball to, so all his dynamic receivers. I can see a nice offensive battle, but Animals defense have to step up. BIC is known for putting up 50 points. Animals known for putting up 50 points as well, but that defense has to step up. We'll see how they do come Sunday. Good luck, fellas.
Thanks, Ron. And folks, we're going to see Ron Clark on the road to the A7FL Championship with Clark Video right here every week on Football This Morning. And if you want to join us in Asbury Park for our homecoming, A7FL brings the championship back home to Asbury Park, and we want you to join us. Go to a7fl.com/championship. That's a7fl.com/championship. Use the code that's on the screen right now, or if you're watching us on YouTube, in the description below, sign up now. Go to a7fl.com/championship and join us July 21st for a homecoming in Asbury Park at Asbury Park Stadium. Get your tickets and your ticket packages, including t-shirts and more. Meet me, Rob, and Corey live July 21st as we settle who will be the A7FL champion in Asbury Park. All right, I want to thank Dub Alvarez. I want to thank Ron Clark. I want to thank you for joining us on Football This Morning. On the other side of this, we'll have throw-off for the Nightcrawlers and the Paterson U, so you stay right where you are. It's almost throw-off time. You saw me sleep. It's okay. I forgive you. Throw-off is next.
Where could reinvention take your business? Accenture. Let there be change.
See it? Can we see a dinosaur?
Say it.
Hey Google, take me to the Natural History Museum.
Display it. That's tech, according to the 2024 Nissan Rogue.
We are back live with the A7FL playoffs. It is coin toss time. Matt Ryan, joined by Corey Hammond. Big Rob Fabien will be joining us later on in the broadcast. And the numbers game are going to be at play, Corey. The weather's going to be in play. The depth of the U on defense has been the story here. When you look at this game, when you look at this coin toss, the one thing that's going to set the tone is the 3-on-1 throw-off. Yeah,
3-on-1 is always a game changer, and if you can get the space, it's an untimed down. In essence, if you start the game off with a 3-on-1 return, it's almost as if the other team spotted you a touchdown. So that is always not only the most exciting play to start a game of football off like this, but it's also sometimes more of a pivotal play than the throw-off team would like to admit. So it looks like here, after the coin toss, we'll see who won the toss and who's going to elect to receive or defer.
Once we get that understanding from down on the field on who won the coin toss, we'll let you know.
Will Franklin down there, one of our officials.
The U have won the toss, but they will defer into the second half, so the Nightcrawlers will be put into the grinder to start things off.
And you talked about the numbers game, Matt. You talked about, the depth, and here's an important number. The Nightcrawlers, although they have less guys, they have more All-Pros with that young man, Dr. C, Dominique Rogers-Cromartie, who once upon a time in this state, Matt, made a name for himself in that league they call the National Football League.
The one with the shield gimmick, yeah.
And although if you look at the U sideline, you see the numbers, they have the depth. They are lacking the amount of all-pro NFL players the Nightcrawlers have.
When it comes to all NFL Pro Bowlers, it's Nightcrawlers 1, Paterson U 0 technically. But if you put some of these guys on an NFL field, including their quarterback Quattro Huffin,
I don't think that numbers game decides it. I just wanted to alert the fans what they were prepared to see. Now, what the U does have is the experience in this brand of football. They have playmakers at every position, including, Matt, a new thing for the A7FL in our 10th season, playmaking offensive linemen. And look no further than number 76, and he's someone I'm so fearful of, I shudder to say his actual name. But the U offensive line going to make an impact. But first, we'll see what the Nightcrawlers' return game can do to start this A7FL playoff matchup between the Nightcrawlers and the Paterson U here in Asbury Park, New Jersey.
A lot of people predicting the U to win. And it'll be Huff throwing it off for the Nightcrawlers.
And you see it's Huff, number 11.
There's Tyron, the Honey Badger.
And number 31 could be Charles Irvin. Now, you got to watch with Huff. He can throw it out of the ballpark here. And here we go.
Here's the throw off as things will get underway here in the semifinals. That one will bounce out of the back of the end zone. And that will be a touchback. Smart move.
Tough, because that's an opportunity for your team. But I think with the multiple things the Nightcrawlers are facing today, maybe getting a fresh start on offense, fresh wind, everybody's Gatorade meter is all the way up. But it looks like twin, number 11, will come out for quarterback for the Nightcrawlers. And DRC wearing Bender's, great hair Bender, white jersey will be easy to spot. The only one not wearing the highlighter uniform. And if you look at the defense for the Paterson U, that's White at number 82 at left defensive end. Ramadan, number 99, at the D tackle. J-Rock at linebacker, and Nick Mays round out the front four for this Paterson U defense.
1st and 10, the snap in trouble. He'll get on his bicycle. He will cut downfield. He will get to the 45. First down, Tampa, and the QB draw a little bit of a Madden play, Corey, paying off there.
Well, they don't even block Big Mo. They say, hey, we're going to let the big guy go. Twin's going to take care of him within his legs, and he does. And what he does is with a couple of hesitation moves, he shows that after a hezi, every single one of these Nightcrawlers has that game-breaking speed. You see here, he breaks down the defender, gets past the armed tackle, and when he gets a little bit of open field in front of him, he's able to make the first down of the game, and right now, Nightcrawlers are moving against this U defense.
It'll be 1st and 10 to snap. Rolls, gets again, but it's brought down. And that is J-Rock Rogers locking it up like locticians. A gain of only 1, and it'll be 2nd and 9.
Yeah, Twins able to make the first man miss again. He steps up in the pocket and is looking downfield. Credit the coverage by the U defense. That isn't necessarily a coverage sack because there was a lot of pressure on him. But when he looked downfield to try to throw the ball, once he got into trouble, there were no open receivers for him to get to. And Twin now facing a 2nd and 9 on the 1-yard gain, making the defensive lineman miss.
Dominique Rogers-Cromartie in the slot, which is a weird thing to say.
And he's guarded by Kyle Ward. Talent for talent. Maybe one of the guys that could keep up with him.
2nd and 9, play action. In trouble, the throw, and that one will be dropped. It'll be 3rd and 9. And back-to-back plays where they get 1 yard or less, Corey.
And a lot of times a guy like Twin with the mobility that he has, he's going to get the edge on a defensive line and, maybe make a game-breaking play on 2nd down. But credit White for the contain, forces him back to the middle of the field, makes him stay in a passing situation, and a little bit of a low throw is dropped, so it'll bring up 3rd and 9 for the Nightcrawlers.
12:34 left to go in the first. Matt Ryan joined alongside Corey Hammond. A7FL playoffs from Asbury Park. A light breeze
and you
on
see
a very muggy day.
The defense for the U goes a little bit smaller. They bring in Dakari Mims to rush. They put Nick Mays at D-tackle. They have Sly Washington, Crosby in. This is a team built to defend speed.
3rd and 9. They will get past the 50-yard line, but carrying him like a small child. Number 19 in on the tackle, and it will be 4th down.
Sly Washington makes the tackle. He was there as a spy and maybe to play some pass defense. Didn't know they were going to go full quarterback, old man, student body left. But, on 3rd and 9, you make it a 4th and manageable, 4th and 3. You got to look at what the Nightcrawlers are looking to do here with the limited numbers that they have, and they're making the best of it. 4th and 3 is a manageable 4th down, and they're going to go.
11:33 left to go in the quarter. Matt Ryan joined alongside Corey Hammond. It'll be 4th down and 4 to go, and a flag on the play.
And a delay of game.
Delay of game on the offense, and rarely see a delay of game call, but that might help the Nightcrawlers create a little bit more space.
Yeah, I like your optimism, Matt. The glass certainly is. Maybe it's even 3/4 full for you. I think it's definitely half empty now, because when you go from 4th and 4, 4th and 3, there's a lot of things you can do to a defense. You can run that same play that you just got 6 yards with. You could throw a quick pass to DRC and see if you can make a man miss. Now 4th and 8, not going to work out, but it seems like they're going to give them a mulligan. It's back up to 4th and 3.
And it looks like that'll reset. And we'll be back to 4th and 3.
A lot of alternate timelines today, Matt. We're in a new timeline. 4th and 3 once again.
Can they Jeremy Bearimy their way into a 1st down to throw?
He's got him.
Downfield. DRC, my goal! Incomplete Paterson U ball. Trying to unleash the game breaker, but couldn't get it done. Paterson U secondary coming up on 4th down.
And Kyle Ward did everything he could to keep an NFL player from head-topping him on a 4th down, but I think the applause for that play needs to go to my guy Flynn, number 19. They say he's Cena, but we can clearly see him. I can see you, and he's always showing his six-pack, but the fact that he runs from the other side of the field to potentially catch these tips, tip drill, and there's Cena almost making the play.
He got underneath the ball. He wasn't able to cradle the sides.
I mean, he's coming from all the way across the field to even make an attempt at that play.
He did that. He did that.
Hey, he's not just doing buys and tries in that gym. He's doing core, obviously, but he's also doing cardio, Matt.
And here comes the core of the Paterson U offense. Huff will hand it off. No play action. Rolls out to his right. Quattrell Huffin will get on his bicycle. He will not get the same amount of yards as the Nightcrawlers did on their first play, but a huge gain on 1st down. It'll be 2nd and 2 for Paterson.
And all I have to say is I'm jealous, because that was a pretty interesting play call, Matt. They go cross-face play action. They were going to go on the shovel pass, but on a broken play, barely moving at full speed, Quattrell Huffman 8 yards on 1st down.
The handoff on 2nd and 2.
There's
Cuts to the
Mayweather.
outside. That's Willie Mayweather. Willie Easterling trying to go for the knockout blow. No walking down. Touchdown, Paterson.
And that's who the U is. That's who the U wants to be. And in the hot sun of Asbury Park, Willie Mayweather is going to grind down these neon highlighters into, well, highlighter dust, I guess. But that's a terrible metaphor. That was a terrible call.
You tried your best.
I'm trying.
It's okay.
I'm trying.
It's okay.
But regardless of, that's a great seal block. It's a pretty great play call after Huff was able to get the 8 yards on first down. But that's how you take advantage of the open hole. Mayweather for the touchdown, and the U up 6-0 early. Here's the extra point.
Go for 1 from the 5, and that is Kareem Moon. Only utilizing a 2-man line.
And
Pat Coburn out there.
SZN backstack. Could get fun.
Backstack to SZN. This is what we wanted to see this afternoon. And that's number 56, Ramadan.
Oh, no.
Setting the key block there. The throw by SZN through traffic, and that will be incomplete.
Flynn again. You say you can't see you. I see you making plays.
The Nightcrawlers made some plays but couldn't convert on 4th down. The U take 2 shots running the ball and put 6 up on the scoreboard. With 9:38 left to go, your score, Paterson 6, the Nightcrawlers nothing. It's the A7FL playoffs. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Corey Hammond. We are here on A7FL.TV. 6-0 your score. And as we head deeper into the first quarter, Big Rob Fabien will be joining us in mere moments as he makes his entrance on a very sweltering day up into what we lovingly call the container ship, the shipping container. I came up with the name and I couldn't even get it right.
Well, the first 2 drives of the game, one for each team, you see what these teams are going to be able to do. But more importantly, you see the missed opportunities from the Nightcrawlers on that 4th down play result in a early lead for the U, and here's Huff on the throw-off.
Expending a lot, using Huff a lot here on special teams. The second time we will see that ball does not
go far enough.
Go the requisite amount of yards, so that'll be a dead ball run for the Nightcrawlers, and an unexpected opportunity, Big Rob Fabien, for this Tampa team down 6-0 with 9:38 left to go in the first.
So if I'm like anybody who probably either just walked in or just tuned in, what did I miss?
You missed a great drive by the Nightcrawlers, who, due to travel, do not have Logo Davis, do not have Mark Bagway. DRC stepping up in a huge way, almost hitting a tip drill, game breaker on 4th down.
But Twin was able to move from 40 to 40, but on 4th down they weren't able to convert, and here's the 3-on-1 return.
That's 7 pushing through the pile, tries to go through Huff, and Huff slow to get up, and he is hurt.
Oh, and that was Kelly on the return. And he makes an aggressive play into Huff defending on that. We'll hope he can get back up.
Yeah, what it looks like is Huff kind of slid.
Looked like he
might have hurt an ankle or something.
Looked like he.
See, if he limps off the field, he might have re-aggravated the injury.
And having Huff on special teams was something that we did not expect to be a consistent thing, but we'll keep going here as gameplay will continue. Huff will make his way to the sideline, as it will be.
Yeah, I mean,
the Nightcrawlers with the ball after the dead ball run to where they'll mark it at the 47-yard line.
Of all the non-scoring plays in this game that really don't matter to the outcome, that might be the biggest play of the afternoon. Well, we hope that Huff is able to get back into form, because one way or another, the U's going to need him. And here's Twin back in at quarterback for the Nightcrawlers.
DRC at the top of your screen. The snap, the handoff. Drives right through the pile, trying to strip out the ball. Is Kevin White, and it will be 2nd down.
A couple of tough yards. Again, I'm not really used to seeing the Nightcrawlers run the ball much, but
that's Cena. That's Flynn, who he usually is the linebacker for this Nightcrawlers team. He's stepping up in a big way here on offense. Not a bad carry on 1st down, and that's who the Nightcrawlers are going to be today, just trying to keep the ball moving forward and take the shots that they can.
2nd and 8. Twin on his bicycle. Finds a way around White, tries to get around J-Rock. That's to Bender.
Definitely illegal.
And that is an ineligible player.
Right.
That's
We
great.
only have one lineman as an eligible receiver. It was not It was not the man with the pretty hair, so it will be a flag.
He has no right actually catching that ball, and that's a penalty. But he does have great hair.
Yeah, and J-Rock should be awarded the sack for that, in my opinion. I think.
Well, I think
if he declines
it's
the
illegal
penalty,
touching. It's also potentially intentional grounding. A smorgasbord of opportunities for Will Franklin. But the fact is that the pressure from J-Rock and again,
an illegal forward pass was the call.
Okay.
So the defensive line, once again, keeping contain on Twin, who's proven he's a guy that if you give him open space, he can take advantage of it. That's the just experience and the integrity that this defensive line for the U rushes with. They're going to make sure that they're not letting these guys get the free yards on the quarterback run and make them earn it either in the air or in between the tackles.
It's a lot of star power.
3rd and 13.
Looking at J-Rock, looking at Kyle Ward.
Got
looking
Kevin
at
White on the line.
Kevin White on the line.
And they are playing a little bit of a smaller defense to stay up with the speed of the Nightcrawlers. Normally you would see Big Burton or you would see Big Mo in at D tackle.
And also because of the heat. Rob, if you were playing this game today.
Oh, I wouldn't be.
Wearing the black unis, like you're rotating your vets out. 3rd and 19, the caught by 7. He pushes his way inside the 35, and it will be 4th down.
I've been on the receiving end of being on an A7 team who wore all black to a 90-degree game. And to the point where my cleats were burning is when I realized wearing all black in this type of heat is a bad idea.
It certainly is.
It's a choice. It's a choice.
It's a choice.
But on there, the right choice from Twin is to just throw it on time to the comeback route. Kyle Ward's not going to let him get an easy touchdown on him, but he is allowing that easy completion.
I mean, they're playing. It seems like they're playing everything in front of you. So even then,
well, at the top of your screen, it looks like they're. I'm not sure if that's Henrock or who's playing corner for the U, but he's taking on an former NFL All-Pro with tight coverage.
The handoff blast.
There's Flynn.
Flynn.
He's got speed.
Flynn. No flam. Inside the 10. 1st down Tampa. And gentlemen, we got some football.
I mean, no disrespect. He's from Florida. They all have speed.
Well, and this is the guy that we know as, a lockdown defender, one of the best tacklers at linebacker for this team. It's a pretty easy transition from linebacker to a tough guy running back. Cena, he says you can't see me, but we've seen him make so many plays today. And 1st down, Nightcrawlers, 1st and goal from the 10.
And this is what you want right now. If you are the Nightcrawlers, you want momentum. You want the youth second-guessing this shift, putting in their bigger players and maybe having something behind the back. Well, and it'll be another flag, and it looks like...
And it's interesting because what the Nightcrawlers are facing today, normally their offense would be a very high-tempo offense. And false start will push them back 5 yards, 1st and goal from the 15. But guys, it would most of the time the Nightcrawlers would be running a high tempo offense where they would be looking to score and score quickly. You can see that, especially even early on, they're slowing it down, keeping the pace, trying to make sure that they get as many yards as possible on each play to give them the opportunities for a big play, but also making sure that they have enough of that Gatorade meter for defense.
And after hundreds of flights were canceled out of Tampa International, the Nightcrawlers looking to fly here on 1st and goal.
Got some space.
Cuts through Rodgers, and he'll chase out. He couldn't throw the ball anyway at that point. He'll get it to the 10. They'll mark it at the 10.5.
Well, and what that run by Cena allowed the Nightcrawlers to face is a change in personnel from the defense from the U. The U, because early on in the first drive, Twin was able to get some yardage running around, went with a smaller lineup. You see they go back to that now, bringing back, instead of J-Rock at linebacker, they're going to put Fletch at defensive end and Sly Boogie back at that linebacker safety position. But they keep going back from having that speed defensive lineup to stay, and keep pace with the very fast Nightcrawlers. But then you saw Cena was able to take advantage when they went big.
Twin in the shotgun. The screen to DRC. DRC to the back of the end zone, incomplete.
And he just missed
too much
it.
Sauce on that pass, and it was a good play call. But
well, did they go Baltimore? Did they know?
No, it was just a stand.
Because you got to know that DRC is standing there.
It's a double pass. It's just a double pass.
Well, they almost had it.
Label on it.
It's a half screen.
Barely.
Is it fair to say?
Is it a screen?
Is it fair to say whenever you talk about a defensive back, right? And obviously DRC is most famous for being the defensive back. If you can't catch, you say, "Oh, that's why you play defensive back." If he misses the pass, can you also say that's why you play D-back?
Honestly, I have no clue. I would just
this is the first for all of us. This is the first for all of us.
I would just say he's just a football player.
Not the first former NFL player in this league, but definitely the first All-Pro. And here's 3rd and goal. The Nightcrawlers really need to get some yards here.
3rd and goal. The throw to DRC incomplete, and it will be 4th down. And right now, boys, for the Nightcrawlers, the story has been 4th and short, but it feels less and less manageable each time they're there, but they've been able to exceed expectations on every drive.
Yeah, well, famously, they made it on a 4th and 30 earlier in this year's playoffs, so I think 4th down doesn't.
I mean,
I know. 4th and 30 does not. 4th down and anything does not intimidate these guys.
It doesn't intimidate.
But the answers that they have for the test are limited. It is not an open-ended question at this point. It is multiple choice, and one of those choices has to be DRC. So if you're Kyle Ward for the U, you better be playing lockdown defense because I think I know where Twin is going with the ball.
4th and a touchdown to throw to DRC, and he couldn't get it. No flag. It will be U-ball on the other side of this. Both times, DRC has not been the shutdown corner, but the corner who was shut down. Will the Nightcrawlers find a way to turn things around? We'll be back with more after this.
Message de bœuf est dans le broyant. Dessiné avec 20 minutes, c'est qui vite font giant. Et voilà.
This is gonna taste all right.
never just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Something amazing is happening here. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights and increased performance, giving them the scale to stay ready for whatever's next. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW. Something amazing is happening here. Inventory is practically moving itself, quickly and securely. Classrooms are getting more immersive. Data is powering insights and imagination. CDW partners with you to get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. Make amazing happen. CDW.
Yeah, Zach's not here.
Zach's at a wedding. Zach Morgan at a wedding. Matt Ryan, Rob Fabien, and Corey Hammond here with you in Asbury Park. It's the second quarter. We'll start off here inside Asbury Park Stadium. The Tampa Nightcrawlers down 14-0, but an injury to Quattrell Huffin we hope to have an update on a little bit later on in the broadcast.
And taking a look at the new sideline, they are stacked.
They are just...
Everyone's here.
Yeah, I mean, they needed to be.
Indeed. Definitely agree with that.
But like we were saying pregame, Rob, the amount of all pros is 1-0 on the other side. 3rd and 1 is manageable. And here's Cena on the run.
Bad idea when it's Isaac Negron, Sly Washington, and J-Rock there waiting for you.
Yeah, they needed better blocking there. They didn't get it. Isaac goes right through the line, makes the first contact. And Cena's a tough guy, but he can't make that much something out of that much nothing. But it'll be 4th down.
Watch the big man at the top of your screen, former NFL vet Dwan. But DRC, a vet of his own, will get past the marker on 4th down and will get the first as they will move downfield. And the Nightcrawlers continuing to make all four downs count.
Well, and let's just make this known up front. The fact that DRC is out here on this field, he has nothing to gain. We know how great of a football player he is and basically always will be. So him, for the love of the game, coming out here and playing with his guys from Tampa for this Nightcrawlers organization, for the A7FL as a league, it just shows the kind of football integrity that a guy like this has to come out here, put it basically all on the line.
It shows he loves the sport.
Yeah, there's nothing to gain here. There's only guys that could say, oh, I tackled him.
Play action, and Rodgers to Rodgers Cromartie. He still makes the throw down the sideline, gets to the 5, called out a play inside the 5, and on.
J-Rock owes me some push-ups, brother. I don't expect that from J-Rock.
I thought that was going to be our Loctician's lockdown play of the game.
He's such
but
a
out of
short
nowhere.
tackler. J-Rock is such a short tackler to me that this was surprising.
Listen, DRC played with Eli Manning, and who knows better than DRC watching Eli Manning break free in that Super Bowl from a sure sack. Look at his play.
Buddy. Hey, man,
J-Rock is maybe even related to this Rodgers. Likely not, but they both have one of the same names. And he thinks he's going to get that whistle for forward progress stop, but DRC does not quit on the play as a doctor diagnoses that the check down is where to go. And Cena right now for the Nightcrawlers has stepped up big, making huge play after huge play. But now, once again, they're down in a really tough part to score in the A7FL.
Red zone, man.
It's 1st and goal from the 11, so they can get the first.
Under 12.5 minutes remaining in the first half. DRC under pressure, throws it to the check down over his head. Could have been intended for 9. Either way, it's 2nd down.
I mean, he's not a quarterback. He's an athlete who's
and also it's not 2nd and goal. They have to get past the 2. So it is 2nd and 10.
Yeah, they could get a first down here. And you see DRC explaining to the guys now the pressure on him is what forced the errant throw. You know, it's not going to be Easy sledding.
I tell a bunch of quarterbacks this in A7, be ready to run. Always.
And what do I say? No.
Do that.
No.
Nah, run the ball, man. If you have the speed, run the ball. There's no question. When the pressure's there, you find the gap.
Big caveat.
Always
big caveat. If you have the speed, and DRC does.
There's a hole
second
right
down.
there.
DRC throws it.
To Twin.
And that will get them near the first down.
I mean, there's a gap, exploit
down.
the gap, run. You're going to get forward progress, even if you fall 5 yards.
Well, and what they've been able to do is take what the defense has been giving them in most of these situations that they're getting positive yardage. The U defense is one of the tough defenses in this league, but credit DRC right there for making another completion, and it looks like they'll put Twin back in the backfield, and DRC lining up to potentially make a huge block once again on his cousin.
Rob, do you think that
not related,
right
actually.
Here he breaks out and goes for the breakout, the throw, touchdown Tampa, utilizing DRC as a tight end, sets the block, chips out, gets the touchdown, makes this a one-score game with the 2-point conversion or the 1 point, 14-6.
I mean, it looks good. We called it up here. It was kind of obvious.
Yeah, Matt called it. They just ran the play too quick for Matt to finish the point. But when you got DRC, you got to keep an eye on them. And you hear the one or two Tampa fans setting off the air horn.
That's what that is.
Really, the play is made by Twin because he keeps the play alive, keeps the ball in throwing position, and you got to keep an eye on a guy in the NFL. Dr. C sliding in for the first touchdown of the game for the Nightcrawlers, and it looks like they'll go for 1 point from the 5-yard line.
Smart call.
Twin back again at the quarterback spot.
Try to make this a one-score game. The catch, the completion, and it is 14-7, going horn for horn here in Asbury Park as the Nightcrawlers put them within 7 of the Paterson U. Do you think he likes that horn, gentlemen?
I think he loves it.
Yeah, probably. Just a smidge. 14-7 your score. Matt Ryan joined alongside Big Rob Fabien and Corey Hammond. We are up here in the shipping container schwitzing like it is a very hot summer day, because it is a very hot summer day down shore.
Look at the timing of this throw. He throws front pylon, nothing Kyle Ward can do. And the U's going to give that to you. You got to take it, and Nightcrawlers take advantage of that drive. First touchdown of the game, keeping pace.
And now with the 3-on-1 throw-off, this will be the first time we see the U's return team today.
It'll be the first time the Nightcrawlers face a guy with similar speed to them. It looks like it's going to be Jason Sisson, number 10 for the U.
Ryan.
And he's made a couple of statements week in and week out with his cleats. This week, he's going just straight up Nikes.
And there's Dominique Rogers-Cromartie rocking a Bender jersey.
Well, he went to Berserk to get his Bender jersey because of the hair from Bender.
Yeah, he's got the prettiest hair, I think, in contention in the A7FL.
There's got to be a breakdown on the 3-on-1 podcast wherever you find podcasts, Apple and Spotify and all those things. I bring.
So crazy because Liberty was out here.
Vidal Sassoon, and yeah, but he cut it.
Yeah.
Okay. Give Liberty a shot.
I was saying, if he grows it out.
Yeah.
Like,
You too, Corey. Grow it out.
Corey.
Nah.
Making me and Rob feel ridiculous.
Yeah, listen, I was looking back at the tape of that.
You look good, man.
Dashing.
Nah.
I would call it dashing.
Someone said I looked like the doctor from Back to the Future, and I just can't get it out of my head.
No way.
Here's DRC, and here's Sisson.
That will bounce.
It's not out of bounds yet.
Out of
No,
play. Follow the bouncing ball. That went past the 25. They'll mark it out at the 21. Oh, no, they'll move it up a little further.
Well, it's going to be a running start.
Oh, it's going to be a dead ball run from the 25. Right.
Which is a very dangerous situation for the Nightcrawlers to be. As great as that drive just was, for fans that are relatively new to the league, that 3-on-1 throw-off has to stay in bounds. And if you can't keep it in bounds, the U, and more specifically Jason Sisson, are going to get an untimed opportunity to run it back for a touchdown against these 3 defenders. Now, one of them is an all-pro former NFL corner.
And
but
here comes Sisson.
He's got the speed.
Consideration for returner of the year. He finds the seam, but gets brought down.
That's a one-on-one tackle.
And that's the tackle.
Straight up by Kelly.
You rarely see one-on-ones in the 3-on-1s, but against Sisson is even rarer.
Well, and if he got that corner, even a guy like DRC wasn't going to be able to catch him. So that's a great contained tackle on the 3-on-1.
That's why he was
And
there.
the U trot back out on offense to answer that drive. Look at this tackle.
Yeah, he's fast because Sisson is ridiculously fast. To stay hip to hip with Sisson on a cut like that.
Knowing your backup is DRC has to embolden you just a little bit to take that extra step and go a little bit faster
Rob.
to keep striking.
Look at that offensive line, and look at Willie Mayweather about to block for Snag Sosa.
Snag Sosa set up to the right. He will get the ball. They will run this one. Opposite field. Snag Sosa! That man! Don't run a 5'9"! He explodes down the sideline. First down, Paterson.
They crack motion at the top with Pat Coburn. They get the seal. That basically just turns into the exact play that Vince Lombardi drew up on that famous quote. And when you get the seal and the seal, Snags explodes through the hole. And credit Moose, a big guy, chasing him down from behind, getting the tackle to save the touchdown. But again, that's who the U need to be, especially if number 11 for the U is on the sideline.
And it will be 1st and 10, fresh set of downs. Moon will set up.
And they sub out Snags to put in hard body.
And watch Marcus McKinney on this run. They will be from the 23, the handoff, and that is the hard body. Pushes up to the sideline. He gets the first down and more. And that is the U football we've seen without Huff all season long, Corey.
And last season.
And yeah, end of 2023 season.
They go same play, same look. Here's the Snag Sosa play. Baltimore native Angelo Lewis with a big man out in front.
It's a phenomenal blocking, of course. When you have Muggs out there, I mean, you can't expect anything.
I've just been calling him 76. He is the man who will not be named.
Muggs?
Well, I know his name. I'm just trying to do a bit. Rob, thanks.
First
Hands to Mayweather.
From the 12, Coburn in motion. The handoff. Net at the line. That's Willie Easterling. He is smothered, covered in highlighter green, and it will be 2nd down after a gain of about 1.
And great tackle left side, Bender. Strong side, because they did not get too much on that side.
Well, they thought that what they were going to be able to do is basically go the same look and counter it by just going cross-face, run to the weak side of the field. But they don't get the block up front. Bender gets right around the block and as a defensive tackle fills the B gap, makes the great stop on a really tough running back to stop, and it'll bring up 2nd and 10. Now you're going to have to keep an eye on that crack motion and then slip from Pat Coburn. Watch for play action from the U.
Coburn in motion again. Sets back out towards the top of your screen. There's the handoff, and immediately trying to check that side again. Rogers Cromartie in on the tackle, tried to strip the ball. It'll be 3rd and about 5.
Went straight for the strip, which is what I expect. But he's trying to strip.
Actually, it'll be 3rd and 7.
Hard body. Hard body doesn't fumble often. I don't remember 2-3 times.
Because he carries it so compact. Yeah. He doesn't play. Some running backs in the
league
carry
it. If he fumbles it on this next play, Rob, right now, I'm going just not even dry snitch. I'm going right down and say, he said it! But it'll be 3rd down for the U. And they bring in Nick Mays into the backfield.
And that is usually trouble, whether he's running the ball or blocking the
I might have been a play premature. Look for Snag Sosa on the play action.
The snap. In trouble. Moon will just cut to that sideline, slip slide.
Just walks it in.
Takes it to the house, and it's a 2-score lead again for Paterson.
Great block at the top of your screen by the wide receiver, Pat Coburn. Smoke. But it's also just the nifty maneuvers from Kareem Moon. He doesn't look that he's going to be faster than you until he's running right by you because of how smooth he runs the ball. And that's the U taking advantage of where they're going to win, which is the offensive line, and grinding down into the end zone for their 3rd touchdown of the game.
And that would always been their game plan no matter who showed up. The U has the size advantage and the strength advantage against most teams. Only team that probably doesn't is BIC. That's it. Anybody else, they have the size and strength advantage.
Well, you mentioned BIC. As Kareem Moon lines up at the 10-yard line, they're going to go back stack again, but they're going to go for the 2-point extra point conversion. We do not have soccer, guys, in the A7FL. You will not see any kicks. You'll not see any extra points.
And Tony Robinson in the chat shouting out, is it the actual Dominique Rogers-Cromartie? It is the actual.
Yes, it is.
And G asking, what if the U lose? What will they say?
They'll say they lost.
There's nothing to say.
The throw to the back of the end zone, and it bounces into the dirt. That could have ended up being quite interesting.
Now, there is a flag on the field. We'll see what the call is. Offsides defense. So
for them.
It's almost poetic justice to see the Nightcrawlers having to deal with a backstack with players like Big Haas Dubois and Jason Sisson back
They're going
there.
for 2 from the 5. Thanks to our staff today. Shout out the Silberman brothers as producers. Cole Gardilla on stats, information, and 3CS updates. And also Ryan DePaul pushing the 0s and 1s. And after this attempt, see if it's a 2-score game or just a little bit more. As it is 20-7, they will go for 2 from the 5 after the offsides from the defense.
A lot the Nightcrawlers defense has to look at with this setup here from the U.
And they immediately drop 3 to cover. The throw. They knew they were going to go to Moon, so they put that coverage right there.
I guess ball don't lie. Dang near the same guy stopped it. I mean, same side, everything.
The guys who are here for the Nightcrawlers are balling out. It's just not enough so far.
We've got a lot of time left and a lot of football left to play. What can the Nightcrawlers do on the most exciting play in football? It's an untimed down. Can they get back within 1 score? We'll find out after this.
Berserk. Is your content marketing drifting away? Unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get Scene.
Welcome back to Asbury Park Stadium as the cloud cover continues to gather here. And so do the storm clouds of the Paterson U as they look to encapsulate the Tampa Nightcrawlers, who will be out for the 3-on-1 throw-off. I'm Matt Ryan, joined alongside Big Rob Fabien and Corey Hammond.
Now, because we're by some water, when the cloud cover comes out like this, it gets very cool.
Yes.
In the shipping container. I don't know how it is down there.
No, it is. It's cool on the field, too. I remember praying for cloud coverage.
This is the best it's felt all day. So we might see a bit of a dramatic shift. And if Ryan Shamar is some sort of weird weather genius, do you think now as it gets cooler we'll see some of the depth of the U as it's a return from inside the 5, gets past Tyron Brown, gets past 2 defenders, but is dragged down at the 30, and it will be 1st and 10.
And some of the Nightcrawlers fans here getting excited for this new offensive set. You hear them chanting real softly, DRC. DRC. And that shout out to our friends in the chat, DRC. And they're going to keep having to call his name, and I think the Nightcrawlers are going to have to call his number. But it's 1st and 10 now. Great drive last time. You see the berserk gear on the field. But
it's hard to tell.
1st and 10, though. If they get another drive here and they get it in, they're going to keep putting pressure on the U, having to keep scoring on them. And the one guy that maybe they're going to need to do it, Rob,
no.
It's Dr. C.
Okay, yeah, because I don't know who you're talking about. I have no clue who you're talking about.
7:20 left to go in the first half. Cromartie with 3 wide receivers, 2 on the line, and a back set to his left. Cromartie will throw that to Cena. Cena will drag the defender to the 33, pardon me, and it'll be 2nd down.
And Flynn, who's wearing Cena on his back and half a jersey on his front, has been making plays on both sides of the ball all game. And if you're DRC playing quarterback, that quick dump off to your running back out of the backfield is a great way to start that series of downs. Because right now, guys, even though The Nightcrawlers seem to be struggling at times. 2nd and 6, not a bad spot to be in if you're the Nightcrawlers offense.
In the shotgun, the snap. Twin throws this one to Rogers Cromartie. He catches it. Gets 1 foot in at the 41. They will call that first down as Ryan Spadola will mark the ball.
And Corey, we just have to be honest here, right? The Nightcrawlers have not struggled until they get to the red zone. They've been able to get to the red zone in every single drive they've put up, regardless of who's on the field.
Well, and it just goes
when
to show
crossing that 20, 30 yards.
And it just goes to show you, as you see here, he hits him on the corner. And DRC gets enough separation and space that he's able to just locate the ball. Twin, credit him on the throw with pressure in his face. They're getting what they need to get. It just, to be honest, this is just the most struggle that they've been through.
Too, just knowing how to slow down his stride just to drag that foot so he had 1 foot in.
They just don't have the home run power that they're used to.
Yeah. This is a different type of game. Flynn on the play action to throw.
Speaking of home runs.
Field out of reach of the receiver, and it will be 2nd down.
And again, without that, which is what makes them a big threat, without that, then, yeah.
5:13 and counting here in the first half.
You're going to struggle slightly. When
and I don't know if we missed it because we were looking at the field, but that was a deep pass on the fly from Twin to Kelly. Just missed a big play that we were just talking about and bring up 2nd and 10. But these Florida guys, even though they're not necessarily the guys that, they danced with to get here, they've got the speed, they've got the talent, and they've got the pedigree. And they're taking it to this really talented U defense here in the first half.
The snap on 2nd down. Twin in trouble. He is being chased. That's to Rogers Cromartie, who's an eligible receiver. DRC will get it back to the initial line of scrimmage. Lose a yard, actually, and it will be 3rd and 11 after the Nightcrawlers' offensive line. The cup runneth over, and...
Yeah, well, the grace and respect we saw earlier from J-Rock, maybe a cousin of DRC, not shown by Nick Mays there finishing the tackle. He was coming in with a vengeance. DRC thought he could maybe get a couple of extra yards on the spin move, saw the mean machine as he's known and as he's shown.
Crosland that made the
No, it was number 44, Nick Mays, that came and cleaned it up. And you gotta credit him getting back to the original line of scrimmage because that was great rush from White off the edge. 3rd and 11 for the Nightcrawlers as they're looking once again to find a way to get, whatever yardage they can. Flynn has shown at times that he can deliver the ball when he needs to, and DRC, obviously, we know what he can do.
Timeout call by the Nightcrawlers with 3:28 left to go in the first half.
Big drive for the Nightcrawlers to start this game. They actually started this game on the 3-on-1, so the U might have, if they time this right, if they get the ball back, they can run the clock down with a last possession of the half, and they'll start the second half with the 3-on-1. So a critical drive for the Nightcrawlers.
And a great game managing move by Ryan Shamar. Make the Nightcrawlers start with the ball, see what they're throwing at you, temper your expectations, and that allows you to recalibrate at half.
100%. And then you have the lead now comfortably. You get the ball at half and go crazy. Put the game away.
Everything
with Huff, with Crosland.
Yeah, and you kind of mentioned it.
Yeah.
99.9% of the things that could have went right today for the U have gone right for the U, including some of the things that are related to the weather maybe. But the 0.1% of things that happened is on that 3-on-1 throw-off. Maybe the most important key piece to getting back to the championship game, Quattro Huffin.
Have heard the wind just pick up significantly here in Asbury Park.
Well, I'm just looking at the temperature gauge. It was 93 to start the game. That cloud cover goes down to 73. Now it's back up to 87, and you see the American flag whipping in the wind. Welcome to the Jersey Shore.
And it will be 3rd down and 11.
And they had plenty of time in the huddle to design this play. Like to see some fireworks from the Nightcrawlers.
Twin rolls out, throws this one deep. Rogers Cromartie again tries to go for it in double coverage. Looking for the call, does not get it. 4th down.
And Dakari Mims with the breakup. He went up top one-handed to try to get something out of there. Couldn't get it, but completely stopped DRC from getting it at all. So
now the ball was just underthrown just a tiny bit.
I think he made the wrong read. I think he threw it to the wrong person. That was triple coverage.
Well, he's throwing it off his back foot with a rusher in front of him, and the U guys have gotten through every single time they wanted to against Flynn.
And the gentleman that they're saying was on the 49ers was wearing shades right now on the field, which is insane. He was wide open to the right.
Yeah,
could have made that throw.
I'm going to be honest. With a guy in your face, I'm not going to second guess the default. Just chuck it to DRC.
The Nightcrawlers, it seems like they've converted all but 1 4th down today, and that was on the first drive.
Let's see if they can do this one.
Oh, no, 2 4th downs, pardon me. The snap. 4th and 11. The throw. Intercepted!
That's Kyle Ward.
Kyle Ward. Oh, they'll say that's incomplete, but either way, that's great for the U. If it's incomplete, they get the ball.
That's better
if they're arguing over the INT, they're going to be about 11 yards, 10 yards away from where they want to be.
Yeah, you can see the old heads from the U that know football are talking to the young heads who want the stats. Listen, guys, if it's an incompletion, we get it further away. Further downfield.
This is the part of the year where you just care about winning. Stats don't matter. Math don't count.
You can clearly see the division. If guys are under the age of 26, they're looking for the stats.
You think so?
I think so. These whippersnappers, Rob, as I stand up here in the booth. Jeans.
Some people could argue that you like your stats, Corey.
Oh, I love my stats. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying. You're not 26.
Me and Cole just went over the stats. Over under 800 yards passing for LaCorey this year. Rob, what do you say? Over under.
We are at the 2-minute warning.
Hammer the over.
Here in Asbury Park. With 2 minutes left to go in the half, can the U put a punctuation mark on the first 30 minutes and set themselves up for the second half? We'll find out after this. It's the A7FL playoffs.
Message de Burger dans le noyau. Baissine avec 20 minutes, c'est qui vite font dry out. And voilà.
This is gonna taste all right.
see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Something amazing is happening here. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights and increased performance, giving them the scale to stay ready for whatever's next. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW. Something amazing is happening here. Inventory is practically moving itself, quickly and securely. Classrooms are getting more immersive. Data is powering insights and imagination. CDW partners with you to get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. Make amazing happen. CDW.
Get yourself some A7FL gear heading into the A7FL Championship. Go to a7fl.com/gear or berserkathletics.com. The easiest way, scan that QR code. Get some A7FL gear heading into the 2024 A7FL Championship, where it's East versus West. We've got t-shirts, we've got hats, we've got more, we've got jerseys, like the one from Corey Hammond's showing you, but it's green, so we can't show it to you because it's not going to look like that. Go to scan the QR code now. From Berserk Athletic, go to berserkathletics.com or a7fl.com/gear. Matt Ryan joined alongside Corey Hammond and Big Rob Fabien. And boys, the temperature is continuing to rise in Asbury Park, and the pressure for the Tampa Nightcrawlers.
Yeah, they've given us all that they've got. And we've seen a lot of great plays from the Nightcrawlers. Fans know what's going on, and the chat has kind of alluded to some of the goings on. But at the end of the day, we got a football game here, and at times felt like the Nightcrawlers could either keep it close or punch it in. First drive of the game, it was a tip drill, Rob, that either DRC was going to have or Cena was going to have, just out of their fingertips. And as great as their effort has been, their execution has been just a little off. Not so for the Paterson U. They're wearing the black jerseys. We talk about how hot it is, but it's really been their offensive game plan that has been on fire in this first half with 34 points on the Nightcrawlers defense.
It's really been their team that's been clicking on all cylinders, all fronts, defensive line. They've been able to keep them out of the end zone on all but one of their drives, and every drive they were able to stop them in the red zone, showing that it is very difficult for those guys to cross that 30-yard line and punch it in. And that's the identity of the U, and that's what any team in the playoffs would have to contend with, regardless of who's out there.
34-7 your score at halftime. Matt Ryan joined alongside Big Rob Fabien and Corey Hammond. And guys, it's weird seeing us all three in the same place where we're not on a couch. Sure. But let's talk about our 4 o'clock game. The Animals and the BIC. The BIC look to regain a championship they feel that they never really lost after losing in the 2023 playoffs to the Paterson U on what many called a contentious play. But with this game in front of them, is it a trap game? Or are we going to see the BIC do what they've done to every opponent so far this season as we prepare for the 3-on-1?
The Animals and the BIC are a quiet rivalry that I don't think anyone outside of the league or those teams can fully understand what's going on over there. It's going to be an intense game. David Tender has a lot to prove, but Kenny and the BIC guys are not here to joke around. They plan on being home by third quarter.
And it's time for the 3-on-1 throw-off. It'll be Rogers Cromartie throwing the ball. And it will be...
Looks like Kyle Ward on the return.
It will be Kyle Ward.
It's a dangerous man.
And that ball will bounce before the 25-yard line, so Kyle Ward will run it back from the 25. And not what you want here, Corey.
Well, especially because of what the Nightcrawlers are dealing with. You'd at least want to be able to pursue Kyle Ward without the running start Now, it's absolutely 100% going to be great field position for the U, but Cena, DRC, and company are going to have to make sure that they make the tackle, because we've seen what Kyle Ward can do in the open field, and he's getting another opportunity to start the second half.
The ball will run on a dead ball play from the 40 past the 50. And there's Kyle Ward cutting down the sideline. DRC can't catch him. Kyle Ward points at him. Touchdown.
Oh, no, they took it from him.
They call him out of bounds.
They stepped on the just a tiny bit maybe on that sideline. I don't know. But that is a break for the Nightcrawlers, because
I can't say I saw it.
Both Cena and DRC pulled up on that play because they've been asked to do a lot so far early here. Let's see. Oh, he did step out.
Yikes.
If he's walking a tightrope, he's falling.
Like a cop in a patrol car with the speedometer out, just catching Kyle Ward.
Yeah, Ryan Spadola, another former NFL guy on this field, just, wearing the zebra costume. 1st and 10 for Paterson.
They will load up the line. And there is the big D-Train. The D-Train running express past the 20-yard line and running past the initial the 12-yard line. Where
and if you can't go with a literal air horn, you can go with a metaphorical one.
Oh,
and
you
you
put
put
him down at the initial point of contact at the 19, so it'll be 2nd down.
And it just goes to show you, as you see D-Train in at running back, that's been now 5 different ball carriers for the U that have gotten first downs. Now, Cole, fact check me on that. Don't know if I'm out here lying on people. But great. Oh, not a first down, so I did lie. But that's what the U's going to do to end this game, and they have the personnel to do it. Let's see what the Nightcrawlers can do on 2nd and 2.
On 2nd and 2, they will hand it off again. That's
Mayweather.
on to Willie Mayweather. Willie Mayweather high-stepping like Dion in the Georgia Dome. Touchdown, Paterson.
And they fake it to D-Train, which causes the defense to collapse, and the scissor motion from Mayweather in front of Moon is all she wrote. Kelly can't make the open field tackle, and the U commanding 40-7 lead as basically this third quarter just started.
13:53 left, and we see the run again.
Phenomenal blocking. Good seal by Burton.
You got to make that one-on-one tackle, and you're not tackling a guy's wrists.
Not like Eastern.
Great move in the hole from Mayweather. Better stiff arm maybe, but it just shows what the U really has in their stable of backs is one guy after another can score on you. And Mayweather, Money Mayweather, making it rain here in hot Asbury Park. Booby Miles sighting at quarterback.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, he says.
Booby Miles, he may not be the ice cream truck, but that man is looking to bake here today in the Asbury sun.
Cooking.
Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
They're not showing the man dance.
Flag on the field. What happened?
Will Franklin is not happy with the, we'll say, toe tappery from Marcel Bates after the beautiful pass on the conversion to Ski.
Let them boys have fun, man.
Listen,
so they will have to retry the attempt.
Will Franklin was criticizing my wardrobe. Of course, he's going to criticize a dance move, but nothing to say about the pass. That's a dot on the slant.
Or the penalty will be assessed on the throw-off.
And the Nightcrawlers may have rode the storm up here, but it has been all Paterson U warning. The Tampa team not happy to see that familiar symbol from maybe a little bit south of them in Florida. As the U, 42-7, 13-11 left in the third. Kelly will take the 3-on-1 with an opportunity with no time off the clock to race that touchdown.
And for Kelly and the Nightcrawlers, this is a chance for them to change the polarity of this game. The fates have not been kind. The football gods not kind so far today. And not what you would want for this Nightcrawlers team. As they will go for the 3-on-1 throw-off, it'll be Croslin who will throw it off from the 35-yard line.
And no sky throw this time. He just launches it now.
That bounces out of play.
It'll be a touchback.
And that will count as a touchback, and they will see the Nightcrawlers return to the field.
Either that or Will Franklin's just flapping his armpits for some reason. I don't know.
It is very hot.
Yeah.
He's got to let him breathe a little bit.
Especially just that left one. We're getting to that point in the game, gentlemen.
That's where he carries the chip.
Exactly. Yep. That's why he's got that long towel draped down just in case.
That Berserk shirt is done.
Yeah, yeah. Shout outs to Thick Boy Season everywhere. No better player to wear the Thick Boy Season
than a Thick Boy
Berserk shirt on the sideline.
And it will be Twin at quarterback.
Go to berserk.com to get you
called by the U.
One just like it.
Interesting call here.
Both guys playing quarterback for this Nightcrawlers team have been effective at times. Now, DRC has had the interception, but he's had a lot of completions. He's also had a couple of receptions when they put Twin back there at quarterback. The problem is that the accumulation of pressure and the accumulation of responsibility on guys that are stepping up in the roles that they're not necessarily familiar with, it's tough sledding for the Nightcrawlers as they look to get something on the board here to start this third quarter.
Don't make your journey to empowering your natural hair a slog. Don't make that an opportunity to drag yourself down. Create an opportunity to empower yourself. Go to locticians.com. The snap on first down. Some beautiful hair and a beautiful play. And the Nightcrawlers. One wife. He's got a doctorate in thugonomics, but can he get to the end zone? Slips out of play at the 11-yard line. They'll mark it the 12. And the Nightcrawlers hit a big play, but it's not a home run. Little more like a triple. Let's see if they can get back on the board.
And when you got guys playing both sides of the ball in this heat, even if it's guys from Florida, against a team like the U, you need that home run play because it gets even more difficult when you get within the 30 and can't get it done. They just don't have the home run power.
Well, and Cena, for anyone looking at the stats in this game, Cena has been everywhere. Nice wide open on the route, so credit Cena to get open. And you may not be able to see John Cena, but Flynn, who's wearing Cena on his back, he might deserve a
They just exploited the mismatch between him and J-Rock, which, again, great. That's great. You know, you found a mismatch. But can you score?
Well, we're going to find out.
First down, 1st and 10, ball at the 12-yard line.
And the U very politely taking their time, moving the sticks. They're trying to figure it out over there. Shout outs to Hirsch.
Yeah, we got Hirsch out there.
Telling Jovito Sams what's up with it. And here's Flynn. Free play. Kyle Word makes the tackle in open field. We'll see what the call is.
Shout out to everybody watching in the chat. Love our fans. Love the audience. As it's 9:38 left to go. 9:45, pardon me. 42-7 your score.
I try to go quick screen to the bottom of our screen. Offside defense. Here's the near touchdown again. And Flynn has been covering his ground in today's game. Defense, offense, special teams. It's a big play to get down to where they're at now. And 1st and 5 from the 7. They still can get a first down.
Yeah, but the difficulty here is the same difficulty they've been running through all game. The U has been very stingy in the red zone.
But they go with the 4 wide, which might spread out the defense enough for Twin to find a seam to run.
Twin in trouble. The throw across his body. He catches it. Touchdown, Tampa.
And Twin makes a great throw to the middle of the field with guys in his face. Off his back foot, he finds Kelly. The air horn is blaring, and the Nightcrawlers score their 2nd touchdown of the game.
I don't know if I would be blowing the air horn at this point. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's the only gas they got left is the air in that tank.
Man. That's tough. That is tough.
But it's a great play here.
You give credit to the guys for even being
Goes
able
with
to
the
find a way.
OG Buck pump fake.
You know, they found a way. He held onto the ball. You know, Flynn gets it off with the pressure in his face. You got to give the guys credit for coming out here with 10 guys and getting it done in that way. But it's life.
And they'll go for the extra point here.
13-42.
Well, they got to chip away at it, and it's going to start here. Twin has been doing well. And he makes White miss.
Tries to spin it out to the back of the end zone, and that one will go out of play. So Tampa getting back on the board in their first attempt in the second half with 8:50 left to play. Corey, Rob, when we take a look at this, the U defense, much like the comments today, have been savage, but not a need to create any real concern right now. If you're the U, you feel very confident, you feel comfortable.
100%.
Is this a chance where you rotate in other guys? Is this?
I mean,
we saw the dynamic change in the start of the second half, the running backs, and that change in energy as the energy begins to shift as the BIC get prepared for their game at 4 o'clock. But when you look at the U right now with 8 minutes and counting in our third quarter, is this where you start to experiment? Will we see Carlos Crosland return behind center, or are they just going to park Moon there?
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. They've kind of been experimenting all game. They've been shifting guys in and out all game once they realized what this was and who they were dealing with. Carlos Crosland might as well get a couple of, warm-up snaps at quarterback, being that there's a potential that Huff might be out. So if I was him, I would get a little warm against a team like this to be prepared for, potentially having to face either the Animals or BIC next week.
And there's a lot of matchups that you could have where maybe they don't feel as confident going with somebody other than Huff at quarterback, but look no further than last year's playoff run.
Going horn for horn.
Last time that they beat the BIC with someone other than Huff at QB. Here's Kyle Ward making a first man miss. Kelly, who has the touchdown, not able to bring him down.
Takes two to make it, and DRC.
Why is he staring at him? DRC is just,
waiting to see
in a
what
ready
happens.
position, just staring at him.
Is that like an intimidation hockey or something? Shout out to my One Piece fans. I don't know. That's not even in hockey, is it? Am I even saying it right?
No, you are. You got it.
DRC wearing a straw hat, making him just stare down. Go down!
In terms of tournament of power situations, for the Paterson U, they have to feel really confident right now moving on.
Listen, the Paterson U is not responsible for anything that they're not responsible for.
Of course.
They play who comes to the field, and they got to deal with whatever's out here.
And also, let's talk about how the Nightcrawlers have been pushing the pace this game and not giving up. They have been resilient.
I mean, they have to be. They chose to come out here like this. They have to show us something.
Here's Hard Body on the handoff.
Oh. And Marcus McKinney. Hard Body finds the seam! And if you are a fan of the 3CS, you will know some points are made there. Touchdown Paterson as a sign of respect from Hard Body as he gets a little bit of the vibe on a Sunday.
Well, that's a great run. Most of the time when you press the hole like that, you're not going to go cut back and then cut back to the outside. But Hard Body, having the patience, he allows the hole to open up because he presses the outside, forces the defense to converge, nothing there, and cuts it back, nothing there, then it cuts it right back up the middle of the field. Look at his play.
Respectfully, it's not just about having the patience. It's knowing the opponent and where their Gatorade meter is.
Yeah, that Gatorade meter.
Listen, everybody on the Nightcrawlers right now, their meters are blinking. You got to take your finger off the turbo button. They are cooked right now.
Well, they can't when they're chasing down a guy like Hard Body.
Bro, they're done. Energy-wise, there's nothing there. They're trying their best at running on fumes. And Hard Body and the U, they're still in full form.
Here's Marcel Bates back at quarterback. To the Miller brother! It's Miller time!
Gotta love it.
Boy season, the T-shirt, the lifestyle, A7FL.com/gear. One of the Miller brothers turning the U back into the 50 boys as they continue to build their lead.
50-13. I mean,
now, if you're looking for a tent for the winter, Berserk.com, you can get yourself a Thick Boy season jersey of maybe one of the Miller brothers or Marcel Bates.
You can go to BerserkAthletics.com or you can go to Tape Me Up. You can get taped up like a pro. Professional athletic training services to athletes of all sports and ages. Head on over to tapemeup.net. That's tapemeup.net. Or scan the QR code now to get your cleats spatted, get your ankles taped, get yourself taped up like a pro at tapemeup.net.
Here's two stats from Cole Gardello. One is actually from Cole, and I'm just throwing him under the bus for the second. Guys, that is the most combined weight from a pass completion this season in the 10th season of the A7FL. So shout-outs to Thick Boys everywhere.
That's
Pause.
Insane.
And, guys, 9 ball carriers for the Paterson U. They've been dominant on the ground today, and here's Carlos Crosland in the air on the 3-on-1 with Dominique Rogers-Cromartie. DRC looking to make something happen on the return.
Unit has had some solid success today. That'll bounce out of the back of the end zone. And that'll be a touchback.
And again, you see the talent, the arm talent, especially from Carlos Crosland, and his ability to absolutely send a football long distances. And if you're the Paterson U, is the most integral play of your season a failed sky throw attempt from Quattrell Huffin earlier in this game that leads him to limping on the sideline in the second half, guys?
That is, nobody wanted that. I feel like for the BIC, they want the U at their best. They want to stand across from Huff. No one wants to cash any checks this year that haven't been paid in full.
Well, nobody. There's a certain whole other side of a country maybe, but here's Twin in at quarterback. Sorry, Matt.
The snap, the screen, the DRC. There's that matchup again, and DRC will get past the 30, and it'll be first down at the 31.
And this isn't a fact that you can't go look up yourself. You know, you could definitely go look it up. But last time the U was able to beat BIC, Quattrell Huffin wasn't the quarterback.
Oh, and how many times last season were they able to do so?
That season specifically, they beat them 2 times, if I'm not mistaken.
Twice. So it's not
a complete
out of the realm of possibilities. But what I will say this:
BIC does have to get past the Animals with their second chance at life here.
Speaking of the 4 o'clock game, shout-outs to Thanos David Tender, making his way back in the timeline. Here's Twin.
Out of reach of Flynn, and it will be second down.
You called him Thanos David Tender?
To put into context, earlier in this off season, he made a post, said that he was going to be Thanos, put his marketable face on the screenshot.
I've seen all of it.
And since it's an alternate timeline, David Tender, he's coming back and he's got no Infinity Stones, but he's got that big, huge, whatever weapon thing.
This is my favorite meme he did was, you couldn't live with your decisions, and where did that bring you?
Back
to
here.
Me to put him in the playoffs at 4 p.m.
And like I said on the podcast, if there is an Avengers team in this league, is it KWAC and BIC, the Avengers in Christ, the brothers in Christ, BIC, taking on A7FL Thanos here at 4 o'clock. Coming up right on this field, guys.
3 wide receiver set. The snap by Twin. Pressure, the throw downfield. Rogers Cromartie couldn't catch it in stride, and it will be third down.
If you're BIC, you got to love to see how many open receivers have been downfield for the Nightcrawlers today. But the just out of the reach throw from Twin, got to be killing them. They had DRC on the post. If he catches that, it's another easy score. But it looks like this third quarter is going to tick down pretty low, even if they get this third down off. And if you're the Nightcrawlers, maybe you do take it to the quarter if you get a chance.
I mean, the weather's going to start affecting them. The numbers are going to start affecting them. The way the U bullies is going to start affecting. That's what happens in the third quarter. You either adjust or you bust.
Last play of this quarter.
And the snap,
Twin.
the roll, the toss caught, and that will set up fourth down as the third quarter will come to an end here in Asbury Park. 3 quarters down, 15 minutes left to go. Tampa looking to get another 6 on the board. We'll be back in just a few moments with our fourth quarter. We'll continue to roll here on from Asbury Park Stadium in Asbury Park, New Jersey. Matt Ryan joined alongside Big Rob Fabien and Corey Hammond. Rob, as we look into our 4 o'clock game, if you haven't seen the Trenton BIC yet, and let's talk to Dan Giesling's audience because they'll be joining us on the Creator Sports Network at 4 o'clock.
Nice.
And we'll hopefully have Dan, as we always do, at halftime. When you are watching the Trenton BIC for the first time, you've heard us talk about Ashante Worthy, you've talked about Sterry Codrington, and it looks like this game is all over. We have called it here in Asbury Park, so we'll talk more about the 4 o'clock game and the road to the A7FL Championship on the other side of this. We'll take a brief time out. It's the A7FL playoffs on A7FL.TV. The U will move back to the semifinals for the first time since 2022. We'll have more after this.
Zerk. Is your content marketing drifting away? Unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get Scene.
Message de burger dans le Montréal. BIC every 20 minutes, ce qui est trop dry out. And voilà.
This is gonna taste all right.
Never just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here. To help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Something amazing is happening here. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights and increased performance, giving them the scale to stay ready for whatever's next. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW. Something amazing is happening here. Inventory is practically moving itself, quickly and securely. Classrooms are getting more immersive. Data is powering insights and imagination. CDW partners with you to get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. Make amazing happen. CDW.
We are back live on A7FL.TV. We want you to join us in Asbury Park for the 10th anniversary of the A7FL. It is Sunday, July 21st. Go to A7FL.com/championship. That's A7FL.com/championship. Use the code A7FL25 for 24 hours. You get 25% off of your tickets to the A7FL Championship. Go to A7FL.com/championship. That's A7FL.com/championship to join us for a homecoming on July 21st. I'm Matt Ryan, joined alongside Corey Hammond and Big Rob Fabien, and Rob had to step out for a second. Corey, as the sun shines down on us inside the shipping container, the Paterson U find themselves back in the semifinals, their first time appearing in what we are calling the Eastern Conference Finals, first time seeing them in the semis since 2022. What is it that is going to set the Paterson U up? If you were trying to predict why the Paterson U could win the A7FL Championship without Quattrell Huffin, what today showed us that?
Well, it's the depth of their offensive and defensive lines, Matt. And A7FL, the 10th season, Season X, a lot of times has been thick boy season. And we're going to see it here again today with maybe an MVP candidate, maybe the presumptive MVP at this point, Dave Valley, lining up for the brothers in Christ at offensive line. But what I saw today, even though there's obvious things that surround this game to kind of lead to the outcome we were at, is that when the U decided to pound the rock, they have the offensive line and the running backs to do it. So without Huff, maybe they're forced into the proper scheme and the proper game plan, which is we're going to run the ball whenever we want, and Moon is more than capable on the play action to the wide receivers that they have.
And, Corey, as we take a step back literally and metaphorically, we look at our 4 o'clock game with the BIC and the Animals. I talked to Rob before the break. I didn't get his answer. We'll get his answer at the start of the broadcast. But if you were watching the Trenton BIC for the first time, and you've heard about Ashante Worthy, you heard about Sterry Codrington, who on this team today are you looking to be the standout performer Is it someone on the defense? Is it someone like a Pac Money, who we've seen as a dangerous returner in this league, especially for the BIC this season? What are the things that first-time viewers of the BIC are going to want to see?
Well, what you're going to want to pay attention to is how great the offense is. But I think even if you're just a fringe fan of the A7FL, you know those names.
Yeah.
We mentioned those names, including Dave Valley at offensive line. On the defense, it's their secondary, because they do have the pass rushers to take care of business in the pass rush aspect of this game. As we look at, the offense with Sterry Codrington, Kason Campbell, Umar Butter-Lewis, Courage, Mosey, the names go on and on. But on the defensive side of the ball, a former Animal in Sierra Hancock, who I think is going to have a big game today, H3, Dwan, and whoever else ends up playing corner for BIC, they have been locked down all season. And if you're going to be a team that wants to win a game like this against a quarterback like David Tender, you're going to want to make those plays.
And we talked about Ashante Worthy, considered by most fans to be the current greatest player in the history of the league. And we have players like Daryl Verges, who we might see today step on the field for the BIC. My 3CS team really hopes for it.
Yeah.
But Ashante Worthy is the prototype of what you want in an A7FL player. Dynamic returner, amazing receiver.
And then there's Trey Robinson.
Trey Robinson, a 12, he's played in Pennsylvania, went out to Nevada, played with the Pit Bosses to win a Nevada Fall Championship in 2023, then joined the Insomniacs, won the national championship last year in Bullhead, and now this year, you see that battle in Bullhead. He was battling against the Nightcrawlers. Now Robinson wants to win another national championship, this time as a member of the Trenton BIC across the river from his hometown in Pennsylvania. And you've got just so much effort here. Robinson as a returner, and just so much.
Yeah, he can really do it all. He's a running back. He's a slot wide receiver. You see him on the extra points. He's taken over that CP3 role at quarterback. And he's also been playing defense, guys.
And the Animals defense is the tone setter here.
There's Missile.
The Missile being up a big part of it. We've not talked much about the Animals defense as much as we've had to talk about the Animals offense, because historically, the conversation's been reversed. We've talked about prior to the season how dogged that Animals defensive line is, how much effort they give, but they've been outshined by the offense this season. But going up against the Paterson U and putting up this kind of defensive performance, this wasn't an outlier for them, but the problem may extend when BIC step back and those wide receivers start to spread the field.
Well, we're going to see what guys like Ghost does and how much of a two-way situation is happening for the Animals. They have guys like Divine Epps, who's going to be huge, because even though you saw the elite open field tackle from number 30 for the defense, Missile, I think it's going to really be more on these skill guys for the Animals, keeping up and maintaining space with not only great wide receiver threats in Ashante Worthy, Kason Campbell, Umar Butter-Lewis, and even the tight end Quincy Davis. It's going to be how they can contain a running quarterback like Sterry Codrington, who is more dangerous maybe than any other player in this entire league at that position when he decides to run the ball. So, great matchup set here, and we're headed out to break, Matt.
And we will take a brief time out, and on the other side of this, we will count you down just under 40 minutes till throw-off. It's BIC and Animals, the countdown to throw-off. We're live. It's A7FL.TV.
Go berserk.
Content marketing drifting away? Unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get seen. Is your content marketing drifting away? Unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get seen. Is your content marketing drifting away? Unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get seen. Is your content marketing?
Something amazing is happening here. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights and increased performance, giving them the scale to stay ready for whatever's next. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW. Something amazing is happening here. Inventory is practically moving itself, quickly and securely. Classrooms are getting more immersive. Data is powering insights and imagination. CDW partners with you to get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. Make amazing happen. CDW.
We're snacking down on the countdown to throw off Matt Ryan, Corey Hammond here as the sun shines down, as the team from the Sunshine State is no longer in the A7FL playoffs, but a dogged effort by the Tampa Nightcrawlers. But let's talk about the quarterback matchup in our next game. You know, we have the time ring in our hand. We're in the Jeremy Baramy timeline. David Tender going up against Sterry Codrington is a matchup we've wanted to see all season. We didn't see it when the BIC played the Animals in the regular season, but today in Asbury Park, we get a chance to see what may be Sterry 2.0. Some people may think that. What do you think, Corey?
A little bit of a difference in the way that they attack. Sterry's definitely faster, in my opinion. Now, I don't know. I've never seen them race. David Tender more has that kind of sneaky speed, but they do have the ability to beat you in both ways. What I love about David Tender's game so far, especially in the previous playoff game we've seen him this year, is his ability and confidence in making quick decisions. Because sometimes, guys, even if you make the wrong decision, if you make it on time, if you make it with confidence, you could still make that play happen. But on the other side, it's the experience and the explosiveness of not only Sterry Codrington, but the wide receiving core that he has to work with. And Matt, when you're talking about quarterback play in the A7FL, I may be talking about it, but what you're doing is you're watching it with these two guys. And we just saw two guys put up valiant efforts for the Nightcrawlers. We saw two guys in Kareem Moon and Huff show effective ways of handing the ball off in our previous game. But in this game, in this matchup, it's going to be two quarterbacks pretty much dueling head-to-head, back and forth to see who's going to come out on top of this matchup.
So, to me, that seems like everything else is going to have to be amplified. The secondary for both of these teams are going to have to completely have razor-sharp focus not only on the person they're covering, but the quarterback. Because at any moment, Sterry or Tender can break away from the pack and run downfield. We saw it in those highlights. If you are a defensive coordinator, who are you more excited to game plan against as someone who understands quarterbacks? Who are
you excited to game plan against? Or who would you rather just not?
But that's what I mean. Is like, who's the guy out of the two? You're like, okay, I don't have him. I can work on beating this guy.
Well, if I'm Ken Stansbury, which I'm not, as you've noticed.
Really?
If I'm Ken Stansbury in BIC, what I know is I have corners that can cover long enough that if you can put pressure on David Tender, you might be able to force the wrong decisions even quicker than maybe he's even ready himself to make it. The problem is that if you're going to commit to pressure, those rushers better make sure that they get the quarterback down on that first pass, because if David Tender's out in open field, he's just as dangerous as a runner as Sterry Codrington, especially when given the fact that if BIC is going to go man for man, their corners are going to have their back turned to the quarterback once he breaks free. If you're the Animals, you're looking at your roster and you're thinking, what can I have Manny Diaz do? What can I have Ghost do? What can I have Divine Epps do to make sure that if Sterry Codrington turns the corner, I have somebody that's built speed for speed to maybe even catch him from behind, which is almost impossible.
And that's where
but an open
like
space,
Zaire Hancock a year ago would have definitely been a player, or Isaac Gomez could have come off the edge for this Animals defense and really set the tone. But now they're wearing the BIC blue.
They're not wearing the Animals white.
One thing that we talked about on the 3-on-1 podcast was the possibility that these guys, when they made the move to the BIC, wouldn't be key players. That Trey Robinson, Isaac Gomez, Zaire Hancock, guys that were considered top players on the Animals and the Nightcrawlers and the Insomniacs, respectively, they have found key roles here. Kenny Stansberry, Ashanti Worthy, Sterry Codrington, K-Wack, these guys have found players who can immediately play an impact role, and obviously Dave Valley, the offensive lineman.
Yeah,
we've talked about him this season ad nauseum. But there's something about the way he plays, and we could talk about the line play in this league, especially the top two teams in Nevada, one of which sick with it. We're going to see that offensive line on full display tonight at 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Pacific, right here on A7FL.TV.
Well, and you mentioned the Animals defectors on BIC. Zaire Hancock, one of the top corners in today's game, based on his play this season, but also his play last season with the Animals. And Isaac Gomez, who's a running back, returner, is integral on the 3-on-1 coverage team as well so far this season. They've both found their roles. Now, what happened the last time the Animals and BIC played is BIC knew that those guys are former Animals, and they gave them plenty of opportunities to prove who they were to their former team. I think that we're going to see that, especially from Baby Joker, who's taking a little bit of a back seat, especially on offense. He's a dynamic playmaker when he's given the opportunity at times. And for this Animals team, even though we've seen them replace him with guys like Ghost and guys like Divine Epps that can make the plays themselves, almost, no loss in ability with the replacement there, it's part of who BIC is to reward a guy for taking that lesser role and saying, hey, this is your game, Baby Joker. Isaac Gomez, go make something happen. And I think the last time these two teams played, he had 3 rushing touchdowns on the game, all of them with Dave Valley pulling in front of him, clearing huge holes against this Animals defense. So for me, as much as the offenses are going to be featured, the Animals defense is really who's on notice right now, because they're going to need to hold BIC from scoring their usual 40, 50, 60, 70 points. And the last time we saw the Animals defense, they let up 71. So have they had the time to maybe correct that? Sure. But I think having David Tender here to maybe change up what they do on offense a little bit with more of a running game.
He does carry a lot of the spirit and energy. He is truly a leader on that team, and that's not taking anything away from the Santisteban brothers or any of the vets that helped build that team, or even a Jay Rolla, who, when you say his name to certain people in this league, they're like, nah, I'm good. I'm going home. Yeah. I'm catching the next bus or the next train out of Asbury Park. Like, that's what we're doing. But we'll talk more about that Animals offense and get you set for our next game, and we'll also preview our 8 o'clock Pacific game between SIC and OTT. We'll take a brief time out here, and we'll reset. We're counting down to throw off. We're mere minutes away from the BIC and the Animals. Can the Animals get a second chance, or can the BIC get it back in blood? We'll find out after this. It's the A7FL playoffs on A7FL.TV.
berserk. Be unique. Be creative. Go berserk.
Message de Burger dans le voyant. Baissine every 20 minutes to keep it from drying out. And voila.
This gonna taste all right.
Never just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here. To help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Where could reinvention take your business? Accenture, let there be change.
See it? Can we see a dinosaur? Say it.
Hey Google, take me to the Natural History Museum.
Display it. That's tech, according to the 2024 Nissan Rogue.
Something amazing is happening here. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights and increased performance, giving them the scale to stay ready for whatever's next. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW. Something amazing is happening here. Inventory is practically moving itself, quickly and securely. Classrooms are getting more immersive. Data is powering insights and imagination. CDW partners with you to get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. Make amazing happen. CDW.
We're back. We're back live here on A7FL.TV. Join us on July 21st for the A7FL National Championship as a team from Nevada will take on quite possibly one of these two teams, the BIC or the Animals. They have a date with the Paterson U after the U defeated the Nightcrawlers earlier today. You can join us and get 25% off the championship at A7FL25. Use the code A7FL25 at A7FL.com/championship. The BIC and the Animals are getting ready on the field, and Corey Hammond, when we talk about the BIC offense, the running game doesn't really get as heralded as much as the passing game. But the addition of Trey Robinson, the addition of Stephen Jones, Courage Mozzie, possibly in the lineup today for the BIC, Daryl Verges, Hirsch, they have a lot of weapons at running back that they can put at their disposal today against that really tough Animals front line.
Yeah, and they have the offensive line to really put any of the running backs that they have out there and get a lot of yardage. What's interesting to me is that the best version of the BIC offense at times, not always because they can run the ball, is this wide open pass game because of their depth at wide receiver and the danger that Sterry Codrington poses when you have to cover those wide receivers in the route, leaving open space for him to run around and pick up running yardage himself with. I always liken it to how the Golden State Warriors in basketball kind of changed the paradigm with the three-point shot, when you spread the defense out and you could attack them with more dangerous plays that can get more dangerous yardage and dangerous opportunities for a big play, it's almost like taking more three-pointers. And when Sterry Codrington is basically your best option to run the ball with the corners back turn covering Ashanti Worthy, Umar Butter-Lewis, and Kason Campbell, it's interesting when they go to that spread offensive setup, how effectively they can run the ball, Matt.
And we take a look at some classic footage, and just the hard-hitting action.
This is, shows it in the 10th season of the A7FL, some of our roots where this league comes from. We're talking about 10 years ago. There's Sean Thomas, ST.
And when we talk about the legacy of this league, we see guys like Sean Thomas, Corey, obviously you and Rob have been a part of the league since before its inception, being a part of Town Beef. Heading into our 10th championship, seeing the rise from playing and taking hits like that to having Caffeine and the A7FL be partners, being internationally seen on DAZN every week, just to have an actual field that we have where it's not midnight run.
Well, we have tons of fans all over the world watching us on Caffeine, A7FL.TV, DAZN across the pond. This is where the roots of this league started, is guys just playing football. 7-on-7, full contact, no pads. There's a Kareem Moon sighting. You see how shifty he is there.
What players from this generation of the A7FL, Corey, could you say, aside from players like Kareem Moon, who obviously are a part of the league now, who from back in the day would you want to pull from a time machine?
Well, you just saw him make the catch there as ST number 3 for that blue team. He is a high school teammate. It's okay. Sayreville Bombers all over the place. And that looks like he was Steelers, SWG, one of the big-time players back then.
It's like this is going on.
There's Sean Thomas.
The A7FL.
Sean Thomas had a D1 scholarship as a punter to Tennessee if he kept the grades up. And that's what our league is.
The opportunity for people who want to play play against good competition.
There he is, ST. If you could create a time warp and bring this man into our league, he would be a household name in a second.
If you could put him on any team, what team would it be?
Mine? I'm putting him on my team. He's making the plays. And there's another Mr. I do this. You spit back in the day. This is just hear us at the A7FL getting nostalgic with some of the big-time playmakers in this league's history. But it just goes to show you, from the grass and glass era in the backyards of New Jersey, now coast to coast of Vegas division. Yes, Vargas, it was a catch. Here's Moose Spit. The original Thick Boy season. Look at his dime.
Just right into the pocket.
And there he is, Sean Thomas again.
I think that was the first field I ever called an A7FL game on.
Yeah, we're going back into the way back. That's Roselle Park Field, 2019. Matt Ryan walks in to the concession stand to call a championship game. Immortals robs the U.
Everyone since then is like, why?
Why? This is why. SWG, the South Ward Gators, and Moose Spit. There's Big White, the tight end. Another Sayreville product.
And
that's a theme here. Get off me.
Ryan DePaul just has Sayreville guys, Guyz.
I'm a Sayreville guy. You don't see my highlights. Not anymore, anyway. But I'm still active, so there you go.
It's for players who don't play in the league anymore, Corey. It's all right.
Well, the good players is the way I would frame it.
But we are counting down to throw off. We are 15 minutes away from the start of this broadcast as we get into our second game. Big Rob Fabien joining us back up here in the booth.
There's Corey Hammond.
Hot out there.
There's Corey Hammond. Old Renegades Corey Hammond. Eddie Pettiote. Petty Eddie.
Petty Eddie.
And Rob, we're just having a bit of
Big
a reminiscence.
Andre Haynes. Yeah, I guess we're going Sayreville here.
That's the highlights that Ryan would have.
Of course.
Yeah, it's in his Sayreville guys folder. On
Well, yeah, by the way, it's against the U. Shout-outs to the Paterson U.
But Rob,
making their way into the final round of this Eastern Conference playoffs.
You were just out on the field talking with people. What's the vibe right now from who you've been talking to as we get ready for the top of the hour?
Juan Williams thinks he is at the top
of Defensive Player of the Year.
Yes.
Yeah, he's still riding that horse, huh?
Yeah, he is.
He had a 3-touchdown game
stats
week
and
1.
Info, looking
He's been
at
holding on to a thread.
I told him it's not bad.
Well, he has the 3 touchdowns week 1. He's got the orb, I guess, week 1.
I mean, it looks good.
Well, as we go from old names and old film to the new names of this league, Sterry Codrington on BIC's making a case for being the best quarterback in this league, making a case for MVP himself this year. He's taking on maybe the presumptive Rookie of the Year if it's not Dave Valley. In Dave Tender. Definitely marketable, Rob, right?
Oh,
definitely a new name in this league.
So, Rob,
and definitely looking to pull the upset here today.
I asked you that question about 55 minutes ago, but when you're looking at the BIC and when you're looking at what's in front of you, we talked about Sterry, we talked about Ashante, Corey gave his opinion. Who are the 2 playmakers that you haven't heard about on this BIC team that are going to have a big game today?
Oh, wow, 100% H3 Frazier. H3 Frazier is an unsung monster on this BIC defense. Rookie, has the confidence of a 3-4 year vet, solid football IQ, and he's been making an impact all year for this BIC defense. And another guy I would say for BIC that's probably not really getting maybe as much love as he should get, I think Trey.
We talked about Trey Robinson.
I mean, those are 2 guys that we both named.
But I think Trey is one of those guys that we name him because he has a name rather than actually seeing that he's been very impactful.
Well, and he's basically been the utility knife for BIC.
Impactful.
If they need a safety to play safety, he's been playing it. He's played DN this year.
Right.
He's played running back. He's played quarterback. He's returned the ball. He's covered returns. And he's basically shown that his love of football and his love of the A7FL spans coast to coast, team to team, champion to potential champion, as he is really the only player, the only defending champion yet to lose a game this year, Rob.
Honestly, yeah, he's been.
Because as a reminder, the Insomniacs have lost a game this year, Rob.
And Trey Robinson hasn't lost since Fall Brawl 2023
against the Kryptonite.
Insane.
In the regular season because he won the fall chip.
Yeah.
Oh, he did win the fall chip.
As people canoe and paddle their way across the Asbury River on a slowly breezier day here in Asbury Park, New Jersey. It has gotten way nicer. Matt Ryan joined alongside Big Rob, Fabien.
Now, I'm pretty sure it's an urban legend, but there's supposed to be like an American crocodile roaming around in those waters. They better be careful.
Oh, that was Jay Roller running a 40.
Oh, that was Jay Roller.
That was definitely Jay Roller running a 40.
Oh, so the urban legend you're saying is Jay Rolla is in the swamps of Jersey,
and that's what I spoke to Jay Roller as well, who thinks that I am on a secret mission to come back and play in the A7. And I can tell you guys faithfully, at 35 years old, that ship has sailed. I am cooked, buddy.
There's Jay Rolla, a former BIC standout. He's made his name in this league well before people wanted to ever tackle him, and they still don't. So if he's one of the guys for the Animals that has to really make a statement and step up, we saw in the first matchup as he is not the guy you want.
I was drinking water during that, and I almost spat it all over my mic watching Corey.
That's not Corey.
Oh,
that's not you?
That's not me. I never played for Ryan's Cardinals. He never invited me.
If you really peek, you see Big Rob blocking for Jay Roller there somewhere.
Then that's Virgie's pushing him in, keeping him in. He can play quarterback if he has to. Look at that move.
I think I'm there.
Peeling off blockers.
He was a force. Jay Roller was a force for a very long time.
He's about to kill me there.
What is the role of Jay Rolla on this Animals team this season, in your opinion, Rob?
It's to add that toughness factor, because Jay Roller is still, even if he's not who he was 10, 8, 6 seasons ago, he's still him, and he's still able to give you that 5 to 6 yard bursts where if he
Yeah.
tackles you, it's gonna hurt.
He's
you
still
don't really want contact.
He's
with a guy
still
like
approximately 6 foot, 275 pounds of
Muscle.
mean,
all muscle,
of just nasty,
built like
all
a brick
muscle.
wall.
And
natural athlete, always had this bodybuilder-esque physique. He can play multiple sports, can do backflips. He posted a video of himself doing backflips.
And he's also, guys, Boston Omega.
Corey's former teammate.
The furthest Boston Omega
BIC with the fro.
are the
Slamming
Animals guys. Now listen, Jay Rolla sees himself as a quarterback, running back, playmaker, but I think his best position right now is at D tackle, and if he can stand up to Dave Valley in the trenches in this game, it's going to go a long way to stopping BIC's ability.
Be a really interesting matchup.
Well, and it is the rematch, and I was kind of alluding to it because the first time these guys met in the trenches, mixed reviews. You asked Jay Rolla, he dominated him.
And you asked Dave Valley in the film.
I don't know. Maybe we look at the film. Where was this quarterback handing it off?
Wow.
By the way, Jay Rolla thought he would be the quarterback on this team, too.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Ask him. This is in the Hurricane. This was the Jay Rolla game. I said, hey, Rolla, just get 200 yards. Nobody's going to tackle you.
No one.
We're talking about hurricane-type conditions. I was not throwing a ball.
Monsoon out there.
Here you go,
Did
buddy.
I play here?
Of course. You'll be in there.
Look at that.
You'll be in there.
That reminds me of the Snow Tribe BIC Thunderstorm game from last season.
Yeah.
When they ran in and wet everything.
And,
ruined
our floor and took all of our snacks.
There's
the
Chris
Snow
Hunter.
Tribe took all of our snacks.
There's Jay Rolla.
I don't usually play in these conditions.
You really are persnickety about
You're right
where
there,
and
Rob.
where
Look
you
at your
play.
face.
You Diva Bobby.
I'm definitely a diva.
It says Big Rob on your back. It says it on your face.
I don't usually play in those conditions.
You were 30 years old this year.
I must have been.
Maybe even 29.
No, 30 was during.
I was 31, I think.
CVID 19, so I don't think. I was there
that
for
was during the Back in Motion tournament. Oh, my God.
That was during Sally's. This is 17?
Yeah, this is 17.
I was 27.
Oh, my goodness.
Turning 28.
I was out of shape, man. I should have been in better shape if I wanted to be good.
Look at that. Big Rob.
Look at Kenny Stansberry and a little bit too much of him, honestly.
It looks like we're talking about building an all-decade team in honor of the championship, and we have a veterans committee. Big Rob's a part of it. When you see footage like that, who do you want on that all-decade team? If you had the autonomy to pick just like 3 names off the top of your head.
Vergie's Courage.
Does Vergie's make the all-decade team, even though he is one of the best players to ever play in this league by ability and statistics per game? Yeah. Does he have the career stats? Because he's not been in the league for as long as you might remember, because a lot of those years was pre-A7. I think Courage obviously is the back.
Courage is the A7 back, but without Vergie's, Courage doesn't succeed. And I want you to see it. Take a look at the footage. Vergie's was forcing teams were being stationary back then. You see that?
Yeah, you want to know the stat line for this man?
That, right?
11 carries.
I want you to pay attention. Teams were waiting for him.
Yeah.
And he changed defenses because teams, look at that. These guys were waiting for him to get there.
Yeah, guess what? I was on this team. Not playing defense, by the way. 11 carries, 9 touchdowns. The only time he did not score were times he ran out of bounds. He was not tackled once in this game. Yeah, you know how I know this game by heart? Rob, I threw for 500 in that game.
And he still smoked you. Look at me blocking like a champ.
still smoked you.
Look at that. And look at the floor.
He's kicking up dust.
His steps are too late. Like, the floor doesn't even recognize his steps.
He walks like an anime character.
He definitely makes the all-decade team, in my opinion. This specific year, he was a monster this year. I think the only team that was to beat us that year was a merged SWG Bombers team.
Yep.
That is pretty much the
because that was going to be the caveat.
Yeah, the all-town beef monsters.
As great as this former NFL practice squad standout
Tejon Webster in the chat saying Vergie's doesn't make the all-decade team, and Tejon is a part of the veteran committee. He makes the all-town beef team.
Yeah, no,
which is basically like the legend. Well, if you want to look at it in stages, because you have to look at. Because the league's only 10 years old, but we have so much prehistory.
And in 2016, Vergie's was on that team.
It's like when you form an NBA team, where does a guy in Derrick Rose fall, because not a similar situation.
But you're telling me the guy we're watching on highlights here, we won't put him on. Come on.
Well, let's go to Derrick Rose Chicago Bulls MVP season. There's very few NBA point guards that have ever played that great. It's just the amount of time that he was doing it. Technically, is the only thing that you could take away from this young man.
I think the argument comes down to how impactful how impactful you were in the time you were a primary player.
Right.
Against the totality of your work. And I think those are the two sides
shout out
of the
to Bobby
argument.
Newman in the chat.
And if I just describe to you that Vergis is responsible for the way guys play defense right now, I think his impact is kind of felt where guys weren't attacking. When Vergis did that, they ended up starting to attack, which now opens up the world for Courage, because if you attack Courage, his stop and go side to side is insane. And then you have Courage doing what he does to people.
Well, let's do a little bit of a preview of what will actually become official later. We got the running backs, Courage, Daryl. Let's talk about the quarterbacks. Who makes the quarterback?
That's not easy. That's not.
I think it's Huff. I think it's probably the short lift is Huff. Sterry's made a case.
An all BIC team?
No,
all decade
A7 team in the A7. It's got to be Huff at the top of the list. I would put Alcya Gross, Woog, up there.
Woog's up there.
Is absolutely a contender.
But how do you deny what Codrington has done since his inception?
Well, you don't deny it. The only thing you say is that how many A7FL championships has Sterry Codrington won in his short career?
And we'll answer that question and get you ready. The two teams are doing the coin toss. On the other side of this is throw off. Get your snacks, get your friends. That's what we're doing. Get your group chat ready. BIC Animals Tournament of Power next.
Message de bœuf est dans le broyant. Dessiné avec 20 minutes, c'est qui vite font dry out. Et voilà.
This is gonna taste all right.
Just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Something amazing is happening here. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights and increased performance, giving them the scale to stay ready for whatever's next. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW. Something amazing is happening here. Inventory is practically moving itself, quickly and securely. Classrooms are getting more immersive. Data is powering insights and imagination. CDW partners with you to get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. Make amazing happen. CDW.
We know what it takes to be reaching the top. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Turning the track up, I'll never go back down. Hand over my heart, I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
here's the difference between David Tender and most guys that play in the A7FL at the quarterback position. With guys in his face, guys draped on him, he's still able to make an attempt that could potentially have gone for a touchdown, and he just misses Manny Diaz. He has a really rare ability, guys, and you can see it play in and play out for the Animals.
And just to reset, I'm Matt, that's Rob, that's Corey. Our mics were off because, well, we broke them because we were so excited for the action. But with 13:55, 2nd and 10, Tender will bring the ball to the line of scrimmage. Morgan will set up in the slot.
That's an interesting call.
Call off the hands, and a little late on the touch there, but he won't get called. That's number 19, Zaire Hancock, in on the coverage.
His former team guarding their number 1 receiver, which is, again, I'm impressed by how BIC likes to play these mind games. They're putting Zaire on Manny, which I wouldn't have thought would be the case. And it's not to say Zaire's skills aren't there. I just always looked at H3 as the premier corner on that BIC team.
And he even goes across the field to make sure that he's on him. And then it's Trey Robinson on Quani Morgan as they go trips to the bottom of your screen. Interesting matchups, but really it's going to be the rushers against Tender.
3rd down. Morgan breaks away from Robinson, and that man is a ghost, and he breaks away from the defender, and there is Quani Morgan. Animals strike first like Zamasu on Goasu. Animals win it 6-0.
I don't think anyone on BIC expected that. I promise you. This was not in the plans, and David Tender finding his man for 6 this early in the game. Maybe the Stano stuff was right.
Well, and we've given Trey Robinson credit on every single opportunity that he has, but this is just terrible coverage. All Tender has to do is just put it lightly out to Quani Morgan. He takes care of the rest, makes the stutter move on Zaire Hancock, and has the speed to get the separation away from Trey Robinson. And just like that, Animals up 6-0 on the undefeated BIC.
What a start. We see here again on the replay, the ball got tipped off the line.
And Zaire couldn't bring him in either. That's tough.
Just not able to trip him up and getting into the end zone. They will go for 1 from the 5. 12:44 left to go. Tender will run this one into the end zone, and it is 7-0. And the Animals have upset the apple cart early.
The energy in the building right now
and look
is
who's trotting down the sideline.
Wow.
It is championship game energy, and there he is again.
There he is. I keep telling you guys. Oh, my. Okay. That was a little mean, buddy.
I mean, he's really upset with us specifically, but to be clear, Santisteban, brother, you have done nothing personally.
Mad at us? What did we do?
The best thing he's done so far this season is making sure that David Tender shows up to the games that he's shown up to.
Making sure his water's cold.
And that's what he's yelling at.
Taking care of that animal.
Well, taking care of other things is important, too, and empowering natural beauty. Locticians. Connect with verified locticians and natural hair care professionals in your area. Just whip out the phone, scan the QR code. It says scan me right next to it, and visit locticians.com. Locticians for people with great hair.
I'm not a dad. I am a dad to Olive, my dog, but I feel like a proud papa right now. Just watching my boys grow up in front of my very eyes.
We were actually going to let J-Rock do that read. He's out there cheering for the Animals. Because for whatever reason, you guys are going to hate on BIC.
This is the first time this season the BIC have trailed at any point. From opening second of the season until now, the BIC have not trailed.
First for everyone.
And now the BIC.
That's not going to make it. Oh, it does make it.
Makes it.
And it's live.
Ball picked up by the Animals.
There's no way. Yo, what is happening?
Rob, is this God's plan?
Don't do that.
Gentlemen.
Don't do that.
The football gods
have
come down from the mountains and said, you know what? The game is broken. I'm giving up the sticks. Let chaos reign, baby. It is insanity in Asbury.
Not that chaos.
No.
But it is absolutely pandemonium here.
No, the
as
energy.
the U are cheering louder than they ever have in the stands watching this game.
How do you know it's
and
the
you
U?
can
It's our
see the
fans.
pep. I know it's the U. And you can see the pep in his step of the Animals running to the offensive line to get right back out there. Guys, we knew that the Animals offense was going to be ready to put on a show for us. But
And
now it's real. 7-0. They can take a 2-score lead if they can punch it in on this drive.
This is very interesting, guys. This is insane.
Divine Epps is out there, so's Kwani Morgan. Well, Epps, I think, ran back to the sideline, but Morgan set up. Man who scored the touchdown flag on the BIC.
And it's wow. And Will Franklin is pointing directly to Markai. Markai, don't say it. And if John Columbia is coming up to you,
is oof.
Listen, if John Columbia, a.k.a. Psycho, is coming up to you on the sideline, if you're Markai, the offensive lineman
and that was
for
an
BIC.
unsportsmanlike conduct on the BIC.
If Psycho's telling you to calm down, Matt, you know you're saying something that's too crazy.
You probably shouldn't be saying.
And David Tender will take the 15 yards. He'll take it.
And they will be first down at the 13-yard line. The handoff immediately met by the BIC
Why
defense.
You do that?
K-Wack, Carnell Wachter stepping in. First time we call his number today, and they will bring him back 3 yards. It'll be second down.
Well, and they couldn't bring down Morgan, but they do stop him in the backfield. Guys, this game is going to rest not on this side of the ball, but credit the Animals not only for their 3-on-1 team on. Guys, I'm going to be honest. That was the greatest, worst throw that I've ever seen.
It was a bad throw.
It looked like a bad throw, but it ended up not being bad at all. It was the greatest bad throw of all time.
And the Animals, in less than 5 minutes,
and they go back to that same formation, trips to the bottom of your screen. Same route from Morgan.
Tender steps up and around.
And same bad man attacking the defense.
Tender gets
back.
the tackle, and that's Trey Robinson.
Definitely going to come back for the holding. All I'm asking is that they call it the same way other side.
But
I feel like with the officials we have today, Will Franklin, Ryan Spadola being our two lead officials, I think so far both games so far have been called
fair.
really tight.
But
and honestly, they must have, because I've heard zero complaints.
Well, and what you've seen there is, even though it's a penalty, that is the ability of David Tender to make things happen, even with guys all around him breathing down his neck. He has the kind of that slow-looking acceleration where it doesn't look like he's faster than everybody on the field, but apparently he is, because he gets separation, he finds ways to manipulate the defense, and even though they're in a tough spot and second and, guys, what looks like way too long, David Tender is as confident as any quarterback facing this defense from BIC that I've ever seen. Play action. Tender looking downfield, makes the man miss. Puts it up for Manny Diaz.
Manny Diaz keeping that play alive on second down, getting them inside the 20, and it will be third and a relatively decent length.
And without the ability to step into his throw or even maybe use his arms to get it out there, just his belief in himself, David Tender completes a pass to Manny Diaz to make it a manageable 3rd and 14. Credit the coverage there and the rush from BIC, doing everything that they should. But that just shows the playmaker that Tender is.
The Animals' offensive line need to do a slightly better job.
They're also sending a free rusher, so it's on Tender to make them miss.
One man miss, but you gotta.
And he's done so far.
Scan the blocking scheme.
Here's 3rd and 14.
Here we go.
Makes a decision.
Tender just finding ways
There's
around
Trey
it.
Robinson.
Brought down behind the line, and it'll be 4th down. The BIC defense not getting fooled again.
Well, and they've made an adjustment. They make the adjustment early. They go very similar to last game we saw, and the U come out with their big defensive line shifting to a more speedy, more agile defensive line.
I think that's less the BIC's defensive line and more Tender not taking off when he should have. Well, he had an early step he should have took off. He made a dance move and got caught.
In earlier games this year where we've seen Tender thrive, the wide receivers have been open when he's make that man miss. He's facing a completely different defensive secondary today. Zaire Hancock and H3 at corner have been locking down their wide receivers. Timeout, Animals, 4th and 11.
Right now, Animals have the lead, so they're playing with house money a little bit after getting the ball off a turnover.
But if I'm Animals, I kind of go for the gusto.
Yeah, oh, no, you definitely have to here.
You go for the gusto here because it's as simple as, yeah, that's a good play. It's as simple as, hey, we scored on our first drive. This isn't even the drive we're supposed to have the ball. This is not even our drive. Scoring here does a lot to help, but also not scoring here doesn't hurt as much as you might think.
And here's the Kwani Morgan play that put the first 6 on the board. Someone in the chat said, what happens if the Animals ever had a tight end? What if you put Kwani Morgan?
They have a tight end. They got Macho. They got Joker. They have a tight end. It's just hard because what they need from their tight end first is to block the extra rusher coming from BIC's defensive line. They're loading the box up with 4 guys. One of them's dropping into more of a spy, but if they can't block the one-on-one from the 3 defensive linemen that are coming, it's going to make it even tougher for David Tender to find the guys that they want to get the ball to in Manny Diaz and Kwani Morgan. Everybody's always talking about the tight end. Guys, make them block first.
It's Jeremy Shockey's fault.
Stop whiffing on the block and saying I'm open. Just block your man.
And there's Ole Bell.
You can tell I've been hurt by that in the past, Rob.
No.
I can definitely tell. We always know when something hurts.
But they go with the trips to the bottom of your screen. They're going to look for the mismatch on Kwani Morgan again. And Divine Epps splits out. 4 wide receivers for Tender. And a quick rush from
in trouble,
K-Wack.
rolls out. K-Wack gets blocked, throws, caught. Kwani Morgan, touchdown.
Wow! What is happening?
What's happening, Rob, is the Animals have came to play. 13-0, and the Animals
now
and the BIC offense has yet to touch the football. They won the toss. They decided to defer. This is how we got here, gentlemen.
I understand we had to deal with something earlier, but this is not no one expected this.
No one expected this
at all.
No one expected that.
Take a look at he stays comfortable in the pocket with all the pressure. Ole's there. K-Wack is there. Robinson is there. Poised to make the throw while getting contacted, and Kwani's just there.
Is it because he doesn't he doesn't mark out for the names, as it were?
He doesn't no, and we talked about this early in the season. David Tender could care less who Ole is, who Trey Robinson is, who Dwan is. He doesn't even care that he's going against BIC.
Yeah, but it's also a rare skill and
show you.
It's a rare skill and a rare ability for your eyes to be downfield, reading the defense with guys literally trying to put their shoulders through your breastplate. Touchdown, Animals, and here's the extra point opportunity from Tender.
Tender will get in there.
Championship point from a championship-type play. And although everyone, including Dan Giesling somewhere, raving stark mad, is rooting on the Animals, 14-0 is your lead.
And if
they might have to tackle Kason Campbell or Ashanti Worthy on this round one.
Much like the Animals offense, if you want to unlock the hidden power of your content utilizing interactive AI solutions from Scene, scan the QR code now and unlock the future of content, the future of creation, and more monetization utilizing Scene. Big Rob?
Let's be clear, though. BIC is not worried. BIC, no, they've been hit. They've been in these situations before. They know what's going on, and great teams adjust. BIC's not worried.
I just saw somebody walking the sidelines in a. You know how the Valley was the big boss man? They have their own Big Bubba Rogers, the NWO equivalent on the sideline right now. My man in an NWO shirt and everything.
Well, you see the defense right now is talking on the sideline. Kenny Stansbury has his defensive guys talking about what they need to do to make David Tender not as effective. And here's another wobbly throw that doesn't make the distance, but we're going to go live here. Pack Money on the return.
Marcellus Pack screams down the sideline, and he is brought down. There's a flag on the field. And they will call him out of play around the 46-yard line.
Now, because he catches the ball before it was able to go down, maybe the refs are allowing it to be a live play because we don't know if it would have made it the requisite yardage to get to the 25. But you see the explosiveness from Pack Money. You know, he is another dangerous guy that we didn't even mention as one of the opportunities to get yardage here. Also a member of the Corey Hammond 3CS I have him at my my Superflex guys, but
And
see,
it
it's
looks
going to
like
be.
it'll be a dead ball return. Pack Money will be given the ball after the penalty on the Animals because it did not make the requisite distance.
But even if he catches it,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think it was a dead ball, so it was just it was a fun way to get Matt ready for what's about to happen here. He's going to start
all of that for nothing.
Well, it's like the Dave Valley play where he crossed it over that didn't count. It happened. We all were witness to it. But now this is a huge opportunity for BIC to, make all the excitement from the Animals
Marcellus
feel a little
Pack
bit less.
Will be met at the 50.
Yikes!
Pushes that man down.
Yikes!
Get off of me, sir!
He
and
did
the
his push-ups
Pack
this
will
morning.
get out of play at the 33.
Definitely did
and
his push-ups.
playing like Pat Ewing in the post, slamming bodies down, 1st and 10, BIC. And after just about almost 7 minutes
14
of
zip.
2 Animal drives,
14 zip.
Sterry Codrington finally touches the football at the 9:18 mark of the first quarter.
I need that for my fantasy.
Well, listen, Ashanti Worthy is actually lining up at running back for BIC. I will say I've seen Ashanti Worthy do a lot of things. It's been a while since we've seen him in that position. And it's a dangerous position at that.
And in case on Campbell at the bottom of your screen, H3 Frazier a part of the line.
Looks like Sterry is changing the play from the line.
Quick audible.
They got 4 in the box.
The snap. Codrington will keep it. He will step up.
Oh, that's too much space.
Just throws it. That's caught by Kason Campbell. Campbell will cut through, and he'll be brought down inside the 15. They may mark that at the 13 or the 12. They'll give him the 12. 1st and 10, BIC.
And now you look at it as if it's going to be a striking game. If it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and the Animals are able to keep up offensively without stopping them on their offensive runs, they'll still be up a score.
Yeah, but the difference is you see how easy it is for BIC and how difficult it is for the Animals.
I can't agree with that. They just scored 14 unanswered points within 6 minutes. So is it hard for the Animals? Can they do it again is a great question. But I don't think them 14 points wasn't difficult.
The game is going to be interesting on the other side of the ball when we're watching BIC's defense and how they try to stop the Animals, as there's another penalty here.
Oh, yikes. Come on now. Don't lose yourself the
And
game
it's
in this
the Animals just giving the BIC a gift.
Come on, man.
I think there's a chick sighting on the BIC sideline, which is definitely going to be big.
Unsportsmanlike on the Animals, but it looks like all's good on the sideline. The Santisteban boys are just having a quick conversation. Seems that all's good.
This is going to be the side of the ball, guys, that decides the game. The Animals, I think, can score on BIC. Can they stop BIC?
I don't think many teams can stop BIC.
And no Dave Valley as of now on that offensive line, so they are trusting some different options here as we get deeper into the first quarter.
Well, I'm taking that hypothetical MVP then. I'm taking it away.
What happens if he was saving puppies?
Then he'll get the Saving Puppies Award, but no MVP.
Oh, we have that?
We don't.
You got really
I think it's the
excited.
ASPCA, but I'm not sure. Speaking of cruelty, bottom of your screen, Shanti Worthy in a route. And if
I wish that young
Sterry
man was
Codrington
brought
is
in
anything
the
like me, which he is not, I'm telling him to run a whip right at the pylon and throwing to myself a touchdown pass, but that's just me with my wishful thinking. But 1st and goal for BIC, not what the Animals were wishing.
Sending big bodies are the Animals.
Great blocking by
First
the
down to
BIC.
throw. That's to Ashanti Worthy. And
they
Worthy will be
stop him.
stopped at the line, at the yard line, and it will be 2nd and a little bit.
They sent the other wide receivers in a route, but they kept Ashanti Worthy as almost an outlet, just setting up for the quick outlet pass if Sterry needed to. Finds him, gets down to the 1. Credit the Animals for making sure he didn't get in the end zone, but if you're the Animals defense, 2nd and goal from the 1 yard line, there's too many things to defend on this play.
I'm looking at Quincy playing off, like in that slight wing position, be wide open.
Sterry
and not.
sees the sideline,
Walks
touchdown,
right
BIC. They'll cut the deficit down, and gentlemen, we've got a football game.
Got to pick your poison, man. Sterry forced that man to pick up Quincy, and that's that.
And that looked like Missile playing the defensive end position. He misses on the pass rush. And you got to make sure a quarterback, especially lefty, because that's his throwing arm side, can't escape to the outside. If you keep him in the pocket, he steps up into your other defenders. As soon as Sterry Codrington breaks contain on a defensive line, it's a touchdown for BIC.
That is a dangerous man.
And they'll be going for the 2-point conversion from the 10-yard line, and again, trips to the bottom of your screen. And what a trips indeed. Ashanti Worthy, Trey Cohen, Kason Campbell.
Codrington immediately met by pressure. Codrington throws it to H3 Frazier.
No, that's definitely Quincy.
Pardon me, Quincy Davis movie. Very tired.
Now, there is a penalty flag here. I'm not sure if it's going to be on BIC to call this back.
They're counting it,
and they decline the penalty. Credit Sterry Codrington with pressure in his face. Good job from the defensive line of the Animals, not letting him break contain.
And you can't be
But he
mad.
finds the outlet for the 2-point conversion, and 14-8 is the score.
If you're the Animals defense, you can't be upset at this. The pressure's there. You got to remember you're dealing with a phenomenal quarterback in Sterry Codrington. Now, where your secondary was, got to question that. But we got to pay attention to everybody on the field. But Codrington is really one of those guys. And again, BIC has been down. Ron Clark even said it. We've been down 21-zip before.
Quincy Davis, that man calls himself a movie. He's a man in a mask. Can the BIC tie this one up? The Animals get the ball next. You can visit berserkathletics.com. You can get yourself some BIC gear, some Animals gear, or you know what, a Huss Huss t-shirt or a Thick Boy Season t-shirt. Isaac Gomez will be throwing the ball off for the BIC,
I
Big
don't
Rob.
like the throw-off team.
Well, again, this is that speed team.
I don't like it.
It's
though.
JJ, it's Trey, it's Isaac Gomez.
Trey Robinson,
Kwani Morgan can run through an arm tackle, so they better bring their shoulder.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. Like, I agree with Rob here. Kwani Morgan pulls through, gets through the defender,
And again, they'll ask why did he listen. If you get past Trey Cohen,
that's a touchdown.
On BIC's throw-off team, it's a touchdown.
Yes,
guaranteed.
But that's a big if.
The only one. That's a heavy if because Trey Cohen is one of the best solo tacklers on 3-on-1 coverage.
And pound for pound, maybe one of the toughest guys in the entire league. Maybe one of the most capable guys in the entire league. And guys, we've seen him do back-to-back-to-back flips in the air.
Yeah, I can't do any of that.
Athleticism on deck, on deck, on deck. Shout-outs to Marcel Bates.
A quarter flip. He's doing
I do a flip. No, I do a
yeah, that's it.
It's a flop. It's a flop when you don't turn it.
David Tender.
David Tender having 3 wide receivers all at the bottom of your screen. You see John Kessler, the tight end, fakes the screen and brought down by Ole Bell.
And that's where he gets his name. His name is Olajuwon, right? So you call him Ole because it's short for Olajuwon. But when you basically play Matador to one of the best defensive pass rushers, especially edge rushers, in our league's history, he's going to convert the sack on even David Tender.
All gas, no break.
Ole plays 0 games, and this guy's been doing this since before I was in the league. He gets right through that line. He doesn't even hesitate. But, again, these guys on the Animals offensive line, hey, you guys talk yourselves up into this position to be great. Now you have to show it.
Robinson did a great job of trying to feint Tender, and I think that helped set up Ole coming in.
That definitely helped Ole.
Well, and what you see from the defensive line from the BIC, Dwan is down at what would be like the defensive end position or the outside linebacker position. A lot of times he is going to drop into coverage.
They snap on second down after the sack. The throw, that is caught by Manny Diaz. He'll get to the 40, 2 yards beyond the initial line of scrimmage, so it'll be 3rd and 8 for the Animals.
And that's a great play, Rob, Matt, but that's what I'm talking about. When we see what Sterry Codrington does on the other side of the ball, shout-outs to that podcast as well. What we see them do is it looks a lot easier than what BIC is forcing David Tender to do. Now, David Tender's making the plays, and David Tender has impressed, especially early on in this game.
Speaking of Tender, but look at the growth of Manny to a guy week 1, week 2 that couldn't make that play to now he's a sure thing. His hands are like
and I remember when we were in this same booth watching these same two teams play with Bebo at quarterback, how frustrated Manny Diaz was. That's the difference that Tender makes, and here's third down.
3rd and 8.
Oh, great blocking by
In
Joker.
trouble, the throw. Caught!
Oh, yikes.
That's
Macho.
the first down. Macho!
Wow.
Pushes through the defender. Saying
Don't
he's
do
looking
it.
for the lateral. Does not go for it. First down at the 39-yard line.
Now,
and
if
they'll
that's
cross the
Kwani
Rubicon.
Morgan begging for the ball, toss it to him. Nope. Brian Santisaban, we love
No,
your
sir.
energy.
No,
go
sir.
and find a camera to yell into. Don't make any gestures, but go yell. But do not tell your team to pitch it back to you. It's not a good look.
It's not, and there it goes. It's the block. The pressure's there. He's just able to get the ball out,
And he
even
throws a pass that you might say, oh, that's not even a good pass. Nope. He made eye contact with his receiver. He throws a behind the shoulder almost. He puts a little bit of air on it so his wide receiver can adjust, and he makes the adjustment and gets the first down.
And the ability to dip and dive under Sair Hancock, and on 1st and 10, the throw off the hands.
Kason
and they
Campbell.
remove Sair Hancock and put Kason Campbell, who, if I'm not mistaken, last season was a standout at DB, shockingly.
And the
When he
season
wasn't
before,
really
some of the
doing
best
well.
plays he made against the U in that championship were defensive plays
saved the
against
championship.
Dakari Mims in the
He
championship.
saved the championship. That one specific play at the back right corner.
You're pointing the exact spot in the field we all remember.
Without Kason Campbell, listen, the U scored there. We're not talking about the same thing.
And it will be 2nd down.
But again, you see how much effort the Animals have to put into getting yardage against this BIC team.
But they're making BIC adjust.
But they're stepping up to the challenge, at least early.
Tender will keep it, and he gets tripped up, and he will fall behind the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd down.
They got the seal on the edge. It was Trey Robinson on the edge, and they got the seal. Now, it was Chick there to maybe make that tackle if Tender doesn't slip.
Definitely this turf monster got to him.
It was the worm.
It was the worm.
That worm has gotten me more than a few times, guys.
But BIC, one of BIC's special skills and what makes them such a threat in this league is the ability to plug and play. Each of these players that are on the sideline know their job, know who they're taking out, know who they're putting in. If one guy's messing up, they switch, and it's just as if nothing happened.
And we talked about it with the U in the previous game. It's that depth, especially at the defensive line. Tender is the only quarterback of that caliber for the Animals. They're going to send everybody they have at him.
And they do on 3rd down.
And he
Tender
still
lets
gets the
it
ball
go.
off?
Incomplete.
Just the ability to give Manny Diaz a play on that 3rd down is absolutely insane from David Tender. But the coverage was not it was there the entire way from H3. Which means that
definitely there.
Look, he gave him a shot.
Is this 4-down territory, guys?
Listen,
when you're up by 6,
I'll say this because this is how I feel.
think you wanna
Does
score
it
here.
really matter where you give BIC the ball with their weapons?
It doesn't. It doesn't
no.
matter.
So you know
BIC
what?
can get the ball
David
in
Tender
space and
is
still
your
score.
weapon. If they score now because they are capable of doing so on one play, that's what they need to do. And so they're going to give their playmakers a chance because this is the side of the ball that has the best opportunity to defeat BIC on one-on-one matchups.
Some fans are thinking here in the crowd that the BIC should get the ball in the throw off on 4th down. Tender will roll out to his right.
He's got guys.
Tender throws it.
Oh, my good.
Joker!
What?
John Kessler, the veteran, on 4th down.
He snatched it away from Manny Diaz.
Finding a way over the hill and through the jail.
Who says they don't got a tight end?
You said they don't have
I didn't say they don't got a tight end.
Someone said it. It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
Wow. They converted
Paterson
that.
is lit right now
They
in
are.
more ways than one as the Silk City Animals get the 1st down.
The key to this play here, guys, is the seal to allow for Tender to get the edge. And it's Kwani Morgan.
They bailed so
Kwani
bad. Morgan
also gets the seal on Olay Bell to allow for Tender to get that edge.
In the night. Look at him go.
He did not sense Diaz behind him.
And Manny
he
was
made
ready.
the catch, so nothing matters.
Tender, the throw to Diaz.
Manny.
Diaz will get it this time, and he cannot get to the 1st down marker and is brought down.
And what BIC has to deal with right now is David Tender has such a running threat that everyone bails out and forgets what they're supposed to do. The adjustment they just made on the last play, if they show the replay, you have the defensive lineman grabbing the tight end and keeping him at the line, forcing the block, which is completely
gives
legal.
Tender extra time.
It gives him extra time, but at the same time, it eliminates his check down. So he doesn't have the tight end to throw on that one specifically, but then Manny Diaz is still wide open in space to make that play.
And from experience, I know this. This is maybe why I'm not as successful as Tender is. If you want to be a successful quarterback in the A7FL, you have to make off-platform throws accurately, and he's been able to do so with guys hanging over him.
On second down, what might be the last play of the quarter. Kwani Morgan trying to go through for 3.
My
no, bring him down at the 1 for Stat Animals, and that's the end of the first quarter.
Wow, Kwani Morgan came to play football today, ladies and gentlemen.
Kwani Morgan, the ghost, rising like Gohan against Majin Buu. At the end of 15 minutes, we did not expect this dance to be 14-8 Animals. On the other side of this break, we will bring you the second quarter. But Kwani Morgan is that guy, the ghost in the Animals. Look to score a third time. Next.
This gonna taste all right.
We just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
On A7FL.TV, Matt Ryan joined alongside Big Rob, Fabien, and Corey Hammond live on A7FL.TV, Caffeine, HBCU Plus, and internationally on DAZN. 15 minutes gone by, and after one round, Big Rob, Fabien.
Rob, tell the fans so that they get the immersive experience of what you ran out of this booth to address. What are we hearing from the stands?
Guys, the U is in the stands screaming, "Who got your back?" And that's nasty work, because that's BIC's
That's
slogan.
BIC's thing,
Yeah.
and they're yelling it to basically troll what they thought would be their opponent. But David Tender has something to say about it.
He just walks it in. My goodness.
Touchdown Animals. That man is marketable. DT3.
And guys, I spoke about it a little earlier. People were very concerned about the Animals defense and what they can do. Oh, if they can stop BIC. Not spotting, but getting these early points against BIC and having them trailing by 2 scores will keep BIC chasing. As long as the Animals can score, BIC might be in trouble. It's not about stopping. You don't even have to stop BIC.
Now you have to catch up.
BIC has to catch up.
Well, in the A7FL, a really good gauge of how games are going or how teams are feeling is when you look to the sideline and you see the interworkings of the team. Not too much. It's a normal level, at least at this point. But I see BIC guys yelling at other BIC to try to get their guys in this game. Here's Tender.
The 2-point attempt. Tender spins
Psycho.
out of the coverage.
Oh, my goodness.
Tender throws it.
He got that.
They say it hit the ground.
Yikes. It looked like he snagged it. But, hey, I'm kind of far away. I can't tell.
Yeah, we're from up here.
Yeah, I can't tell.
I don't know if that's a reviewable play or not, but
I'm reviewing. If I can.
The Big Rob unofficial review.
Before we review, let's look at the replay, because look at the guys who are chasing Tender around. These are names.
Psycho.
Yes.
And he had them in the spin cycle.
And he's looking past dangerous men.
Let's see here
this
on
is
the replay.
danger.
Psycho. Excuse me, Psycho. Excuse me, Bone.
He leg whipped him off.
No, Tomato.
And he's looking past guys that are really coming at him with bad intentions. That's absolutely a catch.
That's a catch.
That's a catch, bro.
That's 2 points.
That's a
They're
catch,
going to look
bro.
at it. But, guys, As a quarterback,
this is under review.
Having the vision to look past that danger.
Take a look. Take a look.
Bro, it's catch.
He got it.
Oh, it touches the ground. It touches the ground, but who cares? It's
It
catch.
doesn't touch the ground.
Who cares?
Can the ground help you catch the ball?
No. It's absolutely not a catch, but I skew offense. It's a catch.
Let me see.
It touches. Look, it touches. All right, Shank.
That's hard to tell.
That's inconclusive.
Whatever.
No
They're on offense, right?
Okay.
Yep, that's a catch. They're on offense. That's all I have to look at on the front. It touches.
It doesn't look like it touched.
Come on.
It doesn't look like it.
It looked like it hit the ground simultaneously.
It's too close to call. I'm calling no catch if I'm a ref, though.
Yeah. That's a bang play.
Yeah, I'm calling no catch.
Because it looks like same time.
Well,
it looks
right.
You guys are talking about the right things because the animals are, and everything is going right for the animals so far in this game, except for that one drive that we saw.
Well,
now,
the BIC have had only one drive so far.
Guess who is back there right now to maybe change the narrative and erase that drive from the existence of this game? Because if you're the animals and you're about to throw a 3-on-1 throw-off after scoring what looked to be not only a great touchdown, but a hypothetical two-pointer that's still up in the air. As we look at the replay again, absolutely not a catch, but I skew offense, so give it to him. Give him the
It's
two.
too close to call. If we had a camera that's on the ground,
And if
that
it's
could
too
see
close to call, at that point it's inconclusive, so the
that's
initial
right.
call would stand, in our opinion.
Yeah.
Look, touches the ground.
Nah, bro.
So we're going to see how they rule because the refs do a better job than me. I always skew offense. But
And the chat is agreeing with
Call
us.
on the field will stand.
Okay.
It is incomplete.
Very too close to call.
Yeah,
Inconclusive.
20-8 is your score. And while we assumed 20-8 would be the score, we did not assume that the BIC would trail through two quarters.
Well, get your popcorn ready, you guys, because it's a 3-on-1 with Shanti Worthy about to return it. And whenever that happens,
They need
must-watch television.
Yeah, must-watch television, and if you're trying to defend Ashante Worthy or you're an athlete looking to get taped up, go to tapemeup.net. That's tapemeup.net. Any age, any sport, we've got you covered at tapemeup.net. Scan the QR code now.
Yeah, they might need to tape up some ankles after this one.
Do you guys think BIC needs this 3-on-1 score?
Yes.
No, absolutely not. You
I
guys,
think
you guys don't realize. Calm down. It's like an Aaron Rodgers quote once back in the day. Just calm down. If you're a BIC fan, whether it's the BIC fan in Germany that I once talked to, or you're locally here in Trenton,
BIC
looking at
fans
your
are not
team
worried.
down 20-8, just relax.
BIC fans are not worried.
The Animals' defense is going to have to win this game,
And this does not.
and their 3-on-1 is going to have to tackle this man.
Ashante Worthy gets past the first layer of defender, and he's brought out at the 50 on the BIC sideline. Could not get 6.
And anytime you bring him down without him going into the light blue, which is the other end zone, is a win for the 3-on-1 coverage
It really
team.
is.
What
It's like back
BIC
in the
has to
day.
do is stop looking for the refs to bail them out,
It's
though.
like
That's
back in the
ridiculous.
day. It's like back in the day. When you tackled Verges, even if it was after a 25-yard run.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
I'll take it. It's
You didn't put 6 on the board?
Same
All right,
energy.
Yeah.
Same
Again,
energy.
I remember watching him from the sideline as I played only offense. 11 carries, 9
here's why I
touchdowns.
said they should have that touchdown, because you want the momentum to shift. Tender feels confident. He feels in a pocket. If you can get it within one score and you can get a stop, then it puts everybody back at even footing. So to me, this just kind of speeds that up without taking time on the clock.
So the question for them is, for the defense of the Animals, what do? Do you keep applying the pressure to Sterry to force him to make a mistake, make him run? Because that's
Make him throw the football.
Make him throw the football. But Sterry will run.
Yeah.
And he will get nasty on you pretty quick. And I need him to score because he's on my team. Sterry
Campbell at the bottom of your screen.
They just don't have the defensive personnel to keep up with Sterry Codrington.
Snap.
Nobody does. Oh, my God.
Codrington throws this one deep downfield to Campbell, out of reach. Second down.
I like the shot. I like him letting go. And credit Missile for getting the pressure. But if you look at the defensive line that they have out as the Animals, and they're going to sub in Missile for Jay Rolla, even so. Oh, no, it's the other guy. They're subbing in Jay Rolla. Even so, that is not a group of 3 men that have the speed and athleticism to stay with Sterry Codrington if he decides to run the ball. You got to love that he went to the throat and went to the air, and to my Fantasy player, by the way, Kason Campbell. But I think right now, if you're the Animals, you look at your personnel, you cannot stay with the speed of Sterry Codrington, and you better just hope to contain him in that pocket.
You have to believe that you can, and you play the game that's in front of you.
Well, we'll see on 2nd and 10. Codrington out to Ashanti Worthy on the quick screen. He's got some space. He sneaks forward and gets the first down. Credit the Animals for making the tackle.
That young man is dangerous.
But it just goes to show you how scary it is. It's very rare in the A7FL when you're facing an opponent without pads as the defender where you're the fearful one. Well, when you're about to tackle Ashanti Worthy, it doesn't matter. When you approach that man, you approach him with a sense of fear. 1st and 10. Codrington fires quick to Kason Campbell on the timing route. Right up the sideline, and an easy conversion for another first. And BIC is on the move.
And it will be the BIC continuing to drive the ball downfield. They move the sticks. 12:34 left to go.
And this
Matt
hurry
Ryan
up
joined alongside Big Rob Fabien and Corey Hammond.
And this hurry up is going to be dangerous for the Animals. They don't have time to talk about it. They might get caught in a matchup that they can't keep up with. Trips to the bottom of your screen. Fakes the quick screen.
The throw. Quincy can't catch it.
Quincy looks open before the play even starts.
Yeah, they fake the quick screen to Ashanti Worthy, and because they rush to the line, nobody accounts for the tight end wide open in coverage. Credit the rush for making it an unforced error from Codrington, but if you're Codrington, you want that one back because that's an easy 6 on the board for your team.
Now the Animals show that you're a great team, and you must adjust and account for Quincy. Quincy is playing a wing-back position where he's right behind the line. He's not on the line at all. He's right behind the line, and they're not accounting for him, and that's causing them problems right now.
And now they're going to go full spread. They put Quincy out at wide receiver. It's going to be 3 defensive linemen versus the 2 blockers. One of those linemen are coming free at Sterry Codrington.
Quincy head top. No one's fast enough to catch Sterry right now.
They're setting up for a jet.
The snap, the throw, caught.
Cohen.
That's Trey Cohen, puts through, slip slide, take it to the house.
Again, if you're a fan of BIC, you know what BIC's offense can do. The Animals are going to have to find a way to stop some of those plays, but when you get the blocking on a quick screen and you give it to a playmaker like Trey Cohen, he's not only going to score, but he's going to flip in the end zone.
And it is a 20-14 game with 11:18 left to go in the first half.
Whose fantasy team is that guy on?
And just that quick screen to Trey Cohen.
It's the blocking. Check out Ashanti Worthy.
And those are 2 wide receivers that are big playmakers in their own right.
I love that they created that alley for him. The alley they created on those blocks. And
congratulations.
They are the nation, live and in color. Trey Cohen's a new dad, April's only son, putting 6 on the board. Touchdown. BIC.
And you can't speak enough about those 2 blocks that Kason Campbell just muscled someone right there on the floor to get his guy into the end zone. And it's plays like that where the whole team is involved that show you who BIC really is. They're not worried about a 20-8 deficit.
Codrington.
Wide open.
Steps up the throw, and it is 20-16.
Umar Lewis wide open on a crossing route, but then he goes to old reliable on the wheel. Ashanti Worthy gets the 2, and 20-16 your score. 11:18 here in the second quarter.
The Animals take the lead. Rob, what are you thinking as the Animals get the ball back here with 11:18 left to go in the half, up only by 4?
In my humble opinion, losing out on the championship points has the score looking choppy. BIC able to capitalize on theirs. I personally think in order to put BIC back on their back foot, they need this 3-on-1.
And we'll talk about the A7FL Championship in a second. We are going to look live now at the 3-on-1 throw-off as it's an opportunity for Morgan. He has all 3 guys. Take the ball out, and the BIC can't get it back.
Wow. The fact that he got that ball back is immaculate.
How?
That's almost a more important recovery, guys, than the original 3-on-1 that the Animals got when they were throwing it off to BIC. Did you see the form tackle from Trey Cohen? No one in this league makes a tackle like that on Quani Morgan.
Just runs right at him.
This is at literally 27 miles an hour that he's making that play, and holding him up in the air. That just shows Trey Cohen just scored the touchdown. Honestly. This is his DNA. Yeah. He is making big-time plays without the ball in his hand, and he's a playmaker no matter where he is on the field or what he's doing. But Kwani Morgan saves the day for the Animals and gives David Tender another opportunity here at first and 10 from the 40.
There might be a mismatch on Kwani Morgan here. We'll
Tender
see.
on 1st and 10.
Isn't that Chick?
3 wide receivers, the snap, the throw, caught by Morgan, and he'll be brought down at the 44.
I'm saying.
Well, he catches the ball, but that is, we talked about earlier in this game, in the pregame, some of the all-time legends
Chick is there.
Of the A7FL. Chick at corner, at playmaker, a name you can't avoid. And look, when you put him on a player, you know you're going to get a tougher matchup than he had earlier. Morgan able to get the yardage on the completion, but you see the open field tackling from Chick.
Chick's IQ is
potentially saving a touchdown because Kwani Morgan could score on that play, and it'll bring up 2nd and 5.
Yeah, he's out of there. A little more momentum.
2nd and 5, Morgan in motion. Play action, Tender gets caught up
Ball's
in the
out.
turf. Ball comes out, but Tender will keep it, and it'll be 3rd down at the initial line of scrimmage. A sack for the BIC defense. Their 2nd of the afternoon.
And here's where it can get a little scary.
A little sketchy.
You guys had the lead. Everything was looking good, but you're not able to stop BIC, who was on the chase. If you allow BIC to stop you from scoring on this possession, it can get dicey.
Well, and then look at the defensive front for BIC. You got Big Mook. He's the man who caught the man that caught the ball. He's playing D-tackle. And then you got Umar Butter-Lewis. It looks like he's almost in like a nickel position. He's kind of got the edge. So David Tender's going to have a tough time running around him. Dwan is in the box, but he's covering the tight end. And it's Ole Bell.
The snap, and that is Tender cutting to the outside. David Tender gets a first down and more, and will cross the 50 and is brought out at the 46.
And what happens here is Kwani gets pushed out to that end and comes down and crosses off on that defensive
seals
end.
The edge on Ole Bell, and that's how you get the 5 yards on the first down. Now, credit Mook for coming from the defensive tackle position, making the tackle all the way down the field.
Yeah, he took off to make
but
that
that's
tackle.
Great execution from the Animals, and another just absolute display of, well, it's a display of David Tender's ability to run the ball. And you see he's starting to feel the collective hits, but he's a gamer. And if he is Thanos, he's looking to change this timeline, guys.
Kwani, I'm not liking this matchup that Kwani has with Tomeno.
In motion, Morgan. No, that's Tender again. David Tender gets to the 42, and it will be 2nd
they
down.
They go jet action quarterback choice.
Tomeno can tackle one-on-one.
Yes.
I just didn't like him in coverage.
He's a defensive end, and if he's out there at corner, you could tell what he's doing is he's playing that defensive edge position. Now, credit BIC for the adjustments that they've made, but still, the Animals who, could be shell-shocked after the great play from the BIC offense, they're still coming out swinging when they have the ball. And Tender is making every type of play a quarterback has to against the BIC to keep his team in the game, still with the lead, 2nd and 6.
The throw to Morgan. Morgan needs a little help. Will drive to the first down marker.
Wow.
Against
first down.
Town Animals and the body of Kwani Morgan just driving, looking like Jim Brown or Darren McFadden in Alabama, just pushing himself further and further.
What it's starting to look like to me is these guys were just not used to A7FL football. It took them a couple of weeks, and they look like they've been here before. They look like this isn't their first big game, and honestly, it's not. The game against the Watchmen, which they lost, was a very big game with this type of intensity. So it's like they've been tested, and they're kind of showing that right here, right now.
Well, schematically and personnel-wise for the BIC defense, they're struggling whether to go with guys that are big enough to make the tough tackles and guys that are fast enough to keep up with the speed. And when they go back and forth, it's one or the other that's taking advantage.
Sayer versus Kwani.
Watch at the top of your screen, Sayer Hancock, Kwani Morgan, the snap on first down.
There's Bone. There's probably a holding call.
Caught! Manny Diaz!
Wow.
Emphatically thrown out at the 15, and the Animals continue to run the ball downfield.
That's Manny on H3, and I've been a big advocate of H3.
And correction, Arkansas, not Alabama. I got my Southern football teams confused.
No problem. Cool. No problem.
I know. I just
there's one fan in the chat that noticed, but most of us didn't, and we're moving on. Well, hey, if that's his name if that's their name in the chat, then of course they know. But Tender, again, with pressure in his face, finding the open man downfield. Now, these windows are not wide open.
I also don't watch college football, so I just was like,
and how long has it been since that player played?
At least 15 years.
It's been a while.
Wow.
It's been a while.
What does he do here, Corey?
He keeps doing whatever it is he's doing. I don't know how to play this good.
The snap,
Tender. What do I know?
Pushes, looks for an option to throw. Almost intercepted.
Sire Hancock almost takes advantage.
Sire was about to show them something. He's been a little lackluster.
He had this game marked on his calendar.
Sure. I mean, when they told him about it.
Well, guys, it's a good play. But that's also a missed opportunity because we know that David Tender is taking a huge sigh of relief because that's one of the few mistakes he's been forced into. And for Sire Hancock to potentially have 6 on the board and it drops to the ground, it just gives another new life to the Animals.
Let's see what they dial up here. Kwani's back on the offense, again playing this double tight wing spot.
And that is Tender again.
Oh, my.
Tender will carry it, brought down on third down.
Sire Hancock again with another defense play. Kwani Morgan sealing that edge, this time on Trey Robinson. David Tender's ability to run the ball and change direction is really elusive.
Yeah, that was nasty.
And it's really hard to quantify because as you watch him run, I wouldn't say he's one of the fastest guys in the league, but the way he's able to make up ground, he presses the hole, bounces it back outside, looks like he almost has a touchdown.
Honestly.
This is phenomenal playmaking ability from maybe the future of this league, David Tender at the quarterback position.
David Tender, Kwani, Ghost, the other young man, number 14.
They might be the third best team in the Northeast right now.
They are definitely the third best team in the Northeast.
They might be number 2 or number 1 after this one.
Yeah, they're looking to go. They're looking to beat number 1.
World. Can it be Morgan on third down, met at the line, and it'll be 4th and not a lot, but still a goal line, a game-defining drive here in the second. It's going to control the momentum of the rest of this half.
Well, the last 4th down for the Animals, they were able to easily convert it by throwing it to Joker, who made one of the best catches of his career on 4th and 11.
He's going to be replaying that for years.
Why not?
Show it to me.
Why not? It's recent, too.
I did this.
Recently.
He's making sure his wife time-stamped it on the live just to make sure he got it.
But on 4th and 5, you see David Tender walk into the line cool and collected because he knows that he has the ability to do so. He just has to figure it out with the defensive pressure looking to obliterate him.
Sire on Manny.
On 4th down, the snap, Tender.
There's Trey Robinson with the pressure.
Manny Diaz!
Manny Diaz in Silk City is so smooth, and he is dancing his way to a 10-point lead.
Oh, my goodness.
The fact that the ball was placed with as much touch shows the immense trust that David Tender has in his go-to guy in Manny Diaz. Because look at this play. Trey Robinson gets through the block and is able right there to force the throw. Off his back foot, a touch pass to
Sire Hancock got caught up trying to play the coverage.
Guys, that window that he fit that touch pass into is immensely small and insanely difficult to complete the pass. That's 4th down, guys.
That's a 4th down play. Kwani comes down, misses the block. Trey is
and look
there
at the
with
coverage.
The pressure. Look at this.
The coverage is draped all over him.
And Sire just gets lost in the wash, man. That's unfortunate.
Give your wide receiver a chance, and if you trust him, he will come down with it. The Animals, 26-16.
Please, help me. Who are we talking about today? Tender, Manny, or Kwani?
Yes.
Wow.
And BIC is in for a fight.
They're fighting. I don't think they
somewhere Dave Valley is thinking about his travel plans.
Dave Valley's driving down the turnpike to throw on the extra.
Oh, my God!
And another back shoulder throw, adjusted, caught in the air by the Animals, who right now
no flag
are just better in the air than BIC has proven to be, and they're up by 12.
Oh my goodness.
And folks, if you are not excited about what's gonna happen in the next 33 minutes, John Kessler and the Animals, a team that 2 seasons ago were 0-for, are now leading the team many consider to be the favorite to win the whole freaking thing. It is 28-6, a 2-score lead for the Silk City Animals.
Oh my goodness. And having the U in the stands, making sure you know you're losing is tough.
And if you want to be in the stands to see whether it's the U, the Animals, the BIC, playing the Insomniacs, Sick With It, or the OTT, order your tickets now for the A7FL Championship at a7fl.com/championship. For the next 24 hours, you have the code A7FL25. That's A7FL25 at checkout, a7fl.com/championship.
I'm gonna go on a limb. The Animals have been the most exciting team in the A7FL this year. Every game.
Well, except for that one time that David Tenner wasn't playing quarterback against BIC. This is not the game we thought we were going to get today. But is this the game we needed, gentlemen?
Yes.
This is the game that we all needed.
After the travel gods and the FAA kicked us into Tuckus, we've got ourselves a ball game.
And Pac Money's going to have a free run at it.
And it's going to be a dead ball run for Pac Money, but this return team is not scared of anyone, whether they're from a legend of the Jersey division, Baltimore, it don't matter. This Animals team does not care about the name on the back of the jersey. They care about the scoreboard.
What one of these defenses is going to have to do, because right now, the Animals are in a really good spot because they're up to 2 scores. So even though their defense is really having a tough time stopping BIC, the pressure they're putting on Sterry Codrington and the BIC offense to keep pace with their offense is making it so that extra possession is huge.
Pac Money tries to get past Kwani Morgan. He does, but Morgan comes back for him, and they will bring him out at the 41, first down BIC.
And again, that's great coverage. As long as you stop Pac, you did something right. But now, like you said, Corey, they are putting some interesting pressure on Sterry and company to make something happen and keep scoring. They can't really afford to make a mistake here, go 3 and out, 4 and out, intercepts. They can't afford any of that.
Because really what we're asking the Animals defense to do is make 1 or 2 stops this entire game.
That's it.
That's
it. On first down, Codrington throws this one deep. That is off the hands of Worthy, almost picked off. But what a play that could have been.
Kwani is there to kind of, I don't know if he bothered the pass or he kind of got in the way, and Ashanti just lost track of the ball for that split second. That looked like a touchdown.
I have a question. Is making Kwani Morgan this important on both sides of the ball going to eventually hurt them? Or is he so far proven that he's just that guy and he has to be out there for the defense?
Based off of history, I always say when you overplay anyone, you run the risk of him running out of energy. It's 4 quarters, not 2.
This is their last attempt if they
Second
lose.
down, it looked
Might
like
as well.
Someone jumped. Codrington making a free pass here. He gets the first down, a player down on the field.
Jay Rolla was chasing him down with a vengeance.
It looks like Jay Rolla might have hurt himself on that play, and it looks like that flag was on the Animals.
Everything Jay Rolla
offsides defense, so it's going to be declined. That's a free play. And you just see what both of these quarterbacks can do, but what Sterry Codrington probably excels at the most is when you break contain on that over-aggressive pass rush, and there's another free play should be. Sterry makes sure he gets the call from Will Franklin. This is dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Codrington to
Movie.
Davis! Touchdown, BIC, and this one has turned into a gunfight at the OK Corral. 2 of the highest scoring offenses in the league looking to fire it up. 28-22 your score.
BIC's not going to lay down whatsoever. It's not time to argue with the refs about this call and that call. Play the game, buddy.
And you got to love the attitude that we see with Sterry Codrington. He knows he can run the ball when he needs to, but he's been aggressive in the air. He's been throwing deep pass after deep pass after deep pass. And no disrespect to my guy, But when you got Quincy Davis on Wally Cleaver, you take advantage of that 1950s television matchup because if it's going to be in black and white, I'm throwing to the guy in the mask.
I mean, but look how wide open he is the entire time. He's just
It's a free play.
They were
It's a free play.
Just get to the end zone, bro.
J-Rolla didn't get off the field in time, so as a savvy veteran and one of the most intelligent game managers in our league, Sterry Codrington knows once he sees the pineapple, the flag on the ground, he's taking a shot. And who better to take a shot to than Quincy Davis on the matchup that he's got? And it will be touchdown BIC.
So now these championship points become even more important.
Well, the more they score 8 instead of just the 6 or 7, the closer and closer that extra possession gets, because right now it's 28-22. They're going to go for 2 points from the 10-yard line, and if they do so, guys, it's 28-24. And if you get another touchdown from David Tender and the Animals and you don't convert, let's do the math, guys. 34? Well, 24 plus 8, I believe you're within 2 points after you make that, and then that whole touchdown advantage becomes only a 2-point lead. Now, there's a lot of football left to be played till we get to that point, but here's the extra point from the 10 for BIC.
Codrington going for 2. He slips through the defenders. Codrington caught, intercepted.
Wow.
That's Divine Epps. That won't count, and that will stop the play. Makes it 28-22, still a 6-point game. So the
Big
Animals
play there for the Animals to stop that.
That makes it dangerous.
And we can talk more about that in a second, but get loaded up for championship weekend by going to berserkathletics.com. Go to the official A7FL fan gear shop. Get yourself a t-shirt, get yourself a hat, get yourself an A7FL jersey, Corey Hammond, Big Rob jersey, or get yourself the Thick Boy Season or Huss shirt. Scan the QR code now or go to berserkathletics.com. Rob, what are you hearing in the chat?
Chad is just as shocked as I am. A lot of pauses. They're saying Rollers from Trenton. Yeah, we know that. Jay Roller's a Trenton native. He played for BIC. We played some of those highlights earlier. But, again, BIC not scoring this championship point right now. Again, Kwani's the guy. Kwani is definitely the guy you want on this 3-on-1. I'm going to ask the same question. Do they need to score this one to force BIC's offense back out?
Well, as great as Kwani Morgan has been on the 3-on-1 returns, credit
Cohen has been better.
Yeah, credit the 3-on-1 coverage team from BIC, and here's the throw from Isaac Gomez.
Gomez will get that one, and Morgan catches it on the fly.
He's going to Trey again.
Goes to Trey Cohen, and Cohen will not let him go down. He will take you off your centrifugal force, throw you off course.
And Kwani's not crazy. That's the play. You beat Trey, and it's 6.
Yeah.
But you have to beat Trey.
And the only way you can conceivably do that is with your speed, with your strength and speed. But because of Trey's low center of gravity, you can't get underneath him.
Well, and he's not just putting his body on the line with a form. He's bringing every ounce of energy and effort into making contact as well. There's no shying away here in A7FL Northeast, A7FL New Jersey. And when Kwani Morgan is taking on a guy of Trey Cohen's size and being stonewall stopped on a 3-on-1, it just goes to show you the immense and elite toughness from the young man and new father, number 15 for BIC, Trey Cohen.
Trey Cohen not napping today, looking to make the most of this opportunity as they look to move on to the Eastern Conference Finals and a date with the Paterson U, the Silk City Animals.
I think whoever Slayerville 5 is, you must be bored or just got here. Because, brother, I've been waiting for a game all day. I am far from upset that it's a game. I'm excited that it's a game.
And we are at the 2-minute warning after this play.
And it just goes to show you, I just read in the chat that Dan Giesling is missing this game. Someone him. Someone find him and tell him what's going on. He needs to see this.
They will run it back to the line of scrimmage on 1st and 10. We'll take a brief time out on the other side of the 2-minute warning. We'll be giving you... We're taking a brief time out. When we come back after the 2-minute warning, we'll have some more football for you. We'll finish the first half. It's the A7FL playoffs.
Be unique. Be creative.
Is your content marketing drifting away? Unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get Scene.
We're back live. It's the A7FL playoffs on A7FL.tv. Matt Ryan joined alongside Big Rob, Fabien, and Corey Hammond at halftime. Corey and Rob will run through some of the halftime storylines and some of the stuff going on in terms of highlights. We'll show you some highlights as we prepare for our third game at 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific time. David Tender on 2nd and 9 at the 30-yard line after the 2-minute warning.
And they go with that seal and rollout again.
And that is Tender.
Balls up in the air.
Intended for either Rios or it looked like Diaz. And it will be third down.
They've been getting a lot of success by sealing the edge and getting David Tender out of the pocket.
It's a great game plan, if I'm being honest.
They go from the first down in which they went true, 4 offensive linemen, 2 eligible tight ends, to shifting the tight end position out. Looked like it was Quani Morgan that time to seal Trey Robinson on the defensive right side edge.
Quani Morgan the entire time.
You see Big Mook subbed in the defensive line. Tender has done everything that he's been asked to do by his team to give his receivers time downfield, keeping plays alive with guys draped off of him. But 3rd and 9,
Morgan in motion.
Got to find something here.
Tender throws it. That's to Ghost. Quani Morgan stays upright, brought down. Huge tackle, first down.
And that was Mook, wasn't it?
It's Mook finishing up the play.
Holding on the offense.
Wow. Oh, no. And that's a great play from Tender to find the check down, because your best option a lot of times is giving a playmaker the ball in open space to see what he can do. And what he does is he finds, pretty good playmaker, Quani Morgan, by himself in the flat, running out after the check down block. But when you hold and you lose that 10 yards and you lose that ability to say it's a first down.
And Joker's a vet, man. He got to know better than to get
I mean, listen, a lot of those holds are necessary to keep the play alive. But when you have a quarterback in Tender that has had guys draped over him and still made the play, you got to keep your hands out from getting handfuls of jersey. And now, what was a 1st and 10 for the Animals, with 1:43 left, which is plenty of time for the BIC offense, is now a 3rd and 20. And this might be the chance that BIC needed to see if they can get a chance at a lead in this game.
3rd and 20 in motion. Tender.
There's Dwan.
In trouble. Dwan Williams looking to set
Tender
something
finds
up.
a way away from it.
Finds a way out of the end zone.
How is he doing this?
Joker,
to John
run.
Kessler. Kessler gets the first down. 90 seconds left to go in the half. They get the first down back.
Manny Diaz is lost because he is wide open, and Joker steals another play, not on purpose this time. He just gets it thrown to him. But Manny Diaz is staring at the end zone with no defenders next to him. But I guess it's too much pressure, and DT felt like he couldn't make the throw.
Well, listen, let's get Manny Diaz a show in Vegas if he's going to be that kind of diva, because it was a 3rd down conversion.
I'm not calling
and such a great play to find your check down as a quarterback.
Animals.
Look, just take a look.
Just watch David Tender. I'll be quiet.
Okay.
This is quarterback in the A7FL.
Phenomenal. Able to get these guys moving. The line is coming back. He makes Big Mook miss, which is dangerous. Manny's right here. Manny is us. We're Manny. Look, you see he's right there by himself.
He might have not trusted, because was Sayer on that? I saw 2 blue jerseys out of frame.
Listen, you could question whether that's a touchdown or not.
Take a look. There's the pressure.
All right.
There's the pressure. He gets out of there from Dwan. He makes
Impossible,
Big Mook
by
miss.
the way.
And take a look.
Forces the defense to converge.
No one's there. No one's there.
And what if he misses? And what if he misses the throw?
Covering. I mean,
what if he misses the throw?
You're right.
He is running for his life.
Right.
He's running out of his Gatorade meter, and he finds a reliable target on 3rd and 20, converts it, gets the first down. Manny Diaz, great game so far. But this is not Vegas. You do not have a show. You are not a diva. You are not a singer.
I understand.
Matt Ryan is the only one allowed to do a Dell in the A7FL.
Claim you understand the frustration. That's all.
I don't. Get back in the huddle. You got a chance right now to go head top on H3. And if I'm David Tender, I might be taking a shot.
28-22, Tender throws it deep. That is intercepted.
Zaire
Hancock will get the interception. That was intended for Rios, and that's Zaire Hancock looking to put 6 on the board. Zaire Hancock.
Hold on to the ball. They're ripping at it.
Trying to get the ball out, but the BIC
now
wastes a lot of time.
Here's where this play went wrong. It's not on David Tender. He's been doing this with every single receiver, every single play that he's faced pressure. He's trusting his receiver to continue on in the route and not break the route, and he puts a touch pass, maybe a behind pass for the receiver to adjust to. His receiver in the route breaks from his route.
The other direction, yeah.
Because this is a timing throw. He breaks from his route and runs away.
Yeah,
that's why he's not in the screen. If he just kept to it, it would have been a jump ball like Manny Diaz and like Macho and like John Kessler have been able to convert in this game. Credit Zaire Hancock for staying with the route, finding the ball, and making a play downfield. If he doesn't break that route, it's not on David Tender, my guy. It's on you.
The snap by Sterry. Under a minute. Codrington throws.
Kason Campbell.
Kason Campbell ties it up.
That.
28.
BIC.
That's all. Hey, man.
It's tie ball game, gentlemen.
BIC was never worried. I'm just saying.
And Chick is asking the U to speak up a little bit louder.
But here's the problem, guys. There's 49 seconds left. Kwani Morgan gets the ball, even though the BIC have the chance.
He'll give him great field position.
But this is who Sterry Codrington has been today. You got to love this Sterry Codrington. I got a receiver down the field who's going to make the play, and I'm going to trust him and throw a bullet. Sterry Codrington can score on almost every single play that he decides to run the ball because he's that talented as a runner. But when he is throwing the ball accurately and confidently like he is today, BIC's offense is almost impossible to stop.
28-28 your score. Going for the point after attempt. Codrington throws it, ties it. Gomez.
Joker.
Gomez will run on in, and it's 30-28 at 49
and that's a huge 2 points. They go with the jet action to set up this quick screen. And a quick screen, once again, is executed with great blocking from the wide receivers in front.
28-30, the BIC take the lead back in this game. The Animals have led for the majority of the contest, got the ball first. The BIC will get the ball at the half, but now, Rob, the Animals will get a chance on the 3-on-1 throw-off to score on an untimed down, and it will be Kwani Morgan returning it.
Kwani might have to change his tactics here.
Well, it's Ashanti Worthy that's throwing it off.
Shanti Worthy throwing it off. If you want more highlights, scores, and more, go to our social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Snapchat, and more, and it'll be Kwani Morgan returning it off his hands. Live ball. Morgan will dive on it, and it seems like now the BIC have regained the momentum of this game as the storm clouds are gathering in Asbury Park.
Well, you see what Kwani Morgan was trying there. He tried to catch it with a running start. The way that the ball was hanging a little bit in the air made it a little bit of an awkward catch. He muffs it, but he has the presence of mind to get back and keep possession for his team. But with 49 seconds left in the half, this is a tough task for the Animals. And what they cannot do is turn the ball over here with a chance for BIC to return it. Because as much momentum as they had and as much game control as they have had this entire first half, right now it's dwindling down to a vague hope for the Animals, because at least for the BIC offense, everything has been too easy.
On 1st and 10, the Animals.
Delay of game from the Animals.
And they will get 5 yards back on that. They will get sent to the 10-yard line. And right now, Corey, Rob, if you are the Silk City Animals, you're starting to feel a little bit of that pressure.
Honestly, because you were up by such a comfortable lead, and all you had to do was score. Well, I'm saying like it's so easy, right? Like all you had to do was score, guys, of course. But they couldn't get the job done. Now they're on the chase again. Game's still close.
Tender in trouble, throws, caught, and here comes an opportunity for the Animals. Sprints the screen and gets to the 31, stops the clock with 41 seconds left.
And he gets out of bounds, which is the most important part of that play. Tender with pressure in his face, looks like he is completely unfazed every single time. He's throwing on-time routes to in-breaking routes with guys bearing down on him, looking to make his day miserable. The fact that he can keep his eyes downfield and keep his eyes on his receivers so consistently is what separates him from just guys who have the ability to just run around and throw a tight spiral. Yeah, there's a lot of guys in this league with that skill set. What they don't have is the vision, the courage, and the sheer just it factor from Mr. Marketability, M&M, David Tender.
And Tender talking with Quani Morgan, the BIC defense, looking to load up here on first down. 2 wide receiver set. The snap. Tender steps up, throws it. Caught by Morgan.
Wow.
Quani Morgan!
Wow.
Quani Morgan pushes to the 40. He's out of play again, and the clock will stop.
Game-saving tackle again from Kason Campbell.
Ron Clark, I agree with you that the Animals haven't been able to stop BIC. But I mentioned that earlier in the broadcast, that it's not that they needed to stop BIC. They just needed BIC not to stop them.
Yep.
They had to score and continue to score because they don't have the deep. That's a phenomenal catch. They
It's
don't
an even
have the
better
defense.
throw, though, by the way. It's such a great throw.
Oh, Dave Valley's here.
Is he?
52?
Yikes. Go home, Dave.
Well, and that'll matter when this game gets into the fourth quarter, because if BIC decides to run the ball, they're going to be able to with that man out there.
No, it's going to matter right now because Dave Valley is going in at nose guard, and no one is strong enough to block that man. Good luck,
This is
everyone.
going to be possibly the most interesting matchup of the afternoon so far. It's going to be David Tender against Dave Valley, basically straight up.
Well, and David Tender's been stepping up in the pocket. You see he goes with the jump throw there. But his eyes, guys, are always down the field on his receivers, looking for the best opportunity to get yardage. And Quani Morgan runs a short route. That's basically a shallow or a slant or whatever you want to call it. The difference in catching it and getting tackled immediately and getting the chunk yardage that they were able to get on that play and even get out of bounds was the placement. That ball was perfectly thrown in the catching distance for Quani Morgan to catch it on the run, and that's the difference between yards after the catch and an immediate tackle on this great play from David Tender.
Dave Valley's in. I don't know if any of this is going to matter anymore. Let's see what he does.
Well, the last time we saw Dave Valley against the Animals, he was doing crossover moves, running down the field, even though it didn't count.
Tender and Morgan set up behind the center.
37 seconds left in the half is plenty of time for this Animals team.
In trouble, the throw caught by Macho.
Goodness.
Macho, big man. The thick boy season continues. There's no timeouts left for the Animals. They have to keep the clock moving. 25 seconds. They have to get up to the line, spike it, or run a play. Tender on first down. Tender will keep it. David Tender.
He goes with the Dan Marino fake spike.
Morgan can't hold on.
Oh, it's an interception.
Zaire Hancock
steals it from Quani Morgan.
Oh my God! What a game! What a play from Zaire Hancock. He's been back and forth, up and down all game. He's been unleashed now. What a phenomenal
and the interception for a touchdown that he dropped earlier. He has made up more so with 2 picks in his first half. Let's watch the replay because David Tender went with the Dan Marino fake spike and go. Quani Morgan comes up with that play so often. I'm giving it to I never give it to the defense. That's definitely a catch. Let's watch this replay.
Corey, you say everything's a catch.
This is a perfectly placed ball, by the way, too.
Great.
And Tender versus Hancock could be player of the game conversation right now.
Listen, if he has the 1 foot in,
that's all that matters.
That's what matters. But does he have possession of the ball? It looks like he does.
It's a 50-50 ball until he's out of bounds.
I don't know.
He has
Flag on the field, and it looks like that's on John Kessler of the Animals.
Why?
The call on the field is important, gentlemen, because it has to be conclusive evidence to overturn it. And the Animals, they know what it's like to be on the wrong side of a replay, unfortunately. Now, I think that this replay is going to be a tough call for the referees. And it's one of those bang-bang plays that, depending on the call on the field, is likely going to be the default, gentlemen. Because if they say...
It's being reviewed right now.
But if they say that the call on the field is interception, what we have to see is irrefutable proof that it's not an interception.
Yeah.
Take a look.
So
is it irrefutable?
he gains possession slightly after he's out of bounds. But if the ball's in his hands secured here, he has it. And that's 2 feet.
It's a 50-50
Here's
ball,
the thing.
though. You could call that a 50-50
You
ball.
could separate the chat, who right now is probably ganging up on whatever side that they think. But if you polled individual people watching this at home without any influence whatsoever, I think 50% would say that it's interception, 50% would say it's an incompletion. That's how tight this call is. And if you're the refs, I don't know what you say.
I don't think that's a catch.
He has both feet in.
But if it is,
but he's battling for the ball. That's
but if
not
it's
so he gets here.
But if it's ruled an interception, what we're looking at is not to see if it's a catch or not. We're looking to see if there's proof that it is not an interception.
But that's what's the catch?
No, because if he's contesting the ball,
if the ball's in his fingertips for both hands, is that possession?
But no one had possession right there.
But then if no one had possession,
looks like
then it's incomplete.
I think it's an interception.
I think it's an interception.
Calling the field saying it is an interception.
Okay.
It looks like he has control of the ball in his hands for the split second while both of his feet are in, guys. So that's what I think.
Zaire and the BIC will get the ball back. Both sides will dap each other up and set things back up as the Animals in the BIC.
Now, as much of a downer as that is for the Animals and the Animals fan and Dan Giesling personally, the game is 30-28 with 8.9 seconds left in the half.
The BIC has the ball.
This is not a game that you now let that play dictate what happens next. The Animals have to take this outcome for what it is. An interception. It was an opportunity for Kwani Morgan to steal the ball because it's right there for him too. Credit Zaire Hancock, a former Animal, making a play. And after the penalty, BIC has the ball on their 35-yard line with, guys, I would say enough time to score if you're BIC.
And timeouts. They have 2 timeouts. So they've
got 2 max plays.
The BIC can do 2.
And if you're going to play this prevent defense that it looks like the Animals are going to come out with, they might go quick screen to the top of your screen in Kason Campbell and just have him go out of bounds to get a closer shot for that deep pass. Now, they did go with the Baltimore special, but the Animals are all over it. But here's 1st and 10.
The snap, Codrington under pressure.
They're going for it all right now.
He's going to get on his bicycle. Codrington will be met at the 50. Clock continuing the run. They may just want to keep Kwani Morgan.
He stepped out of bounds.
And that play will be called.
No, they're going to say he stepped out of bounds before the horn. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with the clock here, because you saw Spadola on the sideline saying that he stepped out of bounds before the pitchback. And that's why the whistle was blown, because...
So that'd be with 1 second left. The BIC have another play.
That's a tough call.
This is a fast and loose play from a quarterback. He's lucky that he got out of bounds in time.
That interception's a really...
Right here, guys,
call.
when he looks to pitch it, he makes this move and steps out of bounds right here.
Oh, yeah, there it is, right
and that's
there.
when it was 1 second left on the clock. And that's why they blow the whistle. Now, if they don't blow a whistle, by the way, that's Ashante Worthy with the ball in his hands. He's likely taking that to the crib. But with 1 second left, last play of the half.
1 second, and there's the pressure.
Oh, wow.
Plays whistle dead. Plays whistle dead.
Plays whistle dead, so we're probably going to get a replay here. False start offense.
False start on because
took off.
No one was ready.
Now, I don't know if that's going to be a clock runoff.
Well, how much clock is left?
1 second.
1 second. Tom Mascaro going out to Will Franklin to make sure that he knows the rules.
And we're waiting to see what the official call is, as this game is close. It is closer than we thought it would be. It's much tighter than we thought it would be. We thought that BIC would have the lead at half, but the Animals controlling the tempo.
I thought BIC was going to send them home early. That's what I was told.
We're live here on A7FL.TV. 1 actual second left in the first half. 30-28 your score. Matt, Rob, and Corey here with you as we clear the consternation and conversation And it was a flag on the offense. False start on the offense. It'll be a replay of first down. No time will be taken off the clock, so the BIC will get another attempt at it.
I think the ruling, guys, is that because the clock was stopped before the play was called, there is no runoff because it wasn't.
It didn't start.
The clock wasn't running, and that's why you do the runoff. The Animals are looking for clarification. Mark High is out there making sure that he's just being heard. You know, he just wants everyone to know what he's thinking.
Watch Valley out on the edge.
And Missile almost goes offside.
Yeah, Missile almost launched early. The snap. Codrington in trouble.
No, he's got to run now.
Downfield. Codrington gets past the defender. The throw back, and that is out of play.
Ashanti Worthy.
Misses Worthy, and that's the end of the first half. One half down, another half left to go. We'll take a brief timeout, and on the other side of this break, we'll run you through some highlights, and, well, we'll let you know what's going on around the rest of the A7FL. 30-28, your score, the BIC in the lead. Halftime coming up next. If you want to be a part of the conversation, follow us across social media. Let us know who's standing out to you in the chat. We'll be back. Halftime next.
Message de burger dans le voyant. BIC every 20 minutes, s'équipe de fond dry out. And voilà.
This is gonna taste all right.
Never just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Something amazing is happening here. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights and increased performance, giving them the scale to stay ready for whatever's next. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW. Something amazing is happening here.
Where could reinvention take your business? Accenture, let there be change.
See it? Can we see a dinosaur? Say it.
Hey Google, take me to the Natural History Museum.
Display it. That's tech, according to the 2024 Nissan Rogue.
Rob, 30-28, Animals are still in this game. This is probably the biggest surprise of the day.
Honestly, it is. I just didn't expect this at all.
Surprising day.
No, it's
Here,
a very surprising
scooch
day.
over that way. Come on, we got to center this shot. We don't have Matt here. This is the A7FL on A7FL.tv, and you know, without the best guy of the booth, we're working through it. But listen, regardless of this shot, regardless of all of the other things going on, we are bringing you great football. Period.
But let's talk about the game.
Let's talk about it.
I didn't expect this. Let's just be honest.
All right.
I thought BIC was going to come in here.
Right.
I was very confident BIC was going to come in here and just walk through the Animals. The confidence.
I think BIC thought that too.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that.
I don't know who didn't think that. Now, that doesn't mean I didn't think the Animals wouldn't score or they wouldn't be competitive in that sense. But a 28-30 point game, BIC up by 2 at half. Nobody in their right mind is going to sit here and tell me they predicted this.
Well, and where the Animals are coming from, this is basically a resurrected team. These guys are Lazarus. They have come back from the dead for circumstances. We won't go into that, and you guys already know what it is.
Yeah.
Now, but they are taking advantage of their opportunity. Not only are they scoring most of the time when they're on offense, they're doing it in electric and very frustrating fashion for the BIC defense. We talked a lot pregame. You mentioned H3. I mentioned the defensive secondary for BIC. Is it JJ's fault? No, I'm just joking. What does the BIC defense need to do to change how well the passing game is going for the Animals?
Unfortunately, it's less on what they have to do and who they're dealing with. Tender is playing a heck of a game right now.
He's doing everything that anyone could ever do.
He's finding his guys in open spaces, putting the ball only where they can get it, outside of that one miscommunication where his guy
that's not even on him. I would argue that's not even on him, because that's the same exact throw that he's made over and over again to these guys, because he's trusting his wide receivers to make the plays in the air.
Chance to fight for the ball, go get the ball, and these guys have been winning these matchups. Let's take a look at this replay. Only Kwani could get it here, and he actually breaks this for 6 against Sayer, who, again, he showed up later, but in the beginning of the game, Sayer did not look too great. And that's
again,
against Trey Robinson and Sayer Hancock.
And it's really, for me, if you're BIC, what you have to start doing is finding a way to make the pressure that you're bringing on David Tender matter, because they're getting there. Every single play, they're getting there. They're just not finishing. And if he's standing up, he's looking downfield to complete the pass, and more often than not, he's been able to do so. You see here on the 3-on-1 return, Pack money.
Oh, my goodness, 2 of these things. Damn. Yeah, that's tough. The thing is, though, I'm not going to sit here and blame the D-line. The D-line's doing their job. Phenomenal pressure.
But anything Tender has done, it seems that Sterry has done better, because with pressure in his face, Sterry Codrington is just as effective.
And that's Olay. The pressure. So I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, the D-line has to improve when it comes to what BIC can do better. It would seem as if the coverage hasn't been communicating the way they need to get this guy covered.
Well, and the coverage on the beginning of the route. But listen, the coverage on the beginning of all of these routes is there. All of these guys are covered. It's the ability, and here's the run from Kwani Morgan, which is, when you're prepared to try to stop the pass from David Tender, you don't have a run defense in. But this has kind of been who David Tender has been all game. And even though this one didn't count, sorry, Animals fans.
That's rough.
Tender has pressure in his face, and he's delivering the ball, giving his receivers a chance. But guess what? When you can block on a quick screen like this, you can also explode with the flip. How does he get more air on a flip than he does on a regular jump?
That man's nasty work.
And
Kwani,
maybe just as important of a play.
Trey Cohen has been able, he scores one, but then he's been able to stop these guys consistently on the 3-on-1s. And this was a great run. Tomeno's not the guy you run one-on-one tackles with.
No, and it's one of the few times that the BIC got the tackles that they needed. That's 2nd and 7, and that should be a 2-yard gain. Turns out to be a 7.5-yard gain and a first down. Another great play from Kwani Morgan, and also from David Tender, who's keeping every play alive by looking downfield.
Right. So, again, I'm not here to ever say that. Again, it's David Tender. It's nothing wrong that H3 or Sayer is doing. David Tender is just playing a phenomenal game. He's putting the ball where these guys can't get it.
And as great as David Tender has been playing, you also have to give his receivers credit. They are keeping their eye in the backfield, finding him when they need to. And this play has been effective, this scheme. But this is just David Tender.
Being David Tender.
Being awesome. Manny Diaz being even better.
So what do you do here? Do you get upset at Sayer Hancock, who gets lost in the wash, but is guarding his man for a lot of time? Look at the coverage. It's there. This is just a head top. This is just a head top. There's just a head top. There was no push.
But you see the coverage is there.
Yeah, the coverage is there.
But what made the play there is when the ball was thrown. This is the free play from BIC.
Looking for the flag.
On the previous play, when the ball was thrown, H3 isn't even looking for the ball, and the ball is already in his receiver's hands.
Got him.
And if you're going to give BIC a free play,
come on,
Sterry Codrington is going to take all 6 of these.
And let's talk about Quincy, who's had a phenomenal game. Every
2 touchdowns, Rob.
2 touchdowns, and every time one of the main characters hasn't been available, Quincy's been there to do the work. And here's Trey Cohen again with a phenomenal tackle on Kwani, and that's a big guy.
That's got to be an 80-pound differential, and it doesn't matter when you're Trey Cohen.
Look at this. He makes Dwan Williams, potential Defensive Player of the Year, miss. He's disappeared today.
And Mook, who can catch the man who caught the ball.
Now, this here, after everything that happened after this play, I do think he made the wrong play here. I think he made the wrong play.
Yeah,
That's a touchdown.
in a video game, Rob, if you're playing Madden and you're hammering right trigger, you can press circle and it goes to your receiver.
He throws an interception after that.
Yeah, but guess what? If he throws the ball in the air, as tired as he was, he probably doesn't find his receiver as open as he did, and you can't take away yardage
when you look back at it on film, you're going to be upset you didn't throw that pass.
Hindsight's 20/20, especially for linemen, Rob.
You know the vibes.
And we are getting ready for the second half of action. No, I was asked right now by Diaz, of the CEO of the Animals, hey, Ryan, did you expect the score to be this close? I was like, I didn't expect anything that happened today to have happened. So it is now on the Trenton BIC to run the ball back here at the start of the second half.
It'll be Pack Money back there.
Marcellus Pack will get the ball.
Free run again.
That ball will die on the vine. It's got to go to the 25-yard line.
That may end up being one of the differences in this game, especially if, I'm getting prophetic here, guys. This 3-on-1 turns out to be similar to the earlier 3-on-1 and gets them great field position.
There may be no game where the get-back is more important than this game.
Yeah.
I hope they remember it because it is important.
See Trey Robinson and Dave Valley conferring on the sidelines as the BIC and Marcellus Pack will get the ball on a dead ball run from the 25-yard line.
30-28 is your score. And Pack Money looking to put 6 more up for BIC.
Gets to the 50, met through, and that is Pack Money. It is an election year, and you need Pack Money. Touchdown, BIC.
I told you. I told you.
What did you tell us?
I said that was going to be a return for a touchdown.
Pack was going to score a return?
Yeah, I literally did.
Corey, anyone can
He's
know
on my
that.
fantasy team, guys.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Lord.
I told you.
Yeah, Corey was right, guys. Corey was right.
And that's the type of play that when you make a mistake, an unforced error against a team like BIC, when, let's be clear, the Animals have done everything that they should have and needed to so far in this game. Devine Epps, who has been a standout for this Animals team and is part of their future, he slips up in that middle of the field coverage. And Pack Money, who is an expert returner in this league, takes advantage, puts 6 on the board. It's now an 8-point game, guys, with BIC. They could go up by 2 scores now, guys.
To John Webster saying it, house music, much like LaBouche up in the club in 92. The BIC looking for 2 more points.
This is a huge extra point because if they score this, it's not a tie ball game no matter what Animals do on offense.
Condrington, 2 points. That man is a game changer.
Jalen Crooms.
Jalen Crooms.
Jalen? Not Jalen. Where's he been?
He always makes an appearance every once in a while.
Wow.
Just in time to make it a 10-point game, 2-score game, guys. And what miracle juice the Animals have been working on is starting to dwindle away because this second half, has yet to even officially start time-wise, guys.
Right. That's what's rough. 15 minutes in, when you ended second quarter, it was 28-30. 15 minutes in at the start.
And sometime during halftime, you gave up 8.
Guys, Quaddy Morgan has the ball. And, well, these things seem to have a syncope to them, boys.
They do. Sometimes
you're willing to make a prediction, Matt?
You know what? Let's see. Let's let it ride, boys. I'll bet the mustache on it. Morgan catches it, and Quaddy Morgan!
Oh, no, he's going. Wait.
The mustache!
Wait.
Bye.
You called it. How?
You know why?
Back to back?
Why, Matt?
I'm the voice of the A7FL, Daddy. And Quaddy Morgan looking to be the new face. He's trying to get on the logo. Quaddy Morgan letting it bounce, and then like Ricky Henderson on the base pass, speeded through. Touchdown, Silk City.
Bro.
Hey, that's how you equalize. The 3-on-1 strikes again.
Attack Trey Cohen, bro. It's
and for the first time, it actually mattered.
Telling you.
Welcome to the A7FL.
This is insane.
This is what happens when you bet on the stash.
Quaddy Morgan is such a standout today.
Is he Rookie of the Year?
He's Returner of the Year. I just got from Cole
He's definitely returner
He
of the
might
year.
be returner of the year.
No, ain't no
Gardella.
Why is that?
Ain't no might. I don't
Listen.
think anyone's returned as many as he has.
As
and
many
even in this
big-time
game,
returns.
Big-time
Empirical-
returns.
not just-
I'm just looking for the evidence behind
And listen,
it. inside
no
of ephemera.
disrespect to anybody that has a lot of
Bro,
returns
wait,
against no
wait.
competition.
And Luke Zach
He
saying
just
it in the
said
chat, not 1 second has gone off
Not
the
one.
clock. We have had a 13-point swing with no time on the clock. Tender looking to go for 2.
A7's insane.
Tender.
He's
the
wide
throw.
open,
Wide
Joker.
open. Wow. And
Somebody cover that man.
he walked it
Some
in.
people call him the Space Cowboy, but that man is a joker, and this one is 36-38.
Bro.
If there's a baby Joker out there on that field, there's also a geriatric one. And geriatric Joker with another huge play in his game.
Hey, guys.
My bad,
I
Joker,
think
my bad.
Matt has to shave his mustache.
Possibly, but you know what? The A7FL Championship is celebrating a homecoming right here on July 21st. You want to buy tickets? If you want to see this live, if you think you can see Kwani Morgan or Ashante Worthy or Pac Money live and you want to experience the feeling of being at the A7FL, go to a7fl.com/championship.
Ron, I think people would assume you said that DT would play tough. I don't know if anyone assumed DT would keep the game this close, and then not
he
just
did talk
DT.
about David Tender being
He
a key
did.
cog on football
for
this
sure,
morning.
For sure, and I give you that, Ron. We've been watching David Tender for the better part of all season. He's that guy.
He's marketable.
But he's very marketable. But Kwani's performance today, I don't know, bro.
This just comes in from our statistician Cole Gardella. That ball will bounce as Ashante Worthy. That's a dead ball run.
Uh-oh.
And that's Ashante Worthy on a dead
I'm
ball
willing
run.
to say
Are we getting
that
a
they will
triplet?
tackle. They will tackle.
Guys,
Ashante Worthy.
according to Cole Gardella, we are now on pace, like last week, for the highest scoring game in A7FL history.
Well, if they keep scoring with no
148
time,
points is the high watermark. 148 points is the record. That's they're on pace for right
on
now.
pace for that?
We're on pace for 148 points.
if they keep this up, they keep scoring with no time off.
Not a second has gone
Yes.
off in the third quarter. What is this?
The snap, and here comes Ashante Worthy on the dead ball run. He'll be met at the 50-yard line.
Ashante
Ashante
versus
Worthy. Kwani Morgan will help get him out in a little bit of a
that's
cell
flag.
job on
Yeah,
the
no.
tackle.
That's a flag.
No, that
That's-
was a flag,
that's
but
a flag. That's definitely a
Oh,
flag.
he went airborne.
Ashante
He's got
Worthy.
better balance than that.
Yeah.
We know what happened.
Ashante
Like a
gave him
member
a little
of the
flop.
Brazilian Football Club.
A little flop, and I love it.
A
He
little
sold it.
bit of it's
A little
a
It's
flop.
a
flop.
then. Wow,
Hey.
we all just like collided into the worst Cockney accent in American television history.
When you see a float of that nature, you got to go straight into some kind of British, Australian, or whatever I'm doing there.
Practice the heck out of that.
No, my wife roasts me every time I do an accent.
Because you're watching Bridgerton.
Thank God it's over. No, I'm not watching it, but it's on the televisions in my house. And then a 3-year-old walks by the TV. I'm like, turn it off! Speaking of old-timey British accents, Dave Valley in the huddle.
And we finally have time. Going to set off the clock. We will have a play from scrimmage for the first time in what feels like 85 minutes.
Wow.
Well, and look, great return from Ashante Worthy is even greater when you can start your offensive drive at the 25-yard line. I don't know if the Animals planned this, but maybe they're going with a shorter field so that they don't have to cover as much.
Okay.
1st and 10.
Sure.
And a little bit more information.
Well, based on some of the coaching that they're getting from the sideline, maybe it is the thing that they're doing with the new face.
The highest scoring game in history was 130 total points.
Yes, sir.
This is about to break that record by 18.
If we keep pace.
If we keep pace.
If we keep pace. Well, listen, the Animals and the BIC defense are going to have to step up in the second half. The first half was all about the offenses, guys, and Syer Hancock getting 2 interceptions. The Animals need to make a stop, whether it's now or later on in this half. They're going to have to stand up at some point.
After the flag, 14:55 and counting. The snap by Codrington. Codrington will roll out to his left. And it's down!
Whoa!
The missile is launched and takes down Codrington after a 5-yard sack. It'll be second and 15.
That's not even normal. I don't see that ever. Shouts to Missile on the one-on-one solo sack of Sterry Codrington, but that is a rare sight, guys.
When they overloaded the side with 2 rushers, you see number 7, his name is 6.
Snap, Codrington. They are just
Got
waiting.
Kason Campbell.
Kason Campbell! Ashante Worthy, too, and that is intended for Worthy. No call, and it'll be 3rd down.
There is a penalty flag. And I'm not sure if this is another free play for BIC. We'll see what the call is.
And it is on the defense. 5-yard penalty.
Looks like defensive holding, which is interesting. Now,
sack.
Sterry Codrington has been aggressive in the air all game, and he takes his shot to a great wide receiver in Ashanti Worthy. But the backside post from Kason Campbell was so wide open, I felt like I had to scream it out.
Kason who?
Kason Campbell.
You definitely called him Kason Campbell.
Well, he's eating up the defense.
He drives him crazy, and he can't just help himself.
Look at that setup.
I'll call him Hannibal. Hannibal Lecter. The great Hannibal Lecter.
Well, the BIC looking to feast upon the competition and not say goodbye horses at the end of this one. They are up by 2 after back-to-back 3-on-1 return touchdowns. Second down after the flag, and that is caught.
Trey Cohen again.
Trey Cohen, slip, slide, this one again. The BIC extend the lead. Do your jumping, Papa.
And he says, enough with the rah-rah. I am a da-da. Another touchdown for Trey Cohen. I'm proud of that young man.
And the quick screen, this time, it's not the wide receivers getting out on the block. Let's watch the replay. It's offensive linemen. 15 yards downfield, opening it up.
Not here. How different is this game
watch
right
this,
now?
Watch this play. Markai and Dave Valley.
Wow. That was tipped.
Valley doesn't even make the block. It's Markai.
Shouts to Markai.
If they had someone underneath to make the stop.
What you do is you release the offensive lineman right away. That's why there's a tip. But when you got a convoy out in front, there is nothing the Animals are going to do on that rocket screen because the quick screen is usually on the outside of the field. Rocket screen goes to the inside of the field, and it's an easy touchdown for Trey Cohen.
44-36, looking to make this a 10-point lead. Worthy. And now Codrington. The throw off the hands and incomplete.
Just misses. You got to love the way that Sterry Codrington stepped up in the pocket and stood there cool and collected, but he just misses the crossing route at the back of the end zone. It's still an 8-point game, gentlemen, but that miss on the championship points means that the Animals can tie this one up with a score and a conversion on the 2-point.
And folks, it is 44-36. And if you are watching for the first time and you're like, I need an A7FL jersey, I need a t-shirt, I need to wear a Thick Boy Season or a Huss Huss shirt, go to berserkathletics.com or skip all the typing, scan the QR code, and get your A7FL merch now. And Kwani Morgan will be getting the ball from Isaac Gomez, as Gomez will be throwing it off for the BIC.
We talk to Derek Duncan, division owner out in Nevada all the time, and he talks about Savion Cunningham and OTT, who we might see at 11 o'clock today. And one of the complaints that they have is they take him out when he's their best returner.
Morgan.
The Animals are making sure that Kwani Morgan, oh my!
Wow.
Kwani Morgan just stinger splashed over Isaac Gomez and almost got Shining Wizard in real life. First down, Animals. That's just trying to show off.
Yeah, I was going to try to say it's smart for the Animals to keep Kwani back there because he is really consistently pressuring the 3-on-1 coverage team with opportunities. Shout-outs to Isaac Gomez for catching a man in the air as he goes for the 45-inch vertical over him.
It looks like both of them were trying to set up for the shatter machine like FTR does, because he jumps over, they both catch him, and bring him down. What an interesting attempt from Kwani Morgan.
He went on a hip drop on JJ, so.
It'll be first and 10. The snap. Tender will keep it. David Tender tosses it back to Kwani Morgan.
Wow.
Morgan breaches through.
Wow.
Kwani Morgan
what are we watching?
Slip slide.
Bye. It's been back-to-back. It's been so now. Hold on, Ron Clark. Are we gonna say that Kwani Morgan has nothing to do with this? Are we putting it all on Dave Tender? He has help, and his name is Kwani Morgan, bro.
What? Not saying that Kwani Morgan isn't help. Not saying that Kwani Morgan might not be the MVP of this game. But when we watch this replay, the fact that Kwani Morgan even has an opportunity to get any yardage, this is not a speed option.
This is
he is looking.
They bite on David Tender so bad.
And he underhand scoops it out on the option pitch.
Tomeno and H3.
Oh, and
wow.
H3.
Friendly fire. Yikes. See, and this is the thing. We know BIC is going to score. That's the whole point.
This pitch is insane.
What this does is forces BIC must be perfect to win.
Is this on pace to be better than any game we've ever?
Honestly, me and Kenny have to have a
Listen, we're just waiting for the animals to not show up, and they do every single time.
Oh, okay.
And that'll be incomplete, so it'll remain 44-42. But with just over 90 seconds gone by in the third quarter.
This game's going to 100 each.
All sides on the defense. We're running this one back.
And are they getting it from the 5?
They're getting it from the 5, a 2-point attempt from the 5.
Who did it? That's a huge penalty. And this is what I'm saying. I said it earlier. BIC is guaranteed to score.
Trevor Narlock saying that Kwani's looking like a prime courage mode.
Hey, Trevor, I didn't want to be the one to say it.
Right now, RTC or Kwani, who you got, recency bias aside.
Recency bias. I mean, I'm here. I don't get to see RTC every week.
RTC had 20-something carries for 153 yards in the championship game. We can't take that away from him just yet.
You know what? Let me chill.
David Tender going for 2 from 5 after the penalty. Tender rolls out. He's in trouble. David Tender will tie this game. He walks it in. 44-44. The 88 club has been broken open. It's a tie game. We've got a lot of football left. And if you thought that we were over, oh, sweet babies, we've only just begun. On the other side of this break, we will run back a 3-on-1 throw-off. It's the A7FL playoffs. What is life?
Massage de burger dans le Montréal. BIC every 20 minutes to keep it from drying out. And voilà.
This is gonna taste all right.
Just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Is your content marketing drifting away? Unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get Scene. Is your content marketing
live 44-44? And if you are not on social media right now, letting people know what this game is, as we are edging closer to what might be the highest scoring game in A7FL history. The Animals look to shock the world and completely disrupt the timeline of the A7FL. A date with the Paterson U in 2 weeks' time, right back here, awaits the winner. David Tender out on the return team.
That might be a mistake.
To put it in his hands.
We saw that what happened with Huff, and that's Pack Money. Pack Money. Pack Money to the sideline. Pack Money. That man is brought down.
Yikes!
At the 37-yard line.
Is there anything Tender can't do?
Hold on, guys. I poked my head out there real quick just to catch the atmosphere of the game.
Yeah?
It's
Tell
intense
us.
out there. Sherrod Savance has made an observation that he thought he should share with me, and I want to share with you guys.
Share it with the
He feels as though the reason why the game is this close is that the Animals want it more.
I think that they absolutely, with this second chance, this second opportunity, they do want it.
Is this the UBIC all over again?
I don't know what this is.
The BIC finally have their own
I can tell you what this is, but people are going to judge me for it.
What is it?
This is when The BIC is as dominant as they are. The U's as dominant as they are. Then the Chiefs sneak in. There's always that third team.
Well, there's always next year.
True.
44-44. Codrington.
Check out
loading.
Quincy. Ooh.
False start.
False start on the offense. Not what you want after that.
And this is what I was saying before the break. BIC has to play perfect. Because apparently David Tender could score when he feels like it, which is getting kind of scary. But BIC has to play perfect. They cannot afford any mistakes.
Are we sure?
They must score on every single drive moving forward.
Are we sure that David Tender doesn't have the red Infinity Stone? Because he is warping reality on every single play.
Like Jiren in the like hitting the time skip. Can you tell that I'm watching the Tournament of Power?
I can tell.
The screen, Codrington on first down to throw. And that is Kason Campbell wide open.
Ooh.
He's still up. He's still up.
That man has got
the
viral
blockers.
before. He almost tossed it back to Dave Valley. And does not get the same amount of yardage that he would have had initially, but gets enough for the first down and tries to demoralize the Animals' defense.
Wake up. Uh-oh, Dave. Let's relax.
Well, and
Don't step to Dave Valley is the lesson we are all learning here today. Kwani Morgan on the day, 5 receptions, 135 yards, 2 receiving touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown, 3 rushes for 67 yards, 7 returns, 160 yards, 1 return touchdown. So he has 4 touchdowns today.
And I'm going to credit Cole Gardella on this joke.
Yeah, Cole Gardella putting all that together.
And on this joke as well. Not only has he been quality today, but he has been quantity. Quantity Morgan putting up the numbers, huh?
Okay.
I liked it better in my head before I did it.
I'll shake your hand.
I'm sorry, Cole.
That earns like 1940 Senators meeting and like at a photo op. The snap by Codrington. Codrington under pressure. Pushing down on him. Jay Rolla coming at him. Incomplete, and that's a flag.
Nah, that's not a flag.
That's a tough play, and it's
Worthy is hurt.
I don't like it. I don't like it, but it's not a flag. I don't like it, though. I don't like it. I do not like it, but it's not a flag. Gosh, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all.
Loaded tackle. Not a fan of that.
Not at all, nah.
Now, if the ball is well placed, Divine Epps has to make that same play on a playmaker like Ashanti Worthy, and he has to
putting pressure on Sterry, forcing him to roll out.
Yeah, and
that side.
Honestly, look, if you can't see him in screen, we give him a lot of flack, but Wally Cleaver is the one who has good coverage on Ashanti Worthy, which is why you can't get it to him.
Ooh, and that's not illegal, but
because it's the ball is shielded by the body of Ashanti Worthy, so Divine Epps, who knows who Ashanti Worthy can be when he catches it, has to play through the ball.
I don't like the play, though.
But it'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Like the play.
Hopefully, Ashanti Worthy's fine on that. He's still in the game.
He's on the field.
The snap, Codrington on 2nd down.
Oh, wow.
He's got too much space.
Wow.
Here comes Jay Rolla. Codrington is down.
Rolla and Ray.
They just went around Dave Valley. They went every single place Dave Valley wasn't.
Well, and they originally only rushed 2 guys, so that's why the delayed rush.
Sure?
Yeah, if you watch
Timeout, BIC.
If you watch the replay on that, they only sent 2 guys originally. So the defensive line kind of spreads out the offensive line with only the 2 rushers.
Take a look.
It's the delayed blitz from Jay Rolla, who's just standing back waiting.
It's not necessarily delayed. He's attacking off the run. It has to be a scheme that way.
But you see,
they're sending someone outside that's in front of the receiver to blitz as the end instead of blinding you up in front of Dave Valley, because who the heck wants to do that?
Yeah,
right?
Nobody.
So I don't know. That's tough.
Well, and what you have to do there, if you're Sterry Codrington with your skill set, is instead of looking downfield to do the kill shot, which has worked a lot today, what you have to go for is to explode, take the yardage that they're giving you, because there was nothing but green in front of him if he decided to run. That delayed from Jason Reeves, Jay Rolla, was really the best thing that could have happened for the Animals, because when Sterry stepped up in the pocket, he's stepping up into Jay Rolla.
In Sterry's skill set, when he's running out of the backfield, he slow plays it because he knows he's fast enough to do it. But if you're able to close that distance before he turns the jets on, as you can see, this is the 2nd time he's been caught. doing that.
And when you step up into the pocket as a quarterback, you're in a standing position. You're not in that forward running position, so it's harder to make those lateral moves to get side to side, especially when you have two rushers closing in.
Rob, you know Kenny Stansbury better than almost anyone on the planet. What's in his mind right now? What is he trying to figure out?
He's poised, and he's like, nah, BIC's going to win. It's just we got to stop doing stupid S word. You know what I'm saying? That's Kenny Stansbury's mindset right now. We just got to stop doing the stupid
Codrington,
stuff.
the worthy touchdown.
Easy money. Easy money.
Like Rodney Dangerfield and Joe Pesci in the 80s. Easy money, touchdown BIC. They take the lead back by force. This is a long way to go. We've had 3 touchdowns in less than 5 minutes of game time.
It's been nasty in this third quarter. This third quarter, you can actually isolate it by itself and watch all the crazy things that happen just in this third quarter.
And this third quarter hasn't even been 5 minutes in, guys.
It hasn't. It was 28 to what is it?
28 to 30 when it started. BIC has scored 20, and the Animals have scored 16.
Great throw, great catch. But that's what you expect from Sterry and Ashanti. But again, they have to be perfect here. They have to score.
But
they have to.
So do the Animals, because you can see the Animals' defense at times has made a play or two here and there, but they don't have enough to keep up with this BIC offense, at least as of yet.
So? They've been matching point for point.
No, their offense does. I'm saying the Animals' defense right now, they need to make a stop. Do you trust the BIC defense to make a stop before the Animals? Because one or the other is going to have to happen.
Codrington on the 2-point attempt.
Or no, here it goes.
Codrington, incomplete.
And there's 6 wearing number 7.
And LaPena getting hemmed up by Dave Valley.
Because the question everybody's going to keep asking is, okay, sure, yes, BIC is going to score, but they can't make a mistake. Whether it's if it's the other defense making them make the mistake, or they just make the mistake, that's dangerous for them. Right now, the way the Animals are playing, the spirits, the football gods are on their side. They're doing everything, and everything seems to be working. That's scary.
It's going to come down to who can lock in and go the extra mile. Go the extra mile in your natural hair care journey by joining us at Loctician. Scan the QR code now or go to Locticians.com to find a Loctician or natural hair care professional in your area. Locticians. Do right by your hair. Matt Ryan joined alongside Big Rob Fabien and Corey Hammond.
No, I'm sorry. I just read Worthy is low-key what's 4.2 speed is low-key fast?
Who's low-key anything about Ashanti Worthy? His name is Hollywood. Nothing about his game is low-key.
That will bounce. Morgan will be met by the similar Quanny Morgan.
There's no way.
No way.
There's
back
no
to
way.
back. Quanny Morgan.
Trey Cohen, come on. There's no way.
Quanny Morgan checked out at the 12.
And he changes up. Oh, that's not a good thing to see. Hopefully he gets back up.
That might be changes up.
That's GG's.
Listen, he changes up his strategy on that 3-on-1. Instead of going at Trey Cohen, he attacks our guy Isaac Gomez. Somebody calls him Ice Spice. It's not me. But look, he makes him turn his entire body around.
He has no help.
And
Trey Cohen.
Listen, Trey Cohen is that man. Catches him, doesn't make the tackle. But his legs hit him on the way down.
It might have just jammed his hamstring.
I've seen his calf tighten.
That it may not.
And they carry him off the sideline. That's
in this
the thing.
weather, a situation like that, it may not be that bad.
Well, and you talk about BIC having to be perfect and what they need. The only thing that the Animals couldn't have happen is one of the guys that have been carrying them to not be able to carry them anymore.
Bobby Newman saying, that man ran 1,500 yards already today.
Off that spin, when he spins off of the tackle from Trey, he bounces.
And Trey Robinson, a name that we talked about in the pregame show, but not been mentioned a lot today, has not been a key factor. Macho will be an eligible receiver. And now
they're going to have Jay Rolla at running back. We'll see if they go with him.
Down 6.
Oh, my goodness.
The throw. Macho. The flag on the field. Macho will get to the 5.
And there's a flag. They're going to call holding on the offense.
Holding on the offense, so it'll be first down. A replay of first down.
Yeah, there's also a guy that's well over 310, 15 yards downfield on what looked to be a run play to start. So I'm not sure if they are just letting that one go because of the hold.
Who, Roller?
No, it was the guy in the middle, the center. I don't know his name.
Yeah, it looks like we have another player down on the field, and that's LaPena. That is Macho.
Both of these teams here have been fighting, but the Animals have been fighting with all they got.
The Animals have been fighting. 10-10 left to go on the clock. We'll give you more news, more info after this. The BIC with the lead, but Silk City knocking on the door. Can this frenetic pace continue? We find out as the sun sets in Asbury Park.
Is your content marketing drifting away? Unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get Scene.
Some people say this might be the biggest upset in A7FL history. 50-44 after the injury timeout. Kwani Morgan and Macho, two players on back-to-back plays, had huge dividends for the Animals. Both now injured.
Well, before we call this an upset, we got to see it happen.
I said could be.
It could be. I'm just telling the fans.
First down and a lot more to go. Tender.
He's got space.
Carry. David Tender's in a sideline. David Tender into the end zone. Tie game. Silk City will not go gently into the good night. That man is marketable.
Look at the smile. Wow, bro. I
don't know what the confusion was from the BIC defense. They send Big Mook out to cover Manny Diaz of all things. And no disrespect to Big Mook. But once Tender breaks contain on that run, there's nobody on the defensive left side, and he has nothing but green in front of him.
Yeah, he saw something. He has a step on.
And listen, he
Sayer has no chance at it.
You can't quantify because he does not look like he's as fast as Sterry Codrington, but he is able to eat up yards.
Isn't he like 250? What you think? 185, 215?
He's burning by Quan like Quan is not a skill position player. No disrespect to Quan.
And he runs through Sayer like he's not even there.
He will not be denied.
Bro, this is tough.
And here's a 1-point conversion from the 5.
Going for one from the 5.
That's
Two
smart.
wide receivers set. The snap. Tender throws that. Popped up, and that will be incomplete. Were the Animals not able to convert in the championship points? The championship points proving to be that. Points that will get you one step closer to the A7FL championship. The Paterson U have punched their ticket to the Eastern Conference Final. The Insomniacs have punched their ticket to the Western Conference Final. One of these teams are going to play the Paterson U, and later tonight, Sick With It looks for a return date with the Insomniacs, but the OTT look to shock the world the same way the Animals are shocking them now. Will that happen? We don't know, but one of those two teams may make it to the National Championship. Buy your tickets now at a7fl.com/championship. That's a7fl.com/championship.
Bro,
a lot.
To 50.
We are we are at 100 points. We are 38 points away from breaking the record, and we are only at 9:52 in the third quarter. The 3-on-1 return is the most exciting play in football. I don't say it because it's a marketing line.
No, it actually is.
Yeah, this is not no giggle. This is not ha-ha giggle time. This is an actual what the deal is with Pac Money returning the ball.
And they'll go back to Divine Epps instead of David Tender. He's just got to get it out there.
And that one will get to the 25.
No, it doesn't.
No, it bounced it to 26, so Pac Money will get the dead ball run. But a lot of speed out there for the Animals to hopefully get the stop. And if you're a Silk City fan,
it just goes to show you the value of guys like Carlos Crosland, guys that you see, down in, down out for BIC throwing it that distance, whether it's Trey Robinson or Dwan or Ashanti Worthy.
Yeah.
You got to get the ball the requisite amount of yardage because not only is that a huge play right now because it's going to give Pac Money, a dangerous returner who already has a 3-on-1 return in this game, an opportunity with a running start, But Matt mentioned it before. As close as this game is, the get-back might be huge in today's fourth quarter.
For both teams.
And we'll explain that after this runoff. Here's Pack.
They will meet Pack earlier. They usually let him wait until the 50. Marcellus Pack pushed out a play at the 41.
Wow. We've seen a lot of speed in today's games. Pack money is up there with maybe step for step with Sterry Codrington, Ashanti Worthy, enter Florida guy here. But credit the Animals for making sure it didn't end up in points. But their defense is going to have to eventually make a stop. And with the ball game tied at 50.
Did you guys think we would get to 50-50?
No.
No way.
Not at all.
No.
Here's Gomez.
Isaac Gomez, first time touching the ball today. Flag.
Oh, yeah, nah. I didn't like that tackle either. Anyway, yeah.
And it looked like man on the tackle. So
that's like
trying to argue his case to Ryan Spadola, but Spadola not having any of that.
That's a good call. That's a good call by the ref.
But that's the ability that BIC has. All game, they've gotten everything they wanted in the air. And whether it's been Sterry Codrington taking advantage of running the ball or throwing a wide open wide receivers down the field, that spread offense has been almost impossible to stop. But now Dave Valley's in, he's pulling, and Isaac Gomez gets the easy first down conversion.
And it was an illegal tackle. That's the official call. Right. So I believe that's a 15-yarder?
Extra 15 yards tacked onto that carry. And just like that, no time really even off the clock after the touchdown from the Animals, and BIC is knocking at the door at the 27-yard line.
And if you are a part of this right now, if you're loving this game, share this with your friend. If you're watching us on YouTube, Caffeine, or anywhere in the world, Isaac Gomez will get the ball again. Big block by Dave Valley, and Gomez will get a moderate gain. That'll be enough for maybe 4 or 5 yards. That'll be second down, but the BIC continuing to drive.
That's a great tackle from Missile. Again, pregame we were spotlighting him and just showing you how big of a difference he makes in his open field tackle ability for the Animals. Not a better tackle you can make on the edge with a guy like Dave Valley in front of you blocking. Look at this play.
Nasty on the hold right there. Not even on Dave Valley. J. Roller gets held like absurdly there. They don't call
you said
that,
it.
But hey, it is what it is, right?
That's OL on OL crime right there. Big Rob calling him out.
Snap.
Have to.
Codrington.
Plenty of time.
He will set down to the sideline. Sterry Codrington will walk this one. He hits the LT marker, 56-50, and there's 8:37 left in the third.
And he can't make it look any easier than that, Corey Hammond, because that's what Sterry's really, 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 really good at. Throwing and running the ball.
And that's the thing. They had to cover the receivers downfield because he's been so aggressive in the air that you can't leave Kason Campbell or Ashanti Worthy opening for even a second.
Not at all.
So as soon as he breaks contain, it's almost a fait accompli that he's getting in the end zone. Once he gets past the line of scrimmage right here, it's over.
No comment. If you seen it, you seen it. If you didn't, you didn't. I know they didn't see it.
If you know, you know. And I know that when Sterry Codrington takes off,
great block, Trey Coleman,
and the wide receivers are committed to blocking, it's going to be 6 for BIC.
And all I'm saying is, that's what I had mentioned earlier. I said, okay, they're calling holding. Let's hope they call it fair on both sides. But, hey, they can't catch everything, right?
Going for 2 from the 10. Throws back to Ashanti. He can still throw it forward. Wide open.
58-50, not what you want.
Championship points converted, guys.
If you are the Silk City Animals, you are not happy, but there is an opportunity for them to score on the 3-on-1 throw-off, and walking back to the field.
There's no way.
Back to return it is Kwani Morgan.
Then it was his calf. He probably cramped up off the spin.
Listen,
it was his calf.
If they lose, they're going home anyway. No reason to leave anything in the tank here. Kwani Morgan equals football player.
And if you want to get the kind of highlights we're going to pull from the interactive AI tool, you can see what we do with it at A7FL.tv. But if you want to monetize your content and take it to the next level, like Ashanti Worthy's about to do to Kwani Morgan on this throw-off, scan the QR code now from our partners over at SZN.
Now they're being smart about it. They're putting speed up there because even if he gets past you, we might be able to catch him.
And that's a high arcing ball, and that one will not go on the fly to the 25, and it will be first down. Over 1,200 yards so far in this game combined between returning, rushing, and passing yards, only 22 points away from the A7FL modern scoring record.
The chat is going crazy. Someone said they hold more than me holding my baby, and that is insane.
Hey,
Kwani Morgan looking to swaddle the football.
And it's interesting, they take out Isaac Gomez and they replace him with Tano on that other side.
And Ashante Worthy will get in on the tackle at the 50. Not a bad return, not where you want to be if you're Morgan. You want to put 6 on the board, but
Tamano's a short tackle.
A lot of football left to go in this one.
Well, and as effective as the Animals' offense has been so far, they're asking the same guys down in, down out to give it everything they've got. And they still got plenty left in the tank. This game is far from over. But as easy as BIC makes it look, you got to look at the body language from the Animals. And they're looking at David Tender and Kwani Morgan to make the plays for them. They've made them so far. 1st and 10. Let's see if they can do it again.
And you see see Diaz at the bottom of your screen. Morgan, throw it by... That's a catch!
Whoa!
Tender makes that throw, and Zaire Hancock gets beaten. 1st down, Silk City.
Wow, is he beaten, or is that just a absolute dime, an absolute bullet, and a great one-handed catch in
and
coverage?
There was a flag on the BIC that was declined by the Animals.
Oh, wow.
Moving your feet, rolling to your left, throwing with a off-balance platform. David Tender, it may be better than anyone in this league except for Quattro Huffin. His legs are crossed. He throws an absolute bullet pass.
Sheesh.
I'm jealous, guys. I'm certainly jealous.
I'm jealous, guys, is crazy. I mean, he's playing.
He is stepping up every single opportunity that they're giving him, and these are not easy opportunities. And he's making the play almost every single time.
The throw, Tender in trouble.
And there's Trey Robinson.
Pushes
and somehow can get away.
David Tender cuts inside. Touchdown, Animals, 56-58.
It is as if he is grittying the entire length of the field.
Is he really Thanos?
He must be.
Bro, no. Bro, the chink in the armor after a game like this is not something you could just wash off.
What is happening?
He pushes Trey Robinson off. Robinson looking for something.
Great block on Zaire right here, and he realizes he has it. Olay misses. What? Yeah, Tender's the future, bro. Look at the Trey Robinson. I can't believe this happened to Trey. Wow. Olay.
The reality stone in full effect.
Bro.
And watch, being able to know, okay, I can cut in now.
There's no flags here. And then he just walks it in, man.
That's cold.
It's as if, guys, he gritted the entire
field.
Going
for 2 to tie it.
Which is something he's already done in the season.
Tender in trouble. Tender throws it.
What?
Caught off the hands. Incomplete. And the BIC will keep the lead.
Good job by H. Street Fraser. You don't know how important those points can end up being because we are watching the UBIC levels of game.
58-56 with just over 21 minutes of football left. If you don't tell somebody that this is one of the most bonkers football games you've ever seen, what's wrong with you? Head on over to social media, share the link on YouTube, tell a cousin, tell a friend, tell an enemy, tell your mama. The A7FL playoffs continues after this. In the third.
They need to stop going to BIC.
Yeah,
that's what the league needs.
Scene machine.
This is that. I think they can see that.
Processes your videos.
And I wish they would go to BIC
videos
after
into
this.
smaller
That's insane.
clips, making sharing easier and time saving. The context of your video
Yeah.
are now searchable on
Rookie of the
Google.
year. It's not
With
the
Scene,
MVP.
you can
If he wins this
control
game?
by converting
If he wins the
views
game, maybe,
to
but he already's got a
Visit
playoff
us
loss.
at
Let's close this one out. Let's close this one
signup.scene.com
out.
for your free 30-day trial.
David makes me tender. Zach going
Where
in
could
the chat.
reinvention take your business?
Milk is
Accenture,
already on
let there be change.
Facebook saying, yeah. Well, Milk is on Facebook right now saying that
Say it.
that
Hey, Google.
David Tender MVP.
Take me to
No,
the Natural
just
History
stop.
Museum.
Display
You
it.
haven't watched.
That's
You
tech,
haven't watched enough
according to the
A7FL.
2024
Our mics are on.
Nissan Rogue.
We are live here on A7FL.TV. I'm Matt, that's Rob and Corey. And we're glad you were able to listen to that on YouTube.
Behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Shout outs to Milk.
Just us being excited and having a legitimate conversation as Shante
Shante
Worthy with the
Worthy.
ball.
Uh-oh.
Cuts through and he's brought down at the 46.
That's a great
first down.
play. That's a great play. I thought he would go for the outside edge when he cut back to the right. He tried to snake in the middle.
Hey, Dub.
That's a great open field tackle.
Hey, Dub Alvarez. I'm being honest, bro. This is a phenomenal game. Honestly, this is a phenomenal game. I'm in shock.
Well, it's a 2-point game, a one-score game, and if BIC goes down the field and scores 8, they'll push it back to a 2-score game. So those championship points, gentlemen, are going to be huge. But again, BIC comes in that run formation, and it's pack money in the backfield. And they'll hand it off to him. Pack money cuts it back.
Missile
misses the tackle.
But there's a flag on the
flag.
play.
I think they're going to call a hold, but credit the Animals defense all over pack money on the run. Let's see what the call is on the field.
And honestly, someone said it in the chat, bro, whether you're a BIC fan, an Animals fan, if you're not a fan of David Tender, you're a hater. You're a hater for sure.
You are a hater, or you're jealous like me. Or you're jealous. It's called envy. It's a deadly sin.
David
and
Tender,
don't fall for it.
He's what we've been asking for in new players in this league. First things first, don't go play for BIC. That's one. 2, be able to compete against
What happened to weed, Rob, with BIC? What happened to weed?
You guys make that
You're
up
telling
in your
them not
heads.
to go there now?
No,
the penalty is
Offsides
on the defense. Free play, but they'll go back to 1st and 5. And again, they go in that formation. The tight end, Dave Valley, kind of set back, almost like an H-back.
Watch the pressure here. The snap, the handoff, and that's Codrington keeping it. Codrington
block from Ashanti Worthy.
Worthy setting up the block, and he'll be pulled out of play at the 40. That's an extra 5 yards for Codrington, as it will be first down.
And
BIC.
I don't want to dry snitch on anybody over here, but at the bottom sideline of your screen, just off the screen, you see Dave Valley walking back there.
What happened?
I don't know. It involved Dave Valley and Jay Rolla.
Pointing it out like
and
something
listen,
happened.
if you ask Jay Rolla later, I'm sure he's going to tell you how it went down, but it might be a false recollection of the events. But it's 1st and 10 for BIC. Here's pack money.
It's a pack.
And
oh, wow.
the
The turf monster got him.
The Caddyshack groundhog gets the turf, and it will be 2nd down. And in the chat real quick, how do you become a team owner? Go to a7fl.com/owners. That's a7fl.com/owners. And Stoughton Stevenson asking about, we've given flowers to the Fall Brawl Championships the last couple of years, the National Championship. We've seen some really exciting West Coast games where it's been high scoring. But the current high score record is not a game that has left the intensity of this.
Just watch great football and just not complain for a half second, maybe. I don't know.
2nd down with Robinson set up in the backfield.
Watch Quincy.
Codrington. He hands it off to Trey Robinson. Trey Robinson!
There you go. There's Vegas.
Gets the 1st down, brought down at the 21.
There you go, Stone Stevenson.
Can we talk about New Jersey and forget everybody else? Gosh.
No, they're the ones in the chat.
Don't
instigating.
respond.
Fair.
Yeah, that's Sugar Ray. Jaquan Mason in the chat on the check-in. That's definitely Sugar Ray. Actually out there making a couple of plays.
Sugar Trey.
Sugar Trey, okay.
Sugar Trey Robinson.
Sugar Ray.
I know who you're talking about.
Why do you have to do this?
Because I skew offense. I'm not talking about the defender.
Jay Roller looks exhausted. But again, like I was saying, to make this league more fun and more competitive, don't just go join the championship team. Go make a name for yourself, like David Tender is doing right here on a team like the Animals, who before this season and last season, people didn't even give a second chance to. And with this second chance, they've already made a name for themselves this year, this season.
That was the one thing I was concerned about when the Animals were back into the playoffs, was would this be a situation where a blowout loss to the BIC is what we remember them by?
That's what BIC was saying, and I agreed with them. I'm not going to even sit here and lie. I thought BIC was going to be home by now. I thought we were going to be on our way home.
Well, the last time we saw these two teams play, the biggest difference was David Tender wasn't here. Everybody else was. David Tender is that big of a difference. And right now it's 58-56, even though 2nd and 10, BIC driving.
The handoff.
Play action.
Ooh, that play action's clean. That play action's clean. Look at that.
That orchestrating the offense to the end zone.
Oh, my goodness. Codrington, bro.
Sterry Codrington is not going to allow anyone to upstage him on his field. 64-56.
And if we run that back, Ashanti Worthy is wide open from the beginning of the play. Right. And that was, 17 seconds later he catches the touchdown? Look at this play action. If we go back to the replay, the play action is absolutely filthy.
Sterry's not human, bro.
Look at the play action. It's absolutely filthy here, and nobody thinks that it's a pass. Everybody's looking at Trey Robinson, and right now Ashanti Worthy is so wide open.
Look at
Sterry Codrington has to press the playmaker button.
Dave Valley was looking like that.
In the chat, someone is asking, you guys had Huff for MVP last year after what he did on the Animals.
What's the comparison?
About David Tender.
Yeah, but it's a complete listen, it's a complete season trophy. It's not just the one performance, the two performances.
Let's not even bite. Dave Tender is almost clear-cut Rookie of the Year. There's almost no question. So we're not talking MVP. Can't win both.
Snap and a throwback. Worthy.
He's 2 points
just
are
runs
huge.
the entire length of the field, tosses
That's
it
a forward pass. He can't throw it.
Wait, what?
He can't throw it forward, but he can run it in.
Two more points for them, and it is a 10-point game.
I'm not sure what the flags are, but
going to be broken for sure.
That 2-point conversion is so huge, guys, because it goes from an 8-point game, which is still a one-possession game.
Right.
If that 2-point counts, it's 10 points. The Animals cannot tie the game in one possession.
Yo, J-Roll is getting blocked with one hand.
Not according to him.
Okay.
And it looks like the score counts, but it's
no, it's going to be on BIC, according to Will Franklin.
I don't know if it was after the play or before.
Now, this is such an amazing play to keep the play alive. He throws it forward to Sterry Codrington, which means now you can't play the throw game, but Sterry Codrington is that good of a player that he gets it in, but the penalty.
Walking weapon.
The penalty keeps the Animals' chances of keeping this a one-score game alive.
They're replaying it from the 25-yard line.
Really?
And it looks like it was an illegal block in the back. So
and it's a spot foul. That's why it's usually I think it's a 10-yard penalty. It's a spot foul though. So where the ball?
Yeah,
it looked like it was on Jalen Crooms based on the face that he was making.
Right. Okay.
Jalen Crooms is just off your screen here. Yep. And it's almost a useless block. Here's the throw from Trey Robinson.
Robinson can't make the throw, so it is still 56-64.
Hey, Animals will take it.
I think Jalen bumped him into Valley, who then blocked him in the back.
Nah, they called it on Jalen.
That's interesting.
So with 4:25 left to go in the third quarter, your score is 64-56. Though the scoreboard isn't broken. Nothing is wrong. Everything you see is correct.
And David Packer, as someone from Vegas, I know you've seen games with no defense. You're welcome for the offensive display for both of these teams here. But let's not get it twisted. There's some hitting going on down there as well.
Yeah.
They're not stopping these guys. These guys are scoring. But the Animals on that last drive, Rob, it's almost concerning to see how easy it was for Sterry Codrington to throw that touchdown pass. No pressure whatsoever. Great blocking.
That's Sterry.
And again, I'm jealous. Go ahead, Berserk.
And now the A7FL, that won't go the requisite distance. It'll be another returner out there. It looks like Missile will be out there.
That's Divine Epps.
Divine Epps, pardon me.
I'm sorry, Matt. You can berserk it up. Berserk.com for some gear. I was talking over. I was getting too excited.
From the 25-yard line, 4:25 left to go. Divine Epps, one of the rare times we've seen him touch the ball today on a return, as Kwani Morgan has had himself one heck of an afternoon. Divine Epps gets past Trey Cohen, but brought down at the 45-yard line, loses one of his 2 hats, and it will be 1st and 10 for David Tender and the Animals.
That's why you wear the 2 headbands, because the other one becomes expendable
and
at that
point. And
point.
in the chat, Dan Giesling.
There he
is. Time. 64-56 your score.
How could you, but to Rob's point earlier, how could you not watch the amazing performance from David Tender and not at least
and just to let everybody
have respect for it?
Weather in the forecast. We are riding this. No commercials. No breaks.
Let's go.
We ain't stopping until we got a winner. Tender. 1st and 10. The snap. Throws it. Caught. What? Out of play. First down, Animals.
Nah, BIC's defensive back core is kind of getting cooked.
No, that's a dot and that's a catch.
Because they're
no quarterbacks are making that play with Psycho
that play. Yeah,
screaming in like a lunatic, about to baptize David Tender.
Because H3 and those guys are really, really good, bro. Like, it's not this easy to throw on them. I don't understand how Tender's making it look so easy.
Because he's keeping his eyes downfield on the receivers no matter what is facing him. That's a bracket coverage. Mano's got the underneath. H3's got over the top.
They're playing it properly.
Finds the window. Tender.
Oh, my God.
Tender rolls out to his right. Tender caught.
What?
Kwani Morgan stays upright and gets brought down at the 10.
Oh, no, Sayer. Come on, Sayer. Get up. Get up, big fella. Come on.
Oh, he's all right. He's just a little. Yeah, he's just got a little. Right. You don't want to see Tender. That happen in a game like this, especially with how Sayer has had some clutch moments.
No, Sayer's been balling. I mean, he's been on the receiving end of some bad plays as well, but he's been detrimental. He's been
the degree in which those are bad plays and not great plays for the offense is arguable. But the 2 interceptions are really the only defensive plays that we've seen in general. We've seen a couple of sacks from each team. We see Olay Bell get a sack on Tender, but that's once again Tender running out of real estate, cornered at the sideline, dumps it off to Kwani Morgan for a first down.
110 and 10 points scored. 1st and goal. 1st and 10, pardon me.
He takes off.
Tender bounces off a blocker, and he gains a yard or 2, and it will be 2nd down. Tender feeling a little tender as he gets helped up.
How is he finding the space? He should have been tackled immediately.
He's very elusive when he gets in that crowd. He's somehow
his running style and his speed reminds me of that Vikings running back, Robert Smith, where it looks like he's running in slow motion, but somehow he's faster than everybody else on the field. I don't know how many people are going to get that reference. Maybe I got to put money in the jar.
No, I remember because Maurice Jones-Drew had that bounce-out ability. Like, he gets in these tiny spaces where you think he's caught. He looks caught here. Then he bounces out, like his side speed, and Dwan was just able to catch him there.
2nd and 9.
Fakes the toss. Tender.
Back out to the
Divine Epps. Touchdown, Silk City.
Man.
That'll be 62. And again, comes down to championship points to see if this is tied.
Every time, Corey. There's no game against 2 elite teams that doesn't come down to championship points. If you mess around and don't do it.
How big of a play is that early 3-on-1 throw-off in which the Animals return? Because if it wasn't for that play, this isn't an even game.
Can you let Dan know about Ghost, please? Because he's asking where's
Morgan
Ghost?
has gone
oh my goodness
off today.
Well, he also had that 1 3-on-1 return where he might have got a little bit banged up, but where is Ghost? All over the stat sheet, Dan. All over the stat sheet.
Going
play of the game
for 2 to tie it, 64-62.
Look for Manny.
Tender.
Look for Manny Diaz.
That one is in the dirt.
That's a penalty.
Good job by BIC.
How are they not throwing the flag on that? Because
BIC.
Listen, I never call for a late hit on the quarterback. That's about as late as I've ever seen.
Oh, Corey calling for a late hit. It must have happened. You never asked for
it. I deny them when it's myself.
Ron says this is the most points BIC's defense has ever given up. This is a fact.
I think that is factual.
Ron, is this the best team BIC has played this year? I'm leaving. That's a question.
And right now, both of these teams on defense and special teams need to tape those cleats up for the next 16 minutes and 33 seconds. If you're an athlete at any level, head to tapemeup.net or scan the QR code now. Scan that QR code now and get taped up by the best at Tape Me Up. Matt Ryan joined alongside Big Rob Fabien and Corey Hammond, 64-62.
I can't believe this.
Is your score with 93 seconds left to go into third.
It's not even a fourth quarter.
It's an NCAA. This is March Madness scoring.
Yeah, it's basketball. It's going to be 102 to 104.
So
who's going to have 104 is the only question.
I just got it confirmed from Cole. One more touchdown breaks the record.
Well, that's not going to happen. Sarcasm. Oh, my goodness. It might happen here.
It might happen right here.
Listen, this has been the one thing the Animals, other than maybe we could say their entire defensive scheme has not been working, but the Animals have struggled on this throw-off. They need to get it the requisite distance and make sure to force a return, but this one
picked up. That's money. Marcellus Pack. Met, screens through. Marcellus Pack spins back, spins forward. Brought down at the 43.
Hey, man.
Almost met a moil on that one.
He might have just saved the TD just now. Yikes.
Had to hit him with that Goldberg. Just hit him with that quick hit quick.
So what happened? Okay, guys, do you remember earlier this year, Animals gave the U a run for their money?
Yes.
And we were kind of surprised and a little, it can't happen again. This is happening again.
No, this is not just fun.
For the
They're
third
close.
time. No, for the third time against top competition.
Yeah, watch
the Animals have put the top competition on their heels. Is this their DNA? Is this just how they are?
This might be it. They might
but
be
what
the
they
answer.
haven't done yet against those teams yet, Rob, is close.
Trey Robinson met by LaPena, and the Animals defense a gain of 2 on the play, second down.
That's it, LaPena. Say my name.
Wally and Miss Cleaver, stop playing with my boy, man. Good tackle.
And what you thought was going to be an easy run anytime the Animals, BIC decided to just run the ball behind Dave Valley. It has not been that.
No, it hasn't. Wow.
Missile is the only player I've seen all year that hasn't been blocked easily by Dave Valley.
Action. Codrington has nothing but the green in front of him. Campbell sets the block, juts around, trying to get the ball out, but first down for the BIC. They'll mark it at the
39. I'm scared. Sterry's hilarious, bro.
Speaking of easy.
What?
As the clock ticks down in this third quarter. It's interesting you said that, Rob, because the Animals' journey this season is tough win in week 1. Some might say, even though I was part of that game, some might say that could have been a loss from the Animals. They won it. And then they played the U, and they played tough. Here's 1st and 10.
And what might be one of the last plays of the third quarter, Trey Robinson, followed by Dave Valley. But Robinson goes away from the block, and there is a sea of Animals there.
But guess what? Missile being blocked the way he was blocked by Dave Valley allowed everyone to cut for the cutback, for everybody to make that play.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Missile's playing a heck of a game.
All right, boys. Throw them 4s in the chat. Drop a
4s
4.
in the chat, man.
Hey, man, put it up for David Tender. Put that 4 up.
4s in the chat. Drop your predictions. Are we breaking the record? Are we breaking the record? Who's going to get one step closer to the celebration of 10 years of the A7FL? It's a homecoming, July 21st, 4 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. Use the code A7FL25. That's A7FL25 to get 25% off of tickets until Monday, June 24th. A7FL.com/championship. Join us for 10 years of the A7FL. Matt Ryan joined alongside Big Rob Fabien and Corey Hammond as a hot and sweltering day has turned into the potential torrential downfall for the Silk City Animals or the Trenton BIC.
Big 4s in the chat, baby. Big 4s in the chat. I see you guys. You either putting up that 4 for Tender, 4 for Quattro, or 4 for the fourth quarter. It's time.
$64-62.
Mark that. Justin R. says final score is 82-80. I'm going to remember that.
82-80
That's
is
not
a
far-fetched.
prediction.
It's not.
That's selling it short.
There's not
These teams scored 20 and 16 with less than 3 minutes gone in the third quarter.
Bro, this is insane.
This is the A7FL.
This is Dan Giesling's Animals.
Imagine Dan takes this team over and
The
what
Geese.
they could do.
Listen,
The Goslings.
David Tender.
The Silk City Goslings is insane.
What's Terry Codrington's stat line? I know his numbers are insane right now.
He's up by 2 points is, I think, the only stat that he cares about. Here's Ashanti Worthy in the
Flag
backfield.
on the play, and that's a false start on the offense.
Ooh.
Shout out to Justin Dorea donating $1.99 out of the chat. Bobby was good. We're coming out of retirement.
Justin is underrated and he was a very tough guy. Very tough lineman.
And I think he's talking to Bobby Newman, who actually holds an A7FL record, guys. He's retired more times than any other player in the – shout-outs to my guy Bobby Newman. Of course. He once jumped over a guy, and that's a fact.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
It's one of the best highlights because of who he is.
Second down.
Ooh, that offensive line looks weird.
You see the shift in weather.
It's getting dark.
Yeah, it is. It's getting
There's
scary
Ashanti
outside.
Worthy.
And Ashanti Worthy
wrapped up by
Jay Roller.
Wow. That's a class of errors. Asante Worthy and Jay Roller, and I'm in the booth retired? Yeah, I'm super good.
And I'm in the booth retired?
I'm good, bro. I don't want to play
And I'm in the booth, and who knows what I am?
I don't know.
I'm a human.
You're retired, Corey.
Possibly some less doom
You can't
coming your
retire
way.
me, Rob.
Corey's retired.
If anybody's retiring me, it's one of those guys on that field. And since BIC didn't retire me last week, or 2 weeks ago, or however many weeks, I forgot because it was a rough game.
No, you just only exist when
Third
we're
and
here.
7.
3rd and 7.
Yikes.
Ball on the 36-yard line. Play action.
Oh, he's open.
Codrington.
Missed him.
I thought he had it.
Missed him.
So it is 4th down. The BIC, I believe, have not been stopped on offense today. They've been on 4th down a few times, but they have to get 7 yards here.
The only quasi-stop the Animals got is when they got basically the 3-on-1 return when the ball bounced back into their hands. But with 4th and 7 staring BIC in the face, Sterry Codrington's got to be accurate if he throws the ball, and if he takes off, he better have the first down. Now, he's got tons of room on this bottom sideline with all the 3 receivers at the top of your screen, all of them covered by corners.
Let's go, Sterry. Come on, Sterry.
Looks like an easy first down if he takes off to the bottom of your screen.
4th and 7. Codrington snaps, immediately feels the pressure. Codrington will cut to the sideline. Codrington will fly
Jay
through.
Roller.
Jay Roller gets in on the tackle, but Codrington will get the first down at the 19. Pardon me, at the 16-yard line.
Somebody saw something and mentioned it. So I'll take credit.
What did you see? Oh, the left side? Of course.
And they actually did the called run play. They let the defensive left end coming from the right side of the offense rush free. And it goes to show you that when Sterry Codrington decides to, he's one of the most dangerous runners, period, full stop, in this league.
I say it all the time. Hey, listen.
That sidearm go crazy, bro.
It does. But
Here it is. Watch.
An official's timeout. Official timeout.
And it's missile.
Look at the legs.
Great blocking.
Too shifty.
But Jay Rowland not giving up at all on that play.
Oh, he's
just using his own inertia to bring down Sterry Codrington.
This game has a lot of undertones. Sugar Ray, who you see is walking right next to Jay Roller, he used to be on BIC once upon a time. Jay Roller used to be on BIC before he was on BIC. He had a rival with BIC when he had his own team, Illuminati. There's a lot of history here between a couple of these guys. Not to mention David Tender,
who doesn't care about history whatsoever. He's writing his own.
He has his own beef with BIC.
Codrington, the snap, pressure.
Double move.
Throw to the end zone. Incomplete. It'll be second down.
Slant and go from Ashanti Worthy is crazy work. That's actually as great of coverage as you're going to see on the double move. It's just a little bit overthrown from Sterry Codrington. You got to love that he's keeping it in the air.
Courage Mosey is in the chat and says, giving up 62 points to anyone, let alone the Animals, is beyond embarrassing. And someone follows up with a question that says, Courage, why you not there?
Great question.
It's
only the fourth. Guys, it's only the fourth quarter. That's why Courage isn't here.
He's going to show up in a white Rolls Royce like Dion in his
If he was here, we would hear him from the sideline screaming at the defense, by the way.
For sure. You remember that.
It's a word that starts with H.
The throw. Codrington caught by Worthy. Worthy gets past the defender.
Oh, my.
Gets
That's actually a great open field tackle.
Great open field tackle. Stopping Ashanti there is not easy.
Listen, the most underrated route in the history of the A7FL is that 8-yard stop. Ask Stone Stevenson, who might still be in the chat. Eric Shufford helped the Insomniacs last year win a championship on that big, easy play. Throw, catch, convert. But the thing about Ashanti Worthy is, and that's why it's a great play from the defense, is most of the times they run that play and he catches it, he shakes the man out of his shoes and it becomes a touchdown.
I think you run it here.
Well,
and
this is one of the longest.
21 man. I think you avoid him at all costs. He gets weird game breaker powers at this point.
First and goal in motion. Codrington snaps. Pressure. Thrown. It's incomplete.
It looked like it hit the ground. I'm going to call it. And
a shot. Oh, he's hurt. Oh, no, he's hurt.
Oh, no.
And that's not good.
Looks like he hurt his thigh or something. His lower back is.
Oh, that's not good.
His sciatic nerve area. Look at me trying to sound like a scientist. Oh, this looked like his hip or something.
We'll take a brief timeout. We will be back in 60 seconds. 64-62 is your score. We'll hope to have more after this.
Man, bro.
Message de burger dans le voyant. BIC every 20 minutes, s'équipe de fond dry out. And voilà.
This gonna taste all right.
Or just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here. To help make it happen.
JP Morgan.
Is your content marketing drifting away? Unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get Scene.
Something amazing is happening here. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights and increased performance, giving them the scale to stay ready for whatever's next. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW. Something amazing is happening here. Inventory is practically moving itself, quickly and securely. Classrooms are getting more immersive. Data is powering insights and imagination. CDW partners with you to get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. Make amazing happen. CDW.
Are they clearing the field? We're back live. Sorry, we're live here on A7FL.TV. Matt Ryan joined by Rob Fabien and Corey Hammond. We're trying to get an understanding of what's going on as Ashanti Worthy was injured prior to our commercial break. We're not going to take commercial breaks for the rest of the game. But after a situation like that, we wanted to make sure that everything was okay and make sure he was okay.
Unfortunately, he didn't get up on his own power, but they're tending to him right now. hopefully in the next couple of minutes we can see him walking. Not like he can't walk.
Yeah.
But we can see him on his own power doing his thing and not in pain.
Well, it was such a weird play. Both of those guys are just really trying to make the play.
And the last few seasons, Ashanti Worthy has come so close to playing almost injury pain-free. Last year, we saw
he
him.
He had an ankle thing he was trying to recover from.
And the year before that, during the championship, there were times where it felt like his season might be in trouble.
But as we flash back to the field, it's 2nd and goal for BIC, and if the Animals were in need of making a stop, this is the time that they need to do it.
2nd down, pardon me.
Umar Butter Lewis in the backfield.
Going for it from the 5. Ooh, and
yikes.
And
not what you want if you are the BIC.
Start on BIC. If that was on the Animals, it's not as big of a deal because it's only half the distance to the goal. But going back, it's a full 5-yard penalty, and instead of being 2nd and goal from the 5, which BIC in most instances could convert in 3 runs easily without even questioning it. Now, pushing them back, they might go into a pass play, and maybe Sterry misses. This is a good opportunity for the Animals as the clock continues to tick down. Guys, it's interesting. Even though this has been a quick drive, this is one of the longest drives that BIC has had the ball.
It's a very dangerous drive.
They had to go for it on the 4th down. They converted it on the Sterry Codrington run.
I'm getting PTSD.
And Rob is talking to the U below the shipping container about a game way back when. Yeah, Ron Clerk will remember when the Chiefs.
Mason too.
When the Chiefs miraculously beat the heavily favored BIC on a Hail Mary pass. We're far from that because of 64-62, 8:20 left. And here's
Codrington
keeping it.
Chased, touchdown.
Big touchdown. We needed that. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That's the record.
Wow.
That's the record.
And when it looks like that on the board, 70-62. No, it is not Big Ten basketball, ladies and gentlemen. That is the A7FL quarterfinals here.
We're at 132. We need one more score to get to 138, which is the record. We are 6 points away.
No, they broke the record according to Cole.
130 was the record. We're on pace.
138 was the pace. They're ahead of even the pace that they said earlier.
We're ahead of the pace right now.
Yeah, we have officially had, this is officially the highest scoring game in A7FL history.
It's better than the one that broke the record because one team got blown out.
Yeah, it was 92-36. Good job. Good job, Sick with it. OTT. That's the matchup later today.
Oh, yikes. Revenge. Maybe
can Fabien Cunningham and Sikwit get revenge? We'll find out at 11 p.m.
Here's
Eastern.
the 2-point conversion. This
Codrington open.
10 points is the lead.
Campbell.
And that 2-point conversion, huge here in the 4th quarter because now the Animals cannot tie it in one possession. So more than ever, they absolutely need at some point in this game to get a defensive stop. And when Kason Campbell is streaking down the field wide open.
And honestly, right now,
and we'll get to that point in 1 second. Folks, if you are watching this game and you are loving every single moment of it, go on to your social media. If you're on X, if you're on Facebook, if you're on Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, you already better know to like, comment, share, and subscribe. And now Kwani Morgan will go for the 3-on-1, Rob.
And you got a guy like Kason Campbell and a quarterback like Sterry Codrington, who, believe me, Sterry sees one of his guys go down. I hope you don't think in his mind, oh, yeah, you guys got it. No, he's retooled, refueled, and ready to destroy something. And with a guy like Kason Campbell, who's a sure thing when it comes to the hands, the BIC is still very dangerous with or without Ashanti Worthy.
And it will be Gomez throwing off for the BIC.
Gomez?
Yep, and the last time Gomez was on the 3-on-1 return, it was Kwani Morgan attacked him.
So let's see who Kwani Morgan picks on right now. Going into the middle is insane. Because he'll get closed out.
I think he might like his chances against. He's been coming at Trey Cohen this entire time.
Which is, to me, the best way to score. Because if you get past him, it's touchdown. But Joker, he's not bad. It's just Kwani Morgan is just that good.
The last time that Isaac Gomez was out, he got fully turned around on the juke move.
Right.
But he can throw it long enough, so this will be
and that's caught by
return.
Morgan.
He's going after Joker.
Kwani Morgan goes after baby joker, and he's brought down at the 47.
Good
another
field
solid
position.
return.
Good field position. Great tackle.
And it's good to see that Kwani Morgan can still hit that next gear.
Right. Based off of when we thought he was hurt.
But
Kwani's definitely a rookie.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Rookie of the Year this year is just as tight of a race, maybe as MVP. A lot of those guys are on both lists. David Tender.
What am I watching?
What are we watching? Because down by 10, David Tender has answered the bell every single opportunity that he's been out here. 62 points against BIC's defense is nothing to sneeze at.
Unheard of.
But they're going to need at least 2 more touchdowns from this Animals offense. Facing this tough defense, you got to wonder if there's anything that anyone can do to stop this young man.
Tender will keep
Missile.
it. Finds a way around, and he creates enough space to get to the 46, and there's a flag on the play.
And that's going to be called a horse collar. It looked a little awkward when he brought him down.
It looked awkward. I didn't think it was a horse collar, though.
I think that because he pulled him down from the back, that's really what the rule is trying to prevent. You see that Tender has the ability to just let his body fall instead of fighting forward, which could be a leg injury, which keeps him in the game. But the flag, honestly,
and it was a horse collar.
15 yards tacked onto that 5-yard run. It's a great way to start the drive, and the Animals are looking at another 1st and 10. Ken Stansbury is going to look at his defense right now, and we got to fix this.
Mason goes out there to make the block. He reverses, and no one just has what it takes to get back to him. So let's see. I think this is Olay that actually makes it.
Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Olay,
now, it's not a traditional horse collar because he had his hand on the front, but the way that he's pulling him down, it technically counts.
It'll be 1st and 10. Tender will keep it. He'll throw it.
There's Divine Epps.
Divine Epps. Divine Epps has a man jump over his head, and he gets the first down.
What are we watching?
And with bullets flying, as is in an active war zone, and shout outs to our actual veterans. It's not. It's a hyperbole metaphor.
Bodies are flying out there. It is a battle royale on the field.
There's explosions happening in front of David Tender's face, and he doesn't care. Keeps his eyes downfield, and he's throwing off balance. Accurate enough. I mean, some of these things are floating out there because of the way he has to get it out there.
Until under 2 minutes in the fourth quarter. So under 2 minutes left in the quarter, and we have not seen the get back come into play yet. But Tender looking to score. The handoff
to
Morgan,
and they finally get him.
Great stop by Carnell Wachter, Tomeno and company. Olay was there. They definitely stuffed that run.
And just as an update for the fans, obviously, it's a big deal. Ashante Worthy is now walking on his own power. I'm not sure what it is that's ailing him. He's not necessarily rushing to get back in, but he's standing on his feet.
He is standing, which is great to see, yeah.
And it's, he might
be shaken up.
It's obviously one of the things about this league, as fun as it's been, the safety is also one of the things that we do talk about. Here's Tender on 2nd and 10.
Tender, second down, in trouble, solid blocking.
And K-Wack, why you do that?
BIC ball, Carnell Wachter.
Wow.
Steps up and tips it.
And every time they needed a clutch play, K-Wack has said this to me time and time again.
I know better than anybody.
I know you do. That's why you look so saucy right now.
Because that's happened to me so many times.
Wachter, every time, bro. Every time.
And it used to be, shout-outs to Bobby Newman in the chat, it used to be
Ryan
big play.
DePaul called that play before it happened.
And once he gets that opportunity, he's smart enough to know that if he's not going to get to the quarterback for a sack, he's going to put his hands up and potentially cause a turnover. Now, credit Tano for making the catch on the interception, but that is one of those plays that once a game –
but BIC
K-Wack, Carnell Wachter makes when he needs his team to when his team needs
him, he shows up. He may not be in every play guy, but in clutch situations, and K-Wack has come out on top more than most people.
And in the words of Prince dressed up as or Dave Chappelle dressed up as Prince, this may be blouses.
Gomez
I messed that one up, but you guys know what I'm saying.
Sterry Codrington and Isaac Gomez ripping off over 25 yards, 1st and 10, BIC.
And you see just the fight from all of these guys. Just look at this play. Everything that David Tender has done all game has led him to this. It's worked. He stops, He plants. Eyes downfield. K-Wack with another defensive miracle.
Shouts to Jamie Melendez out there in Syria in the actual war zone on the check-in watching
like
the game.
I said. And he was playing this year. He's an active player.
He's watching right
now.
He's
safe out there. The handoff.
Umar Butter-Lewis. Stopped short.
He gets to the 41, and it will be second down.
And with a 10-point lead, BIC knows. Sterry Codrington knows. As great as BIC has been all season, and as confident, dare I say cocky, as sometimes their offensive game plan is, right now they know what they're dealing with. The Animals are not anyone to play with. And right now, let's run the ball.
Get rid of that clock.
Second down, but Umar Lewis met at the line of scrimmage, so it'll be third down, and the clock will continue to run. The Animals
Not say his real name. That's not Wally. What's his name? LaSala?
Wally Cleveland.
LaPena.
Oh, LaPena.
Yeah.
I'm messing up names.
3:37 left to go. The Animals have 2 timeouts and a 2-minute warning. BIC only have 1 timeout remaining. But they do not want the timeout.
And only at the Jersey Shore could it go from 93 and sunny to now 64 and cool.
It still feels
like
good. I'm schwitzing.
Yeah.
I am
That's
coated.
just the energy in this booth. False start again on the offense. That is huge because 3rd and 5 is a manageable rundown for BIC. 3rd and 10.
It's not the Animals defense that can do anything special here because BIC's offense is guaranteed to score.
The last time the Animals were in this exact situation, gentlemen, might have been, maybe, I don't know. It might have been in Baltimore. It might have been a run play. It might have been a fumble. It might not have been. They might be in the same exact position that they were. They got to make a defensive stop. They've taken all game to do so.
3:15, it's tough. It's tight.
Listen to this. The Animals have turned the ball over 3 times, and they're only down by 10 points to BIC.
That is insane.
That is absolutely insane.
And in an untimed
in
down
a game where turnovers...
untimed down,
listen,
get back. It's a lot of things that can happen.
And that's how this game started. The Animals started scoring on the first drive.
And it's really not even a turnover from BIC, but that in the record books, it almost goes as a turnover with that onside recovery.
BIC's problem today has been special teams, not their defense.
Listen,
I don't know. I can't
say what you want about what BIC does on defense. Sometimes a better offensive play or an offensive player or group of players makes the difference because you can't tell me that the coverage hasn't been good from BIC consistently, that the defensive pressure hasn't been all over David Tender, that there haven't been guys making shoulder tackle attempts on Kwani Morgan. That's just how great these young players for the Animals have been today, and unfortunately they're still down by 10.
3rd down. They have to get to the 44. The BIC on 3rd down to throw. Downfield. Will they give it to him?
He's out of bounds.
Incomplete. It will be 4th down, and the Animals might get a reprieve as we get closer to the 2-minute warning.
So what do you do here, Corey?
Hold
on, wait. You're a BIC, high-powered offense.
I am Sterry Codrington.
You're Sterry Codrington.
I am. Woohoo!
Speed 96 right now, not your 45 that you're used to, but you have a 96 speed. You can take
Listen, LaCorey's 65 speed.
Okay, all right, cool. So what do you do here?
Well, what they should be doing is what they are doing, and it's trusting in themselves, letting the clock run down, and worst case scenario, they don't get the first down, and they're still up by 10 points. They can end the game here with a first, and that's what they're going to look to do. That's their DNA. That's what they've done every single opportunity that they've been given. And with Sterry Codrington's ability to run the ball, look at the personnel on defense for the Animals. Can anybody keep up with Sterry Codrington?
4th down. Codrington throws it off the
No.
Animals.
No.
2:03 left to play. The Animals get the 2-minute warning, 2 timeouts, and to get back if they score.
Tough one. That's a tough one.
Fellow humans, we have a lot more football left to go.
Now listen, like the decision, like that Sterry Codrington even trusted his guy and made the throw. The throw, tiny bit high. The catch obviously should have been made. I like where BIC's head was at on that. Even though Sterry Codrington, in my opinion, with the defensive personnel that the Animals had out to, is blowing by all 4 of the guys in the box. But right now, as the Asbury Park train comes through, It's an unstoppable train of David Tender and Kwani Morgan in the backfield looking to make up this 10-point score and deficit with 2 minutes left in the game.
The throw! Intercepted again! Frazier comes through like a thief in the night!
And there goes Frazier! There goes Frazier!
What did I say? Who's underrated is going to show up big, H3, and he just iced the game.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow.
Oh, and unfortunately, what we're going to remember from this game is not how amazing it felt to feel the Animals in this game the entire time, but just like a couple weeks ago against the Watchmen, an end-of-game interception from a great quarterback in David Tender is unfortunately going to be the taste left in the mouths of the Animals. And what is the U saying, Rob?
The U and BIC are going at it right now. All through the sidelines, all through the stands. The BIC has stopped looking in the direction of the Animals.
Yeah.
Half of their players are looking at the U right now.
Well, we know what's happening in 2 weeks. It's those two teams once again.
Stansbury is waving at them. Oh, yeah.
The
look.
handoff, play action. Codrington.
And
Campbell. Campbell. Looking to put a finer point on it.
JPOE, baby. Garbage time touchdowns for Corey Hammond's fantasy team. Let's go.
Oh, okay, it's for mine, too. Sturry's my starting quarterback.
Well, I get the multiplier because all the guys are, whatever. We'll talk about it in the 3-on-1 podcast, wherever podcasts are. They're not so hurt. They're free. They're hurt. Wow, guys. I mean, to put a cap on this day with a play like that kind of takes away from how close this game has been the entire time.
Guys, they still get the ball back.
I know. I know.
There's a minute 42
He
of
didn't
football
run the clock
left.
out. Okay.
Yeah, there's a minute 42 of football left. The Animals have 2 timeouts, and the way this day is going, as we are 6 minutes past the top of the hour, I'm hoping we're not running while the OTT and 6 start off. But
I mean, unfortunately for them, but I think they'd understand. I think they're watching too.
Well, they are playing at 11
Eastern
time, so maybe we can finish this game up before then. But hey, the 3-on-1 guys is an untimed down. Who knows?
Yes, it is.
Who knows? And for a record-breaking performance from both of these offenses, for the honestly, for me, the play of the game may have been some of the interceptions from the BIC defensive backs. And here's Bone.
Cal Bone will set up to throw. Pressure. Bone,
he is a baller.
Bone will just go.
What season is it now?
Season.
Oh, my goodness.
And the Animals meet the 80 boys.
80 boys. That's insane.
As it is 80-62.
That's like a tornado.
It is a funnel-looking cloud, huh?
Right.
I hope that's not a harbinger of what's to come.
The storm.
We've had enough of storms recently. Certain teams with highlighters are really upset about storms.
As it looks like the clouds are parting for the BIC as they will return to the championship semifinals for the first time since
pathetically, to go with Matt's premise, what, 18?
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 touchdowns. It's possible. Not likely. But the first thing the Animals need to figure out is how to score on this 3-on-1. Because without any time off the clock to cut this deficit to 10 again, because if you score 8 points, you score the 6 points on the touchdown, 2 on the extra point conversion, it is back to the 10-point game that we just had, and it felt like it was right there.
What they did in the beginning of the game. Score quick here, get back rule, or get the ball back.
But if they score here, it's a 10-point game. It's exactly where it was in the interception. So it's almost like nothing happened. What they need to do, though, is find somebody on that sideline that can throw it far enough to get it past the 20. Here's Trey Robinson on the 3-on-1 throw-off.
Robinson throws this to Kwani Morgan. That will bounce. It's a live ball.
Well, first things first.
Morgan gets through one layer of defender, is brought down at the 29, and that might be one of the worst returns for the day from Morgan.
Maybe not the worst return, but definitely the best coverage.
Yes.
Because
best throw.
Yeah, that was the perfect. That was exactly what the BIC would need to stifle a guy like Kwani Morgan. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Animals.
I agree.
And anybody who's watched Infinity War and Endgame knows
Thanos lost.
Thanos was really close to beating the Avengers. He had that sword. He was swinging around.
Listen.
Guys were pulling up Mjolnir and still getting their butt kicked.
Maybe Thanos was the wrong analogy because Thanos lost. But after the fight, people said, hey, he might have been right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are the animals right, Rob?
The animals look good. They look good. These are statement games. You could go.
Just to be clear, fans, David Tender is not advocating for 50% of the living population of the universe to go away.
No,
he is not. However, he is looking to erase 50% of the points that he needs to score on this play right here. And let's be clear, they have a chance. Now, is it a slim chance? Is it a very slim chance? Yes. But, Matt,
the A7FL Championship returns to Asbury Park on July 21st. We're back to live action. Tender, smothered, covered, and brought down. And that is the first time we've really seen the BIC defense really get a jump on Tender.
And I say it all the time, guys, football is a four-quarter sport. I truly believe at this point, David Tender, Kwani, these guys, their gas tanks, they are the future, but their gas tanks are on E.
Yeah, they've played.
Well, and when you're the guys that need to do it and you do it every play, it's hard to keep that up for
Morgan gets through the defender.
H3 with the phenomenal tackle. Oh, yeah, we're going to have to get
45.
It that cloud is on its way.
Yeah, it is starting to lightly come down here.
No, that cloud said hi.
That cloud. And let's take a look at that cloud. Shout out to Ryan DePaul.
Look at that thing.
And now meteorology brought to you by Matt, Rob, and Corey. As you can see, the pressure is about to come in, and the rain is about to fall down.
And speaking of high pressure.
Speaking of the pressure.
Oh, my.
Benny Diaz! Benny Diaz with a minute 5 on the clock. Benny Diaz, touchdown Animals!
And just as we were naming clouds in the sky, David Tender says, nope, Matt Ryan, I got more points for you.
There's a flag.
Nah, this is not going to be okay.
But now there's the get-back rule that's still in play.
They're trying to get him back to the sidelines, and everybody's talking each other down. Great job by both teams.
Great job by BIC and the Animals.
Veteran presence on both sidelines. That's exactly what you need.
That's how you do it.
That's why Olay's there. That's why Kenny the Santistabon brothers, the veteran leadership to act as the cool-down guys, especially after a play like that in a game like this, 68-80.
Worthy, they're all out there calming their guys down. That's what you need from veterans, not a bunch of guys acting like hooligans.
And if you're asking why, if you're asking questions, that's how you take care of business. Now, we don't want things like that to happen, but in the A7FL and in the heat of competition, you get guys in each other's faces working as hard as they can for a common goal. Now, there's always one guy that executes the goal and doesn't. So what do we need? We need cooler heads to prevail, have the conversation, and we get back to what matters, which is the game of football.
Bro, the cloud is literally walking towards us. It's kind of creepy.
We got to name
all jokes aside, bro. It's walking towards us.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the field,
are we naming the cloud?
Jim Anthony.
Jim Anthony, please. We all have rides home that need to. Don't growl at me, Jim Anthony. Don't you be growling.
Jim Anthony, you play nice for the next minute and 2 seconds.
Bro.
Young Jeezy, Jim Anthony, the cloud. Other clouds have been flying by here at Asbury Park Stadium right in front of the shipping container.
Yeah, but not
shout outs to the U and their storm clouds.
And it seems cooler heads have prevailed here as cooler temperatures
and as
prevail.
As awful as the situation is this.
Nightmare scenario as the BIC players that are dressed and leaving right now, right?
Yes.
Oof. You get in the car, you drive 15 minutes and look back and find out that the Animals somehow won.
Did we not see that exact same thing happen last year?
I don't know, bro. That would make me throw up.
Listen,
I'd pull over and throw up. I'd literally throw up. Promise you.
First of all, we're going to have to see what the penalty is because it could be offsetting penalties because, let's be clear, I don't know if there was well-behaved guys on either side.
Right.
But it looks like what it's going to be is the either 2-point conversion from the 5 to cut it to a 10-point game. Tender with trips to the top of your screen. He's going to I can't
and that'll
find
be
his
incomplete. So with 102.9 seconds left to go and the rain coming in.
Well, Matt, let's give them what the hypothetical scenario is. Most of the time in the A7FL, we don't have this situation, but a new rule in Season 10, the get back.
The get back is a new rule here in the A7FL in the fourth quarter. If you are down or tied, and on the 3-on-1 return after a score, you stop an opponent inside the 20, you get the ball back at the 50.
Not a far-fetched situation. We've seen it happen multiple times this season. We've seen the outcome happen in the first 3 quarters of the game, and it just doesn't end up being what we would call an onside recovery. But the Animals look to throw David Tender out there as the throw-off guy, and it'll be Trey Robinson who is the returner. So the Animals really need a deep throw and very quick coverage from their wings, and it's 6 wearing 7, and Divine Epps, who are going to be the gunners. And here's the throw. It's definitely deep enough.
It does bounce. It's a live
This
ball.
will do it. They might get the ball back if they make the tackle before the 20-yard line. Oh, he just makes it past.
They missed it.
Trey Robinson saves the day for BIC, and they're fighting for the ball. The Animals have not quit yet.
The Animals are trying to get the ball, and Robinson brought down at the 49. Now that is the A7FL.
I've not seen a closer situation, maybe, except for when Jason Cizon last week against the Heist did the same thing.
This was amazing. That was amazing.
That is the Animals almost executing perfectly what they needed to do. Credit Trey Robinson, a multiple-time champion in this league, for making what seemed like an innocuous return, getting past the 20. He did what he had to do, and that's how you close out a game like this.
All over. We will call this game because of the rain. The rain coming in. Both teams have decided it is all over. The BIC will keep the ball. Big Rob, thank you as always. Corey Hammond, my ace as always. We have had one hell of a game. The BIC will move on. So for the first time ever in the A7FL Championship Finals, the semifinals, it's the BIC and the U. The Yankees and the Red Sox, the Duke, North Carolina of the A7FL. It goes down. It's Usyk and Fury next week to decide, in 2 weeks to decide who's the beast of the East. The championship is on July 21st. We will join you tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific for Sick Winning and OTT. Half the bracket is decided for the semifinals. Who fills out the other side? For Corey Hammond, for Big Rob Fabien, and all of us here, I'm Matt Ryan saying see you in 2 weeks. So long from the Garden State.